worries, I'm always behind you.
No worries, I'm always behind you. It means confidence. Confidence that I can deliver what I set out to.
My goal is for my son to grow into the best version of himself.
Friendship to me is so important.
They make me feel calm, secure, supported, motivated, and they encourage me to be the best person I can possibly be.
Having a team that supports you, commitment and hard work is the most important thing.
My goals are giving them a safe space within their communities.
Like the drummer to the bass player, no worries, I'm always behind you.
No worries, I'm always behind you.
Always stick together, stay connected, have each other's back.
We have the best staffs, the best stadium.
With the best fans and community behind it.
그 모든 힘이 저희를 더 강하게 만들어줄 거라고 믿습니다.
Nothing but respect, always like a wolf pack.
This win goes out to the fans.
Meditate on that! High five!
My eyes are up here. A bold message. I will not rest.
We know that for each second in esports, you are dedicated to winning. Over a decade, XL Series has evolved alongside with gamers. We strive to make every product detail perfect so that you can perform at your best. Elevate your skill and maximize your potential with the ultimate gaming monitor. Zowie. Strive for perfection. Focus on winning.
Did you know they call Callisto the Dead Moon? Dead. Gives me chills every time. Things are changing. They're evolving.
Improvements to the folded shield. Some spawn rate adjustments for vehicles. And a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the world. All this and more as we dive into the Update 20.2 patch report. First up, the folded shield is getting a few changes based on community feedback. The inventory weight has been reduced, weapon durability increased for both guns and grenades, and it now installs in half the time. You'll also find it a bit harder to run over than before, with a vehicle now needing to be going at least 10 kilometers per hour, instead of the 1 kilometer per hour it was before. In addition, the shield can now be placed back into your inventory, and deployment can be cancelled before it finishes. Let us know what you think about these requested changes. Next up, vehicles on Erangel and Miramar are getting a slight adjustment, with some spawning more and less frequently. You'll now find more UAZs and Dacias on Erangel, and more Murados and pickups on Miramar. To contrast, we've lowered the amount of boats, buggies, and aqua rails on Erangel. And speaking of maps, this update's rotation will now include Erangel, Miramar, Tago, and Destin for all regions. Regions with map select enabled will also have the option of playing on Sanaa, while regions without will instead drop into Karakin. As usual, the ranked rotation will remain Erangel, Miramar, and Tago. This update also features a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the game, Neymar Jr. For a limited time, you can pick up several Neymar-themed items in the store. Gear up and score big. There's also a reduction in the number of multi-care packages on Tago, some MMR adjustments for normal games, new workshop skins, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 20.2 is here, so fold up your shield, pack up the Dacia, and go catch a ball game. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Till you're dead and gone. Until you're dead and gone. I'm bad, take a look and see, so bad, that is hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me.
Go down, turning this into a 3v2. Hi, Saki. Now moving in, realizing where one is, going for some shots, but this is very difficult. He wants to try and push it. Does get down on one. Does get a second one. Cerberus still continuing to go up. It's just going to be Soul. He's looking down into this firefight. It is a 2v1 situation. He's committing in, trying to use his teammates for bodies, but no, it's going to be Cerberus. Force here, and it looks like they see the capability for some kill points, and they're going for it.
Yeah, you can see that Ottawa is trying to find space, but it's not being given by the overpeaker. Sheems has a great angle. That's one knock. Can he find another? No. Has to switch over to the mini. Should have Salute dead to rights. Yes, finds it.
But now it is popping off everywhere.
Yeah, Vex is going to get countered here by Flood. United looks like they might just be about to win this fight unless 80. He cannot do anything. It is Flood. It's 11 kills.
Angle onto the side of this one, but it's going to be Twisted Minds realizing what's going to be going on, but they only have Spyro up. He's just holding the line, waiting for it. Does get the knockout, dude. 1v1, goes for the big round, and he manages it.
That means smokes are going to abound for both sides to try to cover their angles. Orilo spotted out, a decent amount of damage done. Runich backs up, happy with what he's done, and Shimboy's got the knock.
It's the damage, it has to step away. Sparky now moves up, picks up another one. 1v4 lined up, does manage to get the knock onto one, but it is not going to be near enough. As early as possible, still 17 is up, so going down early in the placements every single time, this could be better for them. Now just one member up. As you can see, utility starting to come out. Shots are still going off in the distance, but that is well played. It's going to be one down, and Snaker's quickly flushed as well, trying to see if maybe they could just run away. The rest of E United, though, is on the hunt.
Yeah, he's holding it, he's got it!
He picked it up!
Hi PUBG Esports fans, I'm your PUBG Esports guide, Amy. Are you all enjoying the PGC 2022 Grand Finals? We're going to go inside the Expo Village where the players are staying and have a look how the players are having time after the winner's bracket. Let's go! So this is where all the players are having rest and staying during the PGC 2022 period. Let's go!
Hello.
Oh, what are you doing?
I'm just rewatching the game.
I was just looking around the village and hoping if you might introduce your room to our fans.
Yeah, for sure. Why not? Let's go.
Is this your room?
Yeah.
Oh, ta-da! Can you open? Oh, it's a big room.
Here we're watching the games.
So this is where all the strategy comes out.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm just sitting here. So,
Big boss.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna do this, and yeah.
Where's your room? Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
It's a big one.
This is all your place?
Yeah, everything is mine.
Do you have anything you want to show us?
I don't know, maybe my bathrobe?
Oh.
My legendary bathrobe.
You wore it, right?
Yeah. When I was winning the tournaments at home.
Bring it to PGC?
If I win, for sure. Yeah.
So maybe it could be the ceremony. Can I look around other players' room too? Oh, wait, what is this? Is there people here? Whose bed is this?
It's Lou.
Lou?
This is our coach, the top.
Funny friends. And I wonder if you wanna go into some other players' room.
Oh, yeah,
maybe?
sure. Our friend, my biggest friend from Danawa, Seoul.
Oh, yeah, you've met before.
Yeah.
어떻게 됐어요?
Hello.
박도리 선수가 서울 선수 만나고 싶다고 해서 May I?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Can you lead us to your room? 오,
저랑 이제 레클로 코치님이랑 같이 쓰는 방이고요.
Yeah, so close.
네, 여기는 이제 또 한 마리 또 애벌레가 있기 때문에.
Who's sleeping?
헬렌.
Oh, Helen.
헬렌 선수가
Hello.
이제
Have a sleep.
Wow.
네.
오.
그래서 저기 또 이제 각종 프로틴도 갖고 와가지고.
Gym.
예.
Do you go to gym?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
제가 매일 출근하고 있는데 한 번도 못 봤어요.
I go late night.
Okay. So thanks to these two players, we could look over the players' accommodation, how they live in Dubai. Can you introduce yourself?
안녕하세요. 다나와 e스포츠 소속 서울 조기열이라고 합니다.
My name is Alexander Batulin from Team Twisted Minds. I'm happy to see you, everyone.
First, congratulations on qualifying to the grand final.
후련해 약간 편하게 쉬면서 이제 볼 수 있어가지고.
It's always great to be in the grand finals of the PGC, so yeah.
It's been a long time since you've met in the official contents. If you remember, you've met in the PGC 2021 Rivals. How do you feel to meet again in the contents?
다행이죠. 사실 두 팀 다 잘해야 컨텐츠가 생기는데 두 팀 다 잘했다는 증거라서 행복하고 반갑네요.
Very huge respect to Danawa, so I'm always happy.
And you're the IGL, the team leader of this team. Team have been consistent in PUBG Esports scene for like 3 years. How could you be so consistent?
On the court, get somebody out. It's gonna be Lou that picks him up. And
First of all, I think that we're a smart team, so we always think of what we're gonna do in the tournament. We prepare for the teams and everything. I think the most important is that all the players are always working.
So hard training.
Yeah, for sure.
단원 약간 기복이 좀 있긴 하잖아요.
기복이 있죠. 기복이 있어서 조금 슬픈데 부럽고요. 제가 좀 추구하는 방향성을 많이 갖고 있는 팀이라.
But still, you're the only Korean team to qualify for the grand final.
국내에서는 예상치 못한 일들이 좀 많이 일어납니다. 또 아마추어 선수들이랑도 많이 하다 보니까 저의 생각에서는 많이 벗어나는 행동들을 많이 해요. 근데 이제 또 해외에서 모든 권역에서 잘하는 팀들이 모일 때는 딱 제 생각 그대로 움직이거든요. 트위스트 마인드도 그렇고. 범주 안에서 움직여서 저는 더 PGC가 쉬운 것 같아요.
Who do you think is the most competitive among
Out
the
of-
teams they qualify to the
Okay,
grand final?
the most competitive team. Maybe Navi. Yeah, they're playing too good right now, so they are first 2 times in a row. So for sure, I would mention them.
Not Tanawa.
I mean, Danawa as well, of course. Of course, Danawa. Yes,
no, kidding.
Danawa always
Always
arrival.
okay. 서울 선수는
개인적으로는 트위스트 마인드가 잘하는 것 같고. 이 2일차 때 봤듯이 하려던 거를 실수 없이 하면은 뭐 누구든지 다 이기는 모습을 보여줬기 때문에 견제가 되진 않는데 그 중에서 조금 한다 하는 팀이 이제 트위스트 마인드.
This is a quiz on rugs. We're gonna have a little quiz. So we have 4 keywords for the quiz. If you pick one, I'm gonna give you the quiz related to the keyword. There is an option for the sound. If we give a difficult question and if you get it right, we can double the gift. 먼저 고르실래요?
사운드 어려운 거.
사운드 어려운 거. This is a difficult one.
오! I know.
뭐야?
토미건이랑요. 권총 소음기인데 피구이.
맞아요?
아.
공정한 소리 들으면 알 수도 있는데.
아, 이제 알았다. R18 955인가? 소음기 달린 거.
So I can't pick double sound anymore.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, I will try as well.
Okay.
Why not?
I'm gonna do the most difficult one.
It's very easy. So it's car and vector with a suppressor.
You're so good.
아, 덥네.
You two got the difficult question right, so we're gonna give 2 prizes. Tony first.
Okay.
One more.
One more? Okay, this.
Okay.
오, 뭐야? 오, 지갑이다. 금괴. 다 봤죠? 열심히 시청했죠?
뭐 보세요?
금괴.
Yo, stop it.
Okay.
오!
Same one.
Wait.
오!
Oh,
봐.
the gold. Okay. You wanna change?
Hey, bro.
Okay.
Sorry.
Спасибо всем, кто смотрел вообще этот контент. Всех знаем, всех любим. Спасибо, что смотрите. Настрой победить. Всегда победить.
항상 응원해주시는 분들 감사하고 누누이 말했듯이 작년보다는 훨씬 더 좋은 성적 내도록 할 거니까 꼭 끝까지 지켜봐 주시길 바라겠습니다. 감사합니다.
PGC 2022.
나나와 e스포츠
Preset Minds.
Fighting! So now I'm in the pool area of the first floor of the Expo Village, and over there is a gym where the players work out regularly. Let's go. Okay, so I'm here in the gym, and I see some players over there working out. Hello, Vinay.
Hello.
Wow. Wow. Oh, wait. What's the weight?
Not high.
Okay. Oh, there's Uva too. Wow. Wow. You were the 2 players who are working out in the gym. You usually work out regularly?
Of course, I have a passion for working out. I'm always in the gym.
What's your favorite?
Definitely the leg press.
Yes, hello.
Chilling. Yeah, got that
Do
pump
you
in.
work out? Ah, okay.
It's our pot theory. We'll see him in the gym.
You say you like to do the leg press. Okay, thank you for coming. Okay. You wanna go out and...
Bye, guys.
Let's go too. Let's
Sure.
go. Because we're here with the two players who have advanced to the grand finals from the winners bracket.
I'm Punij, the IGL for Team Yahoo.
I'm Uba, player for NATO Windsor.
Congratulations for advancing to the grand finals. Well, Navi, you were maintaining the first place for like 2 days. How do you feel?
I mean, it matters nothing, like being in the first place until it's like grand final position, so I don't care.
Back, it's Navi with 3 wins in a row.
You two advanced to the grand final. So did you know what the situation was like when you were left alone? Like you're a contender to the 8th place, the CES Logi died, and you were alone. And did you know that the 2 kills, you needed 2 kills, or you were just clutch?
I didn't know exactly how many points I needed, so I didn't know that I had, but I knew it was close. Yeah, so I was obviously just getting as many points as I could, but when I died, I didn't think we got it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I thought we needed 1 or 2 more points.
8th? We're in 8th? Win an 8th?
So this team Navi, 3 players have played together for a while. Uba just joined the team.
We started like pretty quickly, like to play good with each other. It like took 1 week for me to adapt for the team's playstyle, and after that just developed this ability like to understand my teammates. As long as we communicate with each other in the game, we're gonna show good results.
Who do you think is the ace of the Navi?
Example, I think he's young, he's like very good mechanically, and like he's a smart player.
What about you? You're like the god.
I'm just waiting for grand finals. I'm like, I don't care about group stage.
We're gonna show off in the grand finals.
For sure.
Okay. What team could be the biggest rival for each of your team?
For me, it's probably OP. I hate James. He's gonna be running around the map and like trying to kill me.
Okay. So, but do you want them to advance
Definitely
to the
not.
grand final? No.
It's a vision, and Clayman's going to go down, and it's going to be exchanged over. Pickers get it with the last bit of the 1v1.
I hate James.
What about you?
Probably wild card. Because of how they play in North American scrimmages.
Your like play style is similar, or?
No, not at all.
So you don't want them to come to the grand final? Or do you want to compete with them? It's a kill points?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's start the quiz time then. You're like our last guest, so we have to give all. Do you want to give all the gifts? So,
for free?
Just a minute. So we're gonna play a really difficult sound quiz.
Okay.
Like 5 guns.
Okay.
If we get it right, we're gonna give you all the gifts.
Okay.
Okay, it's a team play, so you can each listen to it and get it right. Okay. Put on the headphone. I'm gonna play the sounds. You can pick up some and you can. No.
I mean, there's Uzi for sure. Suppressed.
Uzi?
Suppressed Uzi.
Okay. That you got it right. 1.
Okay, there's a PP Bison, and there's a suppressed Bolt.
Mosin suppressed as well?
I would guess Mosin if not
Mosin.
2-4.
No.
2 more. 2 more. Do you know our slogan?
BS gets the throne. Yeah. Ace. There is ace.
Is there an ace?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Oh, suppressed S12K?
Yeah!
Okay.
Okay, so you got it right. It's all for you. All for you guys.
Wait, 50-50.
Yeah, 50-50.
And I have 2 of them, so
Okay.
I'll just do mine.
Okay, so are you gonna share it with your teammates or something?
No.
Think about
No,
it.
it's all yours?
They could get like this.
Okay. Yeah.
Could have
You have
that.
2.
For the finals, obviously, we're just gonna aim to like show our best performance, do as well as we can, especially because of how important these global events are for PUBG. Should be good next year.
For like supporting our team and yeah, get ace, get your throne.
Okay. PGC 2022.
Navi.
Yahoo.
Fighting! So we've met various players competing in PGC 2022 here in Quiz on Rock contents, but now it's time to say goodbye. We're gonna come back with another contest next year, and stay tuned till the end to find out which team will be the ace and get the throne of the PGC 2022. Bye-bye!
you know they call Callisto the Dead Moon? Dead. Gives me chills every time.
Things are changing. They're evolving.
Jacob! 哇，这正好是天威还没有进掩体，但是枪片太猛。哇！
Position. Meanwhile, Question Mark is finally forced to make a move by the circle. Sports fades. That grenade is great.
đơn giản đem về cho 4 điểm kill trước tên Yao. Yao có thể làm khỏi nhưng có ai cả game mình được. Và khi mà họ đi bò chọn nhận một chỉ cái là gãy luôn. Và bây giờ đang lợi thế giành đội hình bên phía team Seoul Esports có nét nhồi ra dành cho tài con. Nhưng khu vực này thì sao đấy? Ui quá tuyệt vời, quả nét khiến cho chiếc xe đẩy ngược.
And there we go. It's going to be pretty much going over control to the over peakers. Now, Sonics,
if you move slow enough while crouched like that, but it looks like you've got your legs sticking.
just gotta slowly creep it. And you gotta be very, very careful using this line as well as slow as it's moving. So Tiggleton moving around the outside of this, going to try to draw some attention. There you go. It was bait into an H1 spray, long in trouble. And we are seeing...
Pushing down as Naradra trying to escape. But Jervis gonna get spotted out by Leo.
Whoa. Leo, I know that you're actively shooting right now, but you know what happened. Oh, does he spot him there? And then he steps in. Okay, you know what, Leo?
ที่ต้องระวังให้ดีนะท่านผู้ชมโดนล้อแล้วโอ้ยไม่โดนที่เหลือไม่โดนยังจะตะกิดไปอีกนะฮะตรงนี้โดนอีกเดรับเลือดดำคนที่ฝืนไว้เข้าของเคดีเอฟอีกเข้าน้ำยางแตกเบรกไม่อยู่去南边其实也没位置。
对。哎，这辆车开不了了。刚刚的话呢，是为了想要把这艘船开到岸上，不让后续的队伍去开，然后导致自己的车呢又滑下去了。 过得也非常的谨慎。哎，这个车又裂开。这样堵住了，就只能从桥上过了。
들어가요 이거. 아슬라. 이겼어요. 구상. 아, 의료킷. 엔트로픽이 먹고 있는 그 1층 집으로 잡히게 될 확률이 있거든요. 이제 그 다음 서클은 물을 피해갑니다.
자, 숨이 얼마나 있나요, 아수라?
자,
숨이 좀 모자란 것 같은데요. 얼굴을 내미는 이유가 있겠죠?
자, 이 식생 사이로 도망가면.
그렇죠. 자기장 맞아야 하거든요. 일단은 상륙하는 데는 성공을.
This win goes out to the fans.
Meditate on that! High five!
My eyes are up here.
A bold message. I will not rest.
What's passion? What's pain? No shame, unfair. Hot game, fourth quarter, all that, don't break, keep going. Can't change me, don't change.
If it didn't break me, it only made me stronger. Can't phase me, I'm a legend when I'm locked in. What's passion? What's pain? Gotta lose before you gain, that's the game. No shame, unfazed, you just gotta keep going, that's the game, that's the game.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back to PGC 2022. It is day 3. My name is Toffees. I am joined by the intrepid duo of Porosaurus and Martin as we break down all of the action today. And gentlemen, this is the moment. We're past the halfway point. 5 to play today. It's where dreams are made or broken.
Yeah, for sure. In this case here, for me, it's also about luck now. At this point here, the teams on the top, they're so far ahead. You need to have your luck come your way. Also a little bit of green for the luck for some of the teams.
Yeah, a little luck of the, not a lot of Irish going on back here.
I know,
but,
that's true.
It's something.
Trying to give it to some of the teams.
Do you buy that, Poro? Do you think luck is a factor on day 3?
I mean, the way these circles have been acting, I mean, it'd be lucky if we didn't see the same thing over and over again at this point. But I definitely agree that they're going to have some things. There's going to be limited opportunities available. These guys are going to have to take everything they can get from them.
They have to take everything they can because there are only 10 games left to play in a best of 20. That means we're halfway done. Let's remind everybody about the journey the players went through to get here. It started all the way back at the beginning of the month, and it was a grind. Some of these teams, they got straight into it. They got out of that winner's brackets, but others had to fight tooth and nail all the way through the 14th to get here to the grand final to play in these final 2 days. Now, the journey at the end of the day doesn't matter. Everything went back to 0. Everyone had the same starting point, and we're going to talk about how some of those teams really made the most of day 1. Now, that day 1 was similar to day 3. We're going to start with 3 maps of Erangel and then finish up on Miramar. And we saw there were 2 teams in particular, Poro, that capitalized on that day 1.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, 17 just came out gangbusters, didn't they? And I wouldn't expect them to do anything different here today. They slowed down a little bit yesterday, but it's not like they were dropping points anywhere. Like, they were still pretty consistently climbing.
Honestly, with this 10.8 points per game in a final here is just unreal, right? And that's what we're expecting to. We're kind of happy that they're maybe slowed down a little bit. Otherwise, they were going to be running away with things, right? So
you say slow down, but that's like a Ferrari getting into 6 or something. It's still almost impossible to catch. 17 at a beautiful 108 to lead the lobby right now. Twisted Minds, 4 chicken dinners in that hopper, but still chasing 17, and that kind of puts into perspective just how strong those guys have been at the top. United and then Navi bringing up that back. And we're going to break down the highlights. We're going to talk about all of those top teams. In fact, I would say we can probably jump right into this idea of 17 Gaming in particular. They're the teams to watch, one of the top 3 performing teams on Erangel, and this is a team that is absolutely phenomenal. We got Show's last call. He's retiring at the end of this event, and then we got Lil Ghost, who is terrifying, haunting the lobby with his barrel sprays. Nothing seems to stop this man.
No, and it's honestly, I think it's going to continue here. They're the best performing team by far on Erangel, and it's going to continue, I think. So we're going to be having 3 games of that, and I think that's something that's going to be into a factor for them today, too.
Yeah, I mean, Lil Ghost is absolutely nuts. And I mean, have you seen any indication that they're going to slow down?
No.
Because I sure haven't. No. I have not seen anything that says this team is on the down slope at this point.
Now, I need your expertise. Okay. I know that you know the region. Yoho yesterday came out. They got 2 chicken dinners back-to-back to put them in a very elite club.
Sure did.
But it felt like their chickens were a little different, or some chickens were not like the rest, I guess is the way to say it. Do you think they can do it again today?
Look, It is what it is. They caught circles, but you know what? That's what you're talking about at the beginning of the day, right, Martin? There's a certain element of luck that goes along with it, where you want to. Every now and then you're going to get some circle favor, and you've got to make the most of it when you get it. Get those wins. Get as many kills as you possibly can. Now, Yahoo was able to pick up 2 wins off of that circle favor. Is it going to be enough to keep them in this thing? I mean, they still got a lot of work to do, Thomas.
It's also reading the circles, also what you're expecting from them, also what you want to play. And honestly, the way that they played both of the games was how you were expecting a team that had that priority, had that situation in the circle here. They're playing on the eastern side here.
29 grenades.
It is the best spot to play in these circles here. No matter what, it's the best way to approach if it goes east. It's a good way to engage if you want to go into the compound. They could have gotten more kills, but they wanted to secure that chicken dinner in the bag, so they didn't go for too aggressive and they didn't try to get out and easy. They wanted to secure those 14 points quite easily.
I mean, on the opposite end of the spectrum, you had United, who I would argue, look, they played great yesterday, right? They got a lot of points. They did what they needed to do. I would say that they should have gotten more. Like, they had 4 games in particular where they got, I mean, they had 3 Northeastern Miramar circles. Those are tailor-made for that team. They got the Milta Power circle, which they ended up getting the win. I mean, or the almost win against Yahoo. But yeah, I think they're going to be kicking themselves thinking about what they could have had.
No matter what, like 1 bad game here for 17 and 1 good game for United, they're straight back at it, like head-to-head in this case, right? Only 18 points different, and we talked a little bit about them. Yeah, they could have made some more aggressive pushes. They could have made some different calls, but still, it's 1 different call. It's 1 difference that could have made it, you know, maybe from a 8-9 point game to maybe a 12 or 14 point game for them.
United doesn't seem too worried about
it. I love seeing the 2 top fraggers on the team getting each other fired up. It's nice when the IGL can just sit back and relax
get some belly rubs
to get ready for things to start. Let's take a look at the teams to watch over on Miramar. We do only have 2 matches with them today, but a team that is different on this feature is Twisted Minds. These guys seem like they're the brain trust when it comes to playing this game.
They are the Miramar team right now. They, before going into this and before we started the final, they got 10.3 points per game in PGC 2022. They've been able to continue that, and just this is insane performance here. We're looking at so many points, 12.2 points per game on an average on Miramar. It's just insane. Also, the clutches we saw from Spyro yesterday, like, they played that so well, and they had to fight for it. Remember, on a really, really rare hard circle, they played around. They fought so many teams. TMA, they fought Question Mark, they fought Entropic, and then they had to take TMA on again.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've been positively nuts this tournament, but it hadn't just been this tournament, Mark. No. This is going all year, back to the beginning of the year.
2 years.
4 tournaments now, Twisted Minds. On the last day of play, they're averaging 12 points a game.
Yep.
That's absolutely nuts. United and 17 also doing really well, but they average about 6.2, 6.4. So that just kind of gives you a little bit of a notion of how crazy Twisted Minds is when it comes down to those clutch scenarios, those last-minute end-game scenarios.
Do you think they can transfer that over to a day like today, where we're playing 3 in the grassy pastures?
I think it's fine for sure. I'm not too worried about it on their case. I think they're going to be able to continue this momentum. They're also close, right? They just need to continue this consistency, because at one point, one of the 3 teams at the top, they're going to have a bad game, and that's the time. That's your time to jump. That's your time to pounce and maybe take the lead away from them.
And then we're going to get even more time watching 17 Gaming. We've got to talk to them a lot in the interviews. We get to see them a lot in the highlights. But I'm not mad about it, Poro. When a team is this, dare I say, perfect in their execution?
I mean, it's for good reason, isn't it? I mean, we're talking about them all the time because they're always up there. I mean, it doesn't seem to matter the map. They're still collecting points. And even when they do poorly, they're still coming out of there with either like a nice stack of placement points, or they're doing solo stuff like this, where you got Xiaowu just kind of 1v3 in an entire team. Insane. I mean, this is what 17 is bringing to the table right now, and they look so damn good doing it.
And it also blows my mind, Martin, when you think about this event in general and the fact that they're kind of playing with a substitute. This may not even be the starting lineup they wanted to bring here. No complaints, just dominance.
Yeah, and that's obviously the case when you're coming in here. You're missing potentially one of your impact players here, but your 5-star lineup is just this good. And also Lucas has been able to step up in a more fragger-heavy role, and we've seen that's really paid off. He's winning so many, if not basically all of his 1v1s, and also doing multiple clutches where he's getting 1v2, 1v3 duns, just like Xiaowu did in this game here versus United.
Yeah. All right, well, I actually heard we got a chance to check in with the teams that are performing at their best. Let's go over to Sam to hear a little bit more.
Most of the fans have left the fan zone because they're heading to the stage because we are, of course, getting ready to start day 3 of the grand finals. But Bolad over here, I pulled him aside before he went in because I wanted to chat to you. You were busy playing a stack of PUBG just now, right here in the fan zone. Are you a big fan of PUBG?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of PUBG, and I like the team Navi exactly. So it's like I think that it's the best team here, and I just hope that they will win here.
They're currently sitting in 4th place. Uber is one of my favorite players. He's obviously playing, he's fragging off. How good are you at PUBG?
I can say that I'm good at PUBG, but I'm just trying once or twice a week, just play something to improve my skills in PUBG, exactly.
So you're going to be watching the professionals today, getting some tips?
Yes.
You said to me this is your first time here at PGC, so what are you looking forward to the most?
To have impression about the game, to have like some memories about this day, because it's like my first day here, and maybe I will go to the final if I have money, of course.
I like that. And then what is your favorite map in PUBG?
Sanok.
Why?
Because it's like a little map, and there are a lot of loot, and I like locations here, and like how can I play it, not just pushing but hiding and something else like this.
Well, I thank you so much for talking to us. I'm going to send you off so you can watch the games. Thank you. Controversial map opinion there, which was quite funny, but I mean, there you go. So obviously the fans getting ready, getting excited. We got lots of fans here. They're all inside, which is exactly where I'm going to, because I want to catch the action in game number 1.
Well, I've got great news for you. Game number 1 is just about to get underway. I hope that gentleman gets some great memories, and I know 4 gentlemen who will probably be coming away with some big memories is E-United. This is a very young team. I want to call them the young guns, the future of sort of North American PUBG. Kickstart, the most valuable player in terms of fantasy. I mean, these guys look like they're pretty good.
Look, man, they've been taking it in the pants all year long for multiple years now in the battle against Sonics for first place, right? It's been neck and neck competition, arguments going for both ways, who's the best team in North America, who's the best team, and at the end, it always ends up getting settled by, oh, well, Sonics won PGIS, so therefore they're the best team. Well, now E-United is posed to make a run here at PGC, so they might be able to shut all those Sonics fans up for good.
Yeah, we'll see. Honestly, I'm excited for United here. One good game for them, and they're straight into it, and they're going to be pretty much tied with the top teams right now. Extremely close. We heard the fan talking a little bit about Navi. They need a couple of good games. They actually fell off a little bit yesterday, even though Example is still sitting very close to 2nd place. I think it's 2 or 3 points to catch up to Kickstart there, right? So Navi with some good games today, and they're going to be able to make it a 4-horse race rather than a 3-1.
You guys have talked about some top teams. In a second, I think they're going to show us the top teams for fantasy here amongst the casting team.
Dropping like a rock,
Xenox at 1608. Martin, you are closing the gap rapidly, and I am still beating Poro, which is all that really matters to me in the world.
Remember when I was in first, man?
Yeah, I remember that.
Way back
a couple of days when we were like 2 days deep into the tournament. That was great.
Well,
now,
when grand finals started,
I caught 13 games off to Xenox. He's obviously not here, but I'm pretty confident my team.
Well, let's give a big shout out to our caster from Down Under, who turns out to be on top with his 1608. Let's see as it continues. It is going to be fun. Hope you guys are playing along at home. Let us know what choices are or aren't working out for you. We touched on E-United a little bit. I think part of the issue that we had on scoring is Kickstart started slow. Flood has been on fire. But Na'Vi yesterday, you brought them up. They were not the Na'Vi we saw on day 1.
No, they tried to fight a lot of fights, and they didn't win as many as they did on day 1 here. The question is, are they going to be able to put themselves into some better spots, a little bit more maybe circle focus rather than fight focus, and maybe some little bit more luck in their case, 1 or 2 circles going their way. That could be a totally different now compared to what we saw yesterday, because they can't continue this, otherwise they're going to have, even Yahoo could catch up to them quite easily and take 4th away from them.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. They got caught up in these early game fights, and I don't know whether or not it was on purpose or whether it was just bad luck during rotations, but they never saw past Circle 4 after game 1 was over. So like you got to make it to the late game. That team is so good once they get in those late game situations. We saw in day 1 how they can just kind of shepherd the entire lobby right where they need them to be. And as he said, Example one of the best there is out there. So I'm hoping to see Navi kind of pick it back up today.
So I'm going to pivot away from a team talk for just a second because I have a question. It's a simple question. We watched all of the players in the gun quizzes before the game today, and they knew every game or every gun. They've clearly used them all.
Nuts.
But when I watched them play, I even asked 17 across the board, hey, what guns do you choose? Like, I'm trying to figure this out.
Right.
Every one of them seems to use the barrel.
Right.
Tell me what it is about this gun in particular that is dominating PGC 2022.
So especially for LAN, right? It is the best gun when you're coming. Also, it's most available in terms of the AUG and the Groza that you have in the crates only. But it's the best gun in terms of close quarters combat.
Yep.
One of the fastest guns to kill. Time to kill is super fast on it. And yes, you maybe can't hit as much when you're shooting at cars, but it's not their focus. They're going to take out their minis. They're going to take out their SLRs. See, even when they're doing drive-bys and so forth, they're even taking out the mini and the SLR, shooting them on the higher ranges. So they're much more focused on those really close quarters fights to win those, because you will almost always win a barrel versus an M4.
On land, 7.62 superior.
Makes sense. Well, we're going to see a lot of barrels, but I can also tell you that we are going to see some amazing PUBG, and we're going to get it started right now. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Day 3 of PGC 2022.
在本次 PGC 如果能夺冠的那支队伍，它首先是一支状态起伏不大的队伍。我认为我们队伍很有机会。
На первый день мы заняли 3-е место. По результатам второго дня мы находимся на 2-й строчке общей таблицы. 1-е место наше.
So yesterday we managed to get top 3. I think it feels really good to finally prove ourselves and our ability with all of the competition from around the world. If we keep this up, we are in contention for first place, and every team around us should look out.
第二天当中，我印象最深的应该是属于最后一把。我们当时在一个圈边的位置嘛，然后被刷出去之后就很难，通过种种努力吧，活到了第2名。不管什么时候，我们永远是对所有队伍最有威胁性的一支队伍。
Из 10 игр мы выиграли 4. И я рад, что мы выиграли игры, которые мы должны были выиграть. Я думаю, что мы готовы выложиться на 3-м дне и показать нашу лучшую игру. Мы будем стараться занять 1-е место.
So the first half of the finals is over. Going to the second half, we're looking to make the stage ours.
我们一定会守住第1名的位置，一定不会放弃夺冠的机会。
Hello, PUBG friends. We are moving into the second half of the PGC Grand Finals. We are, you guys know us at this point. It's too much hair, no hair, and we're going to be looking over a very hairy leaderboard.
Yes, absolutely. This leaderboard is much hairier than I am, and that's okay. That's the way it should be, absolutely. I mean, I think it's, in some ways, maybe a 3-horse race at this point. Navi still has a shot, but we need to see Navi kind of spring into action again.
Every single time we think that, it feels like suddenly they manage to step up. And because we were kind of having that conversation yesterday, right? Where it was like, okay, yeah, E United's not really in the thick of it, and now they're back into it. I feel like we're starting to see a slide in some cases, though. There's a lot to be looked at here, and specifically, who still has the gas in the tank, or who has at least managed to find like an extra fuel canister and a refill moving into this last half.
Yeah, exactly. You're typically allowed one not-so-great day in an event that's like this. That's 4 days long, 20 games. You can have like one day that you put up not a lot of points, and then you can bounce back, have big days the rest of the days, and still come through with the championship, but that's all you get. You can only have one. That is the minimum.
Whenever we say that, it's like, whenever you're in the top 4, it's like you can have a kind of bad day. Whenever we look at the points per game that some of these teams are putting up at the top, I mean, whenever we're talking about like, 8 points per day is a bad day.
Well, yeah, I mean, 10 points per game is going to put you at least in contention for the championship. Usually if you're 11 or 12 points per game, you have got it in the bag.
Well, enough of our pretty faces, as we are now going to get everything set up and move into our first game. More and more tension's going to be mounting, and we are going to be going through a ton of action as all sights are now set on that trophy and who can make it in through this first game of Area.
Well, yeah, I mean, you really got to keep your eyes on 17 today. Erangel has been where they have been absolutely dominating this entire event. Not just this entire event, this second half of this year. They have been absolutely just phenomenal on Erangel. Of course, having control over Pachinki, lends it to their ability to kind of get to where they want to go when they want to, ahead of most teams.
Moving into this, I just want to point out, we actually do have a 3-way tie for our top killers. 20 apiece between Soul, Flood, and Lil Ghost.
Yeah, both of them averaging 2.0 kills per game, and Soul got half of those kills in one game.
True,
so
true.
I mean,
that
was pretty insane, and that was pretty nice. Danawa is probably kicking themselves a bit though overall, just with that game yesterday, not quite able to get there, but at the end. But Cerberus, hey, you got to tip your cap to them. Hisaki played the hell out of that ending. That spray transfer he had was absolutely phenomenal. So it is, it's a tough one for Danawa, who's closer to the top, especially at that point in this series. I think they were like 4th or 6th, somewhere in that range. And it doesn't look like we have too much going on. It looks like Twisted Minds.
The car duel still, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Twisted Minds gets one of them, and then Danawa gets another. So this time it's, it's even Steven. Sometimes a car spawns in that garage to the left of Salute. I didn't quite catch if it went there. That is really west.
Yeah, that's about 50% water, and that's going to make this markedly more interesting. We have seen a lot of Western circles, so most of the terrain here should be familiar to everybody and how the rotations are going to come in. This is far, far more compressed, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this one tends to lean more towards those fields or towards the south, but now we have an interview with 17 Gaming's Xiao Wu!
有，神秘感还是肯定有的，因为我们这次 PCL 赛区只进了2个队嘛，2个中国队伍嘛。最担心的无非就是交流方面出现障碍吧。我觉得只要我们交流好了，都会打得很好的。评价猛，很猛，好吧？因为他现在才打了10把比赛，他已经吃了4把鸡吧。我觉得就是如果让他进了决赛圈的话，他是很大概率会吃鸡的，挺厉害的。第3天肯定是想一直待在第1的，我还想拉点分差呢。然后第4天减少压力吧。
I am more impressed that synergized way better than I was ever
Went pretty
expecting.
Good. Yeah.
I know. I'm pretty happy about that one. 17 Gaming, pretty happy still at top of the leaderboard, but they still have some chasers that are after them.
No doubt about it. I mean, this is a really stacked team, of course. One of the big storylines is, this is Show's final act. This is his last event. He wants to go out and finally win a championship, to finally prove, since he's been here, since essentially day 1 of PUBG Esports, always close but no cigar, and this time around wants to find it. And then, of course, Lil Ghost has been absolutely popping off for them this event. Just a phenomenal individual performance. I mean, someone's going to have to call the Ghostbusters on this guy because he is terrifying.
Oh, man. That's actually a good one there. And here I was going to say the fact that he has a chance of like a full box of cigars, and he hit me with that. All right, so we do have the Expendables doing expendable things, and Phil First, guess what? You're about to potentially feel some bullets coming after you. He's got an idea on what's going to be going on. Question mark is kind of separated over here. The nades are going to come out. Going to get spotted. Shots are going to connect. Phil First is going to go down, and there is our first blood of the day.
Yeah, Phil First opted to try to fight that. He felt the pressure a little bit too much there. I think there's a world where he can get down behind that hill line and get to the cover fire of his teammates on the western coast. Wasn't quite able to get there in time, but that compound is pretty decent to play from, I find, as the game goes on, because you're going to be able to play out to it, and usually there aren't going to be teams that come behind you. You have some cover to work with. You're going to be able to put some pressure on some of those teams that oftentimes tend to get bunched up into that compound where TE just had the fight.
We have the different set of mindsets coming into a very horrific circle, as early rotators are going to be teams like Danawa and 17 Gaming. We have Navi that's already starting to make their pathing in as well. Looks like Twisted Minds might be starting to prep for it, but our Far Eastern teams, all of them are just like, there's no point. Everybody's going to get there beforehand, so it looks like they're going to be coming in much later, maybe trying to play that edge strategy. That means that we are going to see teams like Cerberus, TMA, Yahoo, Overpeakers, E-United all playing an edge strategy. That's going to get violent real quick.
Yeah, eventually. I mean, it just depends on how fast the water gets cut out, right? Like that, the edge teams might have more space than you think, and the center teams might get forced out earlier if it hard shifts down to the south or something like that. I mean, those are all possible, pretty unlikely, but, stranger things have happened, as we saw on the Miramar game, where it ended
literally right next to land ratio
The
terrain.
best game ever.
I mean, that was a great game. No, I mean, I absolutely loved it. And you know, circles here can end really strange. Not the best game, but
I've never seen that circle before, and it made me happy.
it was a really. I've never seen that circle in esports. But I mean, I think, you know, it can be tough. Sometimes those circles do crazy stuff, and like, there can be beach endings. I've seen it on this map. I've literally seen a circle end on that peninsula to the west of South George, like all the way out on the edge of it. So, you know, there is those rare games that do like to make an extreme circle.
I do have flashbacks every once in a while to those old school days of PUBG Online, whenever water was still invulnerable and we had those incredible beach fights. The beach fights were always fun. It was the water that was always the problem. It'd be nice maybe to catch some beaches. I know that a couple of our teams were wanting to do that over here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's, you know, again, you'd rather play on the beach end, right? A lot of times, a lot of teams would prefer to do that because you're much more likely to have your backside clear. You can kind of, you know, take the fights that come to you or take the third parties that come to the other teams, those kind of things. So you're really able to kind of dictate your own pace. And this is a viewing party in Bangkok, Thailand. A lot of big fans in Thailand, as we saw at PNC. We had a great time there. The fans were absolutely incredible.
Yeah, always big fans of any of the events. And yeah, Thailand was so much fun. So big shout out to everybody that is over there right now. And you can see they were all like coordinated and everything else like that. I find it interesting like how different regions all have like their different like celebrations and like little side things that they've got going on. Like I know that the inflatable like sticks or popping them together is getting to be much more common over there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, everywhere in, you know, Asia, Southeast Asia, they got those clappy sticks, whatever you want to call them.
I don't even know what the word for them is. I like them.
Yeah, they're great. I mean, they're wonderful because they make a ton of noise. That's going to be a great pickup here for Twisted Minds for that Groza early on, a team that, you know, obviously I think a lot of people are really eyeing with their 4 wins in 10 games as somebody who maybe should be winning this tournament, you know, and they might be by the end. And putting that into the hands of Lou, you know, is absolutely nuts. He's been incredible so far. He's actually been their top fragger. Now, that being said, Twisted Minds, they're a really well-balanced team in terms of their kills.
Minds.
They might have to defend.
This is a team that
no, I don't think Cerberus might turn into this if they get shot at.
Yeah, that's the whole problem is you don't know what Cerberus is going to do. Sometimes they go to the bullets, sometimes they go away from the bullets.
Well, Gak is open, so.
Yeah, this is the safe play without a doubt. This does make them actually one of the most eastern teams right now, with the exception of Yahoo, who's still playing east of Everest at the time.
Yeah, I was really hoping that Cerberus wouldn't crash that because that probably would have been not so great for them in terms of just how good Twisted Minds is. And I want to reiterate, in terms of, you know, their kills per game, their lowest is 1.2, their highest is 1.4. So Spyro and Perfectix averaging 1.2 kills per game, Batulin's 1.3, Lou 1.4. So I mean, in terms of like the total package, like this team has it. They are absolutely just from top to bottom insanely talented, insanely skilled, insanely smart players.
FaZe playing the numbers here. We've seen so many Quarry games. They're going to be pathing into the south. Jokes aside, this is just how FaZe do things. They love these long routes coming in. They are going to find a pretty open area. They are going to have day trade that's going to probably be about another 500 meters in front of them. There is nobody even close to United right now, so while they are coming in safe, making sure to check every single angle as they come into this one, they still have to the opposite side of Chopsticks before they're probably going to bump into anybody, which would be Cerberus.
Yeah, they got about a kilometer before they run into anybody, so plenty of space for United to kind of just see what's going on around them. I mean, you know, maybe they're going to kind of fan out a little bit here. They have the opportunity to do so, you know, claim some real estate. And there's a real world here where the circle might just really hard shift over towards the land, and, you know, they're just kind of in it for 3 or 4 circles on the edge where they can just vibe, you know, just kind of listen and see what's going on around them and try to make some plays for the later game. And, you know, they were talking today to us, and they were saying, like, yeah, we got some circles in the early game yesterday, but the later game, you know, we really had to fight for things and we didn't, you know, maybe live up to the expectations we wanted to.
Well, okay, so all this is going on. We've got TM that's starting to push up onto Everest. It looks like they're getting aggressive into Yahoo, but also TMA is going to be running right up next to Wildcard, who's holding down south of Georgia Pole. So with the shots exchange, it looks like they're going to step back down this one. Yeah, no real reason to be aggressive yet, as Lord knows where the math is going to go inside this circle. It looks like TMA does at least get by on the first part. Cal, you about to have some friends following him back behind this one. Is he going to take any shots? Now he's going to open up and not going to be able to do enough to stop it.
Yeah, it's tougher to spray the vehicles with the barrel. You know, we've talked about, and I think the Deaths did a great job highlighting this, the difference between the barrel and the M4, why some players prefer one or the other. You know, for spraying down vehicles, the M4 is the superior gun because of the tighter spray control.
Oh,
Matt.
What?
Matt, we might be going there. Where TMA is, circles can end there. It happens.
Yep. All right, it is time to just go absolutely wild. We're going to have a major press in. It's going to go full on Mad Max. Everybody is hopping inside their vehicles, and it is time to get to Georgia Pool as fast as humanly possible. Everybody is playing down in the south of it, and there is some of North Georgia that's in play, but everybody knows that this is probably going to lean into the south, so we're going to start to see a lot of people crashing into buildings, trying to compress in. We might even see a couple of teams that are playing out on the edge just say, there is no way I can make this work. It's time to just start getting some kills.
Yeah, Helen's going to light up some crossing members of Na'Vi along with Lambu here for Donawa. Not really doing a ton of damage. Vehicle damage mostly what's coming through here. There is going to be a run over off screen. Helen able to connect a couple shots. FaZe right behind Na'Vi as they cruise down the beach. Now there is a hill.
Oh my God!
They're just running each other over. Oh my God.
This is just massive. There's just bodies littering everywhere. Trying to roll into this one. It looks like DAY3 is trying to stabilize, but it's going to be Danoa that gets the vision into it. Spray's going to be popping off. Now just trying to move away. We're already down to 54 people, and we're just in circle 2.
Yeah, Soul's got to be so careful there. He almost got knocked for reaching out for going for those grenades. Now some counter grenades coming towards Salute, and I think Donawa would be wise here to back off of this fight and maybe start thinking about trying to regroup with their other two members north sooner rather than later. Aduzi and others now, QM getting involved, working into this TE mess.
Late rotator is going to be very, very beneficial in this situation. EU United is going to be coming in, finding an open compound just to the south of Everest, actually to the west of Everest, my apologies on that one, as we still see the continued rain of grenades and firefighting going on. FaZe to get into position that's going to be just to the west of where we saw TMA stop and the location that you were talking about, Paper, so this could be good. Now they just have to figure out, make sure that they survive, as there's going to be a weak Na'Vi looking in on this one. Danoa that might also be able to get some angles, and TMA so close. FaZe has got to play this one super safe.
Yeah, TMA has the opportunity there to reach out and go for some frags, see if they can get some knocks. Overpeakers is going to find Sparking out in the open in South George. Now this is a pub lobby inside of South George. At this point, everybody's just going to be scrapping and fighting, trying to get out of this alive. But TMA, there, because they control the compound on both sides of the road, they're able to reach out relatively safely to try to go for that hill. Now there's a hill on the other side where FaZe is, and that is a very powerful position if this keeps shifting west.
Yeah, this is just not going to go Yoho's favor. They're going to go ahead and get eliminated. 13 teams, and we aren't even in circle 3 yet.
I'm telling you, this can end right on FaZe. I mean, with the way that this shifted already.
I'm not even making a prediction. Usually I like to kind of throw my hat in the ring.
I've seen it, man.
I have no idea. I'm just going to say, why not the bridge at this point?
I've been there. I'm having flashbacks. I think it was PUBG Charity Showdown, or PCS Charity Showdown, I think, is when it happened.
I love the fights around those hills up there, though. That little peninsula, or whatever you want to say, islet that's sticking out, so we'll have to see how that goes. Question mark still playing to the south, and we have EU United that's going to be playing to the east. And this is just, I want to see this one closer. Just
he just hit him with the
rolls in. I mean, this. What do you even do in a situation like this?
I mean, it's just whoever can react better. I mean, it's just, that's all this is. This is all just instinct and, you know, raw mechanics.
The only thing that wins here is car damage numbers.
That's, yes. Unfortunately, those don't add to your actual damage numbers, so I don't think they do.
I don't think that that's fair.
I tend to agree.
At least we should count cars as their own independent entity then, and see how they end up on the damage charts.
Matt, it's doing it. We're going to that peninsula. I can't believe I said it at the beginning. I'm like, yeah, I saw a game go here once.
Good. That means the fact that we're in for a continued press as everybody is, we can hear the audience just audibly just like, oh my God, players, everyone, they know this is just going to get more and more hellacious for these teams. Now, our teams are kind of fortified up in Georgia Pool right now, and our edge teams are going to have to compress in more. And the more this continues to move into that one spot you're talking about, means the fact that this edge play is just getting more and more troublesome.
Yeah, and 17 Gaming is a good spot here if they can lock the hospital down. There are avenues to breach the hospital, but teams have figured out pretty good ways to lock it down for the most part. So now, you know, United trying to, you know, keep their flanks clear, do some damage to Entropic. Entropic gonna do a little in return. Twisted Minds just trying to get as close to this road towards this western edge as they can, because they know there's a decent chance that this is going to end up over in that area. So good job by Twisted Minds. The fact that they get there relatively unscathed is huge. They have made a really smart, really well-timed rotation.
I do want to point out Overpeakers pretty much has all of the north to themselves, and this is the, a team that really can handle a lot of very weird situations. So this might be an environment in which they can absolutely thrive. So if you've got your map open, make sure you're keeping an eye on how Overpeakers is going to be playing this one, because you know, Clib's driving around. Whenever you got Clib in a car, you talk about it all the time, Paper Thin, he can pop off, and there's going to be a lot of driving potential.
Yeah, all he needs is a car and an M4, and he's good to go. Lukaruk's going to be priming a grenade here at EU, but it doesn't look like that one's going to be anywhere near anybody as they have pulled up into the open compounds. Lukaruk's all on his own right now. The rest of Entropic is kind of driving around scattered. I think they're trying to figure out how to handle this.
Well, they also have Naileup that's ahead of them, and there's 17 Gaming that's taking shots into United. So this has just led to an awkward fight for everybody that's involved in this situation. Looks like Entropic is just going to move to the west and try to get around. Lukarux did get the knock, and there's a flush on Rello, but that's this is just harder and harder to deal with the longer this goes, because 17 is still just taking peppering shots.
I just love what Lukarux is doing here, trying to get an unexpected angle, but he's caught by Flood.
Red.
He looked away just at the wrong moment. Flood caught him out in the open. Soul with the M24, trying to find some damage into that fight over with Entropic, and a United QM still being boxed out by Donawa. Donawa's a really good position to gatekeep this.
Soul's got some, I guess, he's got some goals right now. He's got himself that multi lined up. Question Mark's got some goals as well, and they're trying to dethrone this position. Moving in, it is just not working out too well. Danawa's doing a great job on holding up, defending this hillside. They do have Entropic that's just going to be to the east of them, playing the opposite section of this hill, but it's going to be Question Mark that's trying to make the advance in. The circle is going to be popping. We all know where it's going.
Yeah, well, it has to remove as much water as it can, and that'll give you a pretty good indication of where this one's going to end. So now it's got some options. Now it did remove quite a bit of water. Good spray from Naileup onto Snakers. That's going to take him out of the vehicle. Looks like he's going to be unrecoverable. Kickstart gets a ton of air here. QBE tries to spray him out. Kick, getting a little bit of help from Flood. Finally, Ivis takes Kick out.
That was wild, the amount of damage he managed to get up while he was in the air there. Now we're going to have to see any follow-ups coming in as this Entropic United fight there doesn't feel like there's going to be any winners except for Danawa.
Yeah, great job here by Soul, at least using that M24 to steal some points. Flood now on the outside looking in, trying to find if he can get an angle onto Ivis. Ivis just proning and hiding. There's not a whole lot he can do right now without a little bit of smoke, a little bit of cover fire potentially. QE hasn't been removed just yet. Ivis trying to keep Flood honest, but Flood has been just absolutely nuts this event.
He's just kind of trapped out there, and he's seeing if maybe he can get something for free out of all of the cost. It's still going to be Naileup that's taking shots into him, as while we see Question Mark is going to be coming in. United does get eliminated, and now the press is going to come out for Question Mark. They do manage to get at least one down, but it's going to be Lambu that follows up after Salute's gone down, and Question Mark gets eliminated very quickly.
Yeah, great reaction there by Lambu to follow up off of his teammates' play. The knock, you know, QM was going to look to push off of it. He was able to just get right up there, get a good spray transfer with that 2x, and now you got Naileup trying to find anything he can against 17. Look at all the grenades. Everyone in 17 immediately switches over to frag grenades, and it is just raining. Fortunately for Naileup, he's able to sidestep it.
Just don't go over there anymore. That's it. Yeah, just Naileup, leave. There's no reason to be over there. Well, I guess you can't go this way either, as Soul's now made a problem, and Naileup, your life just got to be pretty bad, as he has nowhere he can really go. Danawa looks like they're going to press in, finish off the last two, and Naileup is just going to be found all by his lonesome.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful from Soul. Great push here from Donawa. They want to clean Entropic out. They want to get all these points on the edge while they can, and they are looking to get the last member. Oh, what a spray up and over right on top of Salute. You got a three-man line here, and it is going to be Lambu again, finding another big kill for Donawa.
Getting some assistance in the back end of that one, as it looked like 17 was taking some shots as well, but it's going to be the Freaks that do get a knock on a 17, but they're perfectly content where they're going to be at. They should be able to get the res. Most of our teams already in fortified positions right now is really, it's everybody inside of buildings shooting at everybody in the hills to the south. That's the name of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're one of these teams here on the south, you know, you're going to have to make a rotation most likely eventually, and really your only options are either to crash something inside of that city or try to loop around to the west and try to get to the beach, but that beach is completely controlled right now, so there isn't much of a hill where FaZe is.
Ghost just moved into Danawa, and they said, we don't even care. They're moving up, and it's going to be Danawa that's trying to defend. More nades going to be coming out yet again from 17, and they are going to connect. Helen's going to go down. Now, what are we going to see 17 do with this when the shots are still going to be coming out? And that's going to be Twisted Minds from so far away, trying to see if they can get more into this one. 17 wants to continue going forward, but it's not going to happen. That that's like what? I'm looking at this 250 meters that we're seeing the shots come into the net.
Oh, what great grenades from 17. Absolutely doing tons of damage. Helen had just been reds, and now they're all gone. The grenades are perfect from Xiaowu and 17.
17 now coming back to reset, trying to see if they can get to some safety. They want to get Ghost, and it looks like they should be able to do so. Those shots are still going to be coming out from Twisted Minds, but the angle is much harder over here, and you can see they just want to try to get him out of the spot. Looks like they are going to be able to get the res finally. Sport's going to be coming in, and the other two members from 17 who look like they're trying to get to the hillside to maybe take some shots into Perfectix, who's just not relenting.
Yeah, this is really, really tough for 17. Like I said, trying to get into the city is really, really challenging because everything's already taken. So you got to find some way to rotate maybe around to the coast. I don't know what their vehicle situation is like. Looks like there is a Dacia. It'd be best if they had more than one, as that Dacia is already
no helmet too.
Pretty, yeah. Things are bad for 17. I mean, in terms of just getting into the next circle, they've had a great game so far. 6 kills is absolutely great, given kind of the strangeness of all of this. But hey, let's see if they can make this run. I think this is going to have to be a clown car. I don't think they have anything else.
Yeah, and look at this. This is, all right, whoever's going to get the first spray into this vehicle is about to pick themselves up some kills because there's not much to be working with on it. Going to try to rotate around. Looks like it's going to be FaZe taking those first couple of shots into it. They have nowhere they can go, and it's going to be Cerberus that picks up one. Batulin's going to go ahead and flush it out, trying to roll in, see if maybe they can get out of the car before it explodes. At least one's going down. Vehicle is rolling. It's going to go down.
Yeah, Twisted Minds there has a great angle onto this, and with only one Dacia, there was just no hope for 17. Well played on the edge, good job taking down a lot, but yeah, just an impossible rotation there. You can see there's a lot of exposed terrain just to the southwest here as Cerberus just barely in, but inside of one of what you call the ice cream stands. This sucks. I mean, you've got kind of some healthy vehicles-ish. They're smoking, but you can at least drive them.
We do need to point out, though, that Twisted Mind has a massive opportunity here. They're pretty close to the center of the circle. Math should be favoring them in this. They are now only 12 points back behind 17 Gaming, so we might see this as a big game because you gotta take the games as they're given to you, right? Twisted Minds navigated this. They got into a position. They were the harassment into 17, and now they have an opportunity. How much is the circle going to let them exploit it?
Again, it's the timing and the reconnaissance that Twisted Minds does that has set them apart from other teams for the last couple of years, and you could see that this compound was left open by TMA because they retreated to try to keep FaZe boxed out. And I mean, to TMA's credit, you know, they were probably in the back of their minds thinking, this is going to this peninsula out on the west here, this very small peninsula. We need to play for that. And still, this is not a bad position at all for TMA to be in. The circle, though, doesn't have to remove water, Matt. This can go literally anywhere, and who knows? This could be, you know, hard shift up to the northwest still. It'd be extremely unlikely, but stranger things have happened.
No whammies, no whammies, no whammies.
No, we want whammies. How dare you? We want whammies.
More whammies. More whammies. Where are we going to? Is FaZe, you can see, trying to prep some type of movement. They're realizing they're going to go. Yep, that's going to be FaZe and TMA as well as Cerberus that'll have to move.
Just kidding. These circles have been anything but vanilla. But this one shifts pretty fairly towards the direction of, you know, the Freaks and Wildcard, Overpeakers as well, Twisted Mind. So now TMA going to have to make a move eventually. The corner of that fence line is still in, it looks like. FaZe as well has to figure something out. Cerberus, you know, again, they're going to have to crash something.
This is a big game for Overpeakers and TMA. They have the capability to pick up some pretty free points and start stepping into that 3rd through 6th place positions. Cerberus as well, I don't really put them in the same category as their position is a lot harder to move out of. They're going to have a similar situation to what we see going on with FaZe. FaZe is at least going to be able to use the hillside, roll right next to a crate that nobody is ever going to go for, and Fex is going to go down. And where are we going to see Diggory stop out? He's going to try to spin it around. Vehicle is going to be able to block him out, but that is going to be Overpeakers that has an angle into it. And now it's just going to be getting some suntans, chilling on the beach.
I like this, though. I think Fex can maybe get over to kind of that rock ridge on the coastline. He must get knocked as Cerberus is trying to find some way into this next circle. And again, there isn't much. Literally everybody can see them, and everybody knows it, that, you know, those are points, and it's a race to see who can, you know, farm them first.
There is a slight recess in the shore to the north that Diggory can probably swim or crawl his way to.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man. Okay, Cerberus, you don't even have any tires coming out of this one. This is... Smokes are going to be connecting, and now you can see it's just 3 different teams just lining them up. This is why I was saying that Cerberus not necessarily in that same hunt those other teams were.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, it's just you know, again, it's the other teams trying to scramble to see who can get the points first. Now, TMA trying to use the chaos here to see if they can sneak under the noses of Twisted Minds and get into their territory. Lash is going to find a point onto Himas. Jeems did get knocked for Overpeakers, but I'm not sure if that's resable or not, because Overpeaker, it looks like Jeems attempted to cross the street, paid the price. There's nobody there to res him just yet. Grenades start coming out. Twisted Minds has to change territory, change levels inside of the house, and yeah, so far nobody's knocked.
Every 17 E United and Na'Vi fan is presently cheering for TMA, hoping the fact that Twisted Minds can't pick up yet another victory and start making a runaway with this, creating an even bigger gap between third and fourth. Cerberus finally does go down in a hail of flames and explosions. TMA does manage to cross, make landfall, and now it's just going to be about TMA being the only moving factor and the only team not inside a building.
Yeah, Overpeakers tried to send Mexi to save Jeems. He got knocked for it. EN here. Oh my god, knocks abounding for Twisted Minds. Lou still has that Groza. Remember, he got that at the beginning of the game. Now he is going to start making it rain with those grenades. He's going to find another knock. There's a counter knock onto Spyro from Crazy. Twisted Minds, though, looking pretty good on this defense.
While all this is going on, Diggory does manage to sneak in. Lou's now moved down into the low ground. He knows exactly where they're going to be at. Spray's now coming out. Doesn't connect the way that he wants it to. Twisted Minds, they had the opportunity to move in. Go ahead and take care of what's right on the side of him, but the reses are going to be coming out. That was way too greedy. Now going to go down. Twisted Minds got the angle. They're keeping the control. KP now starting to pop off on Twisted Minds side, but Lou is going to go down. Having to run away. It's going to be Crazy that's holding the lineup.
Yeah, Perfectic's the only one who's on full health here, really, for Twisted Minds, and he's not quite full, but very close to full. Smokes have to come out to cut off the the Guangdong Freaks' angle. Now Crazy looking to go for that res. Yuppie going to scoot around to the back. By the way, when you're knocked, you can move around, and your teammate can still be resing you, just in case you didn't know that. Little PUBG facts here. Trying to catch Yuppie right after the res. Perfectix, Molly's out. Grenades, though, big from TMA. They catch two.
What can they do off of this? The circle is now shifted. It's going to be going to the east. Diggory hears this firefight, and he's moving in from the north. He's going to come in right back behind Twisted Minds. How are they going to want to handle this one with that damage coming out? It looks like Diggory has set his eyes more in that TMA direction. The shots are going to start coming out for it, but he has got to be careful. Now, several independent firefights are starting to happen around the circle as people are taking the shots, but it's going to be TMA still clinging to life over here. The throwables not coming out the way that they want them to, though.
Oh, this is unfortunate for TMA. They had an opportunity, and Diggory wanted points. He knew that this was the easiest angle to find a couple potential kills. He has been taken quite low here. Yuppie gonna let go with his last frag grenade, but it comes up well short. Overcooked on that one. Diggory, his last one. Let's see if it can find two.
Oh, they're making the push into it. I like this, reading the fact that Nate's going to be coming out, but it's actually going to be finally picked up by Crazy. He's going to get dropped off of Spyro as the resets are trying to come in. Now, what are you even going to do? Overpeakers now hopping the vehicle. They're making a directed send right into the wildcard lines. It's going to be a ton of people taking shots into it as we still have 4 teams up in just chaos that's going to continue to mount. 2 teams full stacked up in wildcard and the Freaks. Inside compounds, inside control. They've got walls. They've got everything, and it's going to be TMA limping in with Twisted Minds right next to him.
Now, a lot of other teams are going to be very happy that the Twisted Minds squad was halted quite effectively by TMA. Now, TMA isn't going to find the 3rd kill onto Spyro just yet. Maybe we'll see if Yuppie can get anything done. But, I mean, this is a really good effort here by TMA in a really tricky spot. And now Twisted Minds and Yuppie have to find their way into the next circle. So, wildcard. The Freaks going to be holding this angle down. Decent little shot there from Lash. Catches the jumping member. Ooh, Yuppie, though. Yuppie gets Perfectix.
That is going to be big. He's still just trying to take that last stab at the team that has caused him so much problems. They're continuing to climb. TMA is now up in 5th place as they finally do get eliminated, but they picked up some very needed kills as that is just a compacted section of the leaderboard. Twisted Minds, though, does get into the circle, and we still have 3 teams. It's a 4v3v2.
Yeah, okay, now for real, Twisted Minds has to leave, and you've got 3 members of the Freaks just completely tunneled in on that direction. Akkad watching for a flank from Wildcard. I can see Nikos out there at least flirting with the idea, but Akkad should have a pretty good hold on that angle, I would assume. We'll see if Nikos can somehow squeak his way in there, maybe get the knock onto Akkad and cut off that angle. Shots there from Greg, trying to see if he can catch Lou. Lou, you know, he's very smart. He knows that there's probably some grenades coming. Moves right over to the angle. Now Wildcard going to reinforce this side. A little bit opening damage.
Adam does connect onto Lou, and it is now just Spyro as the circle is going to be coming in just a few seconds. And I think that Twisted Minds realizes this is their death knell. There's not too much they can do. 2 teams, again, both of these compounds and all of these compounds and buildings that we're looking at, I have walls around them, have a whole bunch of different ways. Spyro is, he's really, really good, but I don't know what you can do here. Get a couple of shots on the Freaks who just revealed themselves in a bad way. That is the freest kill that he should not have been able to get.
Yeah, that was kind of a little bit of arrogance there from the Freaks where they thought they could make that rotation and they paid the price there. Spyro has just been money with these minis, so he's almost out of ammo on top of this, but still got a barrel in the pocket, and again, he's on the outside looking in here, so he's going to have to make a move eventually. May just opt to let the blue do the work for him, but I mean, what a game from the Twisted Minds. Truly, this is a really well-played game because of that maneuver they make early on in this game to take this compound, recognizing the open territory, taking the open space at a perfect time. That's Twisted Minds in a nutshell.
Questions are, who can pick up more inside this wildcard? Could use a climb of their own, similar to what TMA just did. Freaks want every single point they can get. Looks like Spyro is just going to go ahead and feed this one over. That's the smart call to do. I mean, he could have kind of like, I don't know, thrown his gun, and that's about the only other thing that he had left in the tank for that. Now, it's all about the firefight that's about to go down. Center point is going to favor more of the side where we do see wildcard playing from. With this, Gregshot has now moved into that northern position. He's trying to make sure that nobody comes out from the Freaks on that side. It's going to be a double up where we see the rest of wildcard trying to defend. Meanwhile, the four-man squad of Freaks are just a straight line trying to see if they can get any opening and any not.
Ooh, Gregshot takes a bunch of damage. Akkad still has 3 frags. He's got Gregshot pinned in that corner. If he can get these frags to land, Gregshot should be dead. That one bounces just a bit too far to get the finish. The follow-up here from Akkad looks like it's really good, but he had just gotten the first aid kit off.
Now Ian is down. Nikos did manage to turn this back into a 3v3, but it's going to be Akkad that does connect onto Gregshot, who's trying to fight for that centered position. With this, Adam now has to make a reposition away from where he was at. Nikos still just trying to hold up, make sure that he can defend everything that's going to be happening. Adam wants to try to get his teammate back up, but he is cooking. Viking Funeral's going to go ahead and send him to Valhalla.
Yeah, exactly. That's a toughie there for Gregshot, with Akkad still sitting on quite a bit of damage utility. It was just a really difficult spot to get out of. Nikos has been absolutely disgustingly good for a wild card this event. Does he have some magic here to pull it through for the side of the NA squad? And well, you can see Akkad he still has a couple more mollies in the bag. Adam has quite a few frags himself.
Okay, smokes are now out, and it's moving into that wall-to-wall, minimal vision, listening for footsteps. Throwables being the king of everything that you can do. Nate is going to connect, do some damage into this one. Adam just trying to hit some bank shots onto somebody. Molotovs could pay up really big, specifically in that choke point that you can see that they're trying to push through right now. The Freaks are going to have that Molotov land in front of them. Akkad still playing up top, as it looks like this is just going to be moving into an absolutely close range. You're on no vision. Nikos does get a knock. Now we shifted this back into a 2v2. Throwables now coming out. Adam's coming up to reinforce. Nade's going to be pretty close to this one. Is it going to be able to take down Akkad? And yes, it does. Nikos picks him up. 2v1, and Wildcard are starting to feel it.
Oh, they're pushing in, though. They might get a little bit too far in to make sure they get these kill points. Last year, trying to hold the angle. Hikari trying to give him information. Stun comes out. You've got a Saiga in the hands of Lash.
Oh, my God.
I think you should just switch to that. I think the range is going to be nothing but point blank the rest of the way. Spray comes through, he gets the knock.
1v1, now lined up, but it's going to be spotted out. Wildcard manages to pick it up, several kills, and finally finding themselves a good game.
There we go, a great finish there, a great hold. Adam doing a wonderful job with his utility, really making sure that that exit out of the fence line was completely under their control and that the Freaks had no ability to leave it.
Paperton, I'm not going to have a voice left. This is the way these games keep going. Between what happened yesterday and starting off today, this is what you want PGC to be. These circles are crazy, and the players are doing everything they can to handle them. And you can see adulations, cheers now starting to come out as that was a game, is about all I can say.
Another great game, another great performance there from Nikos. Again, the absolutely insane fragger for Wildcard this event. Just wonderful. And Adam picking it up there with some really smart, heady plays to really make sure that, again, the Freaks had no chance to get over that fence.
That was difficult. I do wish, though, there was a world in which case we could have seen an automatic shotgun.
I was hoping for it.
Win a game at PGC, and that would have made me kind of happy. I know everything about that game is going to make our desk happy, though.
We love exciting circles, we love exciting endings, and we love Wildcard coming out ahead in a victory brought to you by our sponsors, Utility. Those teams played very well in a very tough situation. Let's look back at how that match broke down, Poro.
I mean, when you see a Circle 1 like that, followed by a Circle 2 like that, it's just your whole mentality of the game shifts, right? You start thinking about, okay, what are we going to get out of this? What can we at least get maybe some kills, some kind of points, because it's just crazy.
The first thing you got to do is go as far west as possible, right? You're in a situation where you know that it's going to be a very, very western circle. Even when it's coming back in phase 4, all the teams in the southeast, they were like, we're not going to get into a winning spot. We're going to fight our way out of it. 17 Gaming did kind of well with that. We saw Dynamite do well with that as well. They squeezed out as many points as they could. In this case here, then they got naded by 17 Gaming, and then 17 Gaming trying to. I actually like what they did to try to get a car on the western side and try to take that face clan spot, but it was half HP and they got blew up.
Yeah, it was tough, man. It was always going to be a tough rotation for them, and to be fair, they collected a lot of points before they went down, which is why they're maintaining their top position right now. Because Twisted Minds had a beautiful spot until it fell outside of circle, and I guess I gotta imagine I wish they would have got more kills from that. But you know what? It's still a lot of points. They're within what, 3 points of first now, I think maybe.
Yeah,
we'll have to see when the leaderboard pops up.
I mean, I think with circles like that, any team that managed to make it to the top 5 and pick up some points is pretty happy because of how difficult it becomes. You saw, for instance, United came in late and just had no options once that second shift happened. Let's look at the top 4 teams' performance in that match. Wildcard does walk away with the chicken dinner and 9 total kills. Freaks, though, I think played really well from that building. I loved watching a COD sort of lock Greg shot out. They were planning well. I just don't think they were quite ready for that bank shot grenade at the end.
No, I don't think so either. In this case as well, I was actually expecting a little bit more teams try to kind of send it into some of those blocks of South George.
Yeah.
Because there's so many buildings where you can kind of breach into, but both Freaks and Wildcat, they were able to hold it down. Wildcat took out Overpeakers where they tried to cross the road, and even in this case here, when the blocks are so far apart, you have your buildings, then you have your walls, then you have a big grassy patch where you have to use like 5, 6, 7 smokes to even get across, right? So it's quite easy to defend if you're able to commit a little bit of utility to it. And as you saw both Freaks and Wildcat do, they managed to hold their kind of separate blocks to themselves until they then had to fight in the end.
I mean, even early on, we saw what happened when you try to crash into it, when Yahoo tried to send it in. Right. They just got absolutely roasted. So, I mean, you wanted a lot of the stuff that may work in your regional lobbies, a lot more difficult to get away with this in this lobby, obviously. But, again, credit to Wildcard for holding on that north side. There was a lot of teams that were trying to make their way in from the north, most notably Overpeakers. Yep. I mean, that was just a big clutch late game there for Nikos.
I do think the teams that got to this end game owe a little thanks to Overpeakers. They were like a big burly bully up on the north side. Everyone went away from going into there because they were just spread out in a death line for anyone who tried to crash. Let's take a look at the points and how they break down. 19 going the way of Wildcard. Twisted Minds, who just is the picture of consistency, walks away with 13 second. The Freaks are going to be able to get a little bit of a climb. Donawa as well. The big one for me is 17. They let some points slide here, Martin.
Yeah, a little bit, and it's for the greater good of everything else, they let the foot off the gas a little bit. I gotta say, Donawa here in this case, they had some really good team wipes. They played extremely well, and also in this case, when you're able to get top 4 without getting any placement points, that's always super well executed by them there.
No, it's huge for especially Seoul once again. And, you talk about 17, kind of leaving a little bit. Still, 7 points is huge. I mean, that's in a circle like this, obviously it's great. But then you look at United, 1 point, Navi, 1 point. Right. I mean, we're talking about this coming in. You can't afford to have those slip-up games where you're getting 1 or 0 points because these guys are still climbing every single time.
That's true. I mean, they did come in 17 with a 70%, I think it was top 5 rate at the start of today. And let's be honest, 200 meters difference, Twisted Minds might have been adding another chicken dinner to their leaderboard. Sure. Instead, Wildcard does come away with it, and the all-star who's really shown up in this event and is showing a lot of potential going forward for the region, Nikus, looking amazing.
He's scary in land, man. He's performing. He's out here really proving that Wildcard is here, and they're obviously not happy with anything outside the top 10.
I mean, Nikus is one of those guys we've been talking about for a long time as being like the next potential big superstar from North America, or well, I guess from our newest transplant to North America. But you know what? He's finally showing up here in a big way, and yeah, that jumps him all the way up to 5th. That's not too shabby.
And we were sitting over there chatting with Sam in the green room about the games, and we're sort of like, this is good. Another team is going to have to climb the board. And I was skeptical about Wildcard because they were so far down. But I think that really shows, Martin, just how close the mid-pack is, because one big game puts you into the hunt.
Yeah, look from 5th place all the way down to 11th. 51 points to 64. It's 13 points. It's one good game and you're straight into it. And it's tens of thousands of dollars difference, those placements there. It's crazy.
And I do. Oftentimes we're tempted to sort of watch those big 3, Poro, and sort of the race to the top, because that is what the whole year is about.
Absolutely.
But Martin brings up a big point. Tens of thousands of dollars for a team like, let's say, Yahoo, who is non-sponsored, that could be an entire year of training and ability to really focus going into 2023.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that could be the difference between a lot of different. I mean, that's them basically taken care of for the next couple of years for sure. And again, you see Wildcard making that big jump. Yoho did it yesterday. But at the end of the day, you know, we're still looking at that top 3, and it's starting to get farther and farther away because Twisted Minds, 17, they just don't have 0-point games. They don't have 1-point games. They just always manage to collect points to add to that total and separate themselves even further.
Okay, go ahead.
It's feeling very much like New Happy Heroic last year. Like
okay.
It's becoming a 2-horse race, so they're running away with it right now. More than 20 points difference, down to 3rd. Somebody has to stop them, and there's 14 other teams that's looking at it too.
I'm gonna take a brief chance to look away from the top 3 to ask a few more questions. The team that we saw in that game put in some work was Overpeakers. You got to remember during the interview, how can we not remember? Before this started, Jeem said we're not playing together anymore. Mixie literally went up there on stage and said we hate each other. And in a game that is all about communication and synergy, how is a team that quote unquote hates each other doing so well?
They're still half the points of first place, so
yeah, but
I mean, they technically
Look, you can hate each other and still know how to communicate.
Still frag like a monster.
Yeah, he's like, hey, there's a guy in that window, jackass. You know, like he can still find success. I mean, all 4 of those guys are still extremely talented players that have been playing together for a long time. It doesn't matter if they hate each other or not; they still know each other well enough to know how to play the game at this level.
They're not gonna forget how to play the game. They're not gonna forget how to win the 1 versus 1, right? No matter what. In this case here, I have a lot of trust in these guys. Remember, like 3 of these guys, they started 5 years ago in Oakland, playing in 3 different teams.
They're absolute monsters.
It's crazy. These guys are legends in the game, and they played for so long. So they know how to do this and know how to execute. And the reason why they're not on the very top right now is maybe a little lack of synergy, and maybe but they hate each other. You know, even a little bit sarcastic. They might not feel that the team synergy is exactly where it should be.
A team that does depend on synergy and has got some questions around them right now is Donowa. We know that that's the 1-2 punch. Salute and Soul, a very good team, but a lot of questions have been asked about Lambu, his ability to sort of lead the team and keep into the right mental state.
He popped off this game. Four kills in that one. He had a clutch in a situation where he maybe shouldn't have won it versus question mark, and then they continue further on there. I honestly like what I'm seeing from them so far. Soul, honestly, in a case where he's one of the top 5 players performing right now at this event here. Top 3 in the kills throughout so far in the grand final. He's been stepping up, and I think no matter what, we can't really forget Dynamite. They're going to end up like they usually do in the top 6.
I mean, they just seem cool as ice, don't they? I mean, even when things are not going so well for them. And I mean, you look at yesterday, they could easily have been tilted off of that game that they should have probably won. But they come in here today, first game, looking pretty good. And as you said, Soul is just, what can you say about the guy? He's top fragging right now.
Yeah, they might be 9th right now, but they're 5 points from 5th place, guys. It's extremely close. Again, that's like $50,000 for 5 points, right? One kill is $10,000 at this point, right?
It's insane to think about.
It's extremely close because we have our sponges in the top, right? The guys, 17 Gaming, Twisted Minds, EU United at this point here, they've taken so many points that there's so little rest for everybody else that it's going to be extremely close for outside the top 4, 5th and down.
I do think that this is a great time when we look at some of these teams, TMA, Donowa, maybe even to a certain extent United, is teams that as we look towards 2023, even if they don't necessarily lift the trophy, if 17 dominates, these are very strong looking teams that have put up really, I think, a great indicator for PUBG Esports going forward.
Yeah, honestly, I like what I'm seeing from Team. I give them a bit of rough in the start of it because they haven't been performing in PCS in Asia, but they have experience in the team. Shanghai, PGI 2018, winner with OMG and Line KK, like legend in the game. They've been playing for so long. Crazy also, like these guys have so much experience. Yoppy been popping off for the team too. Like these guys have so much experience, and that's why we're seeing them 6th place right now. Yes, they're not contesting 1st place right now, but still they're within striking distance of a lot of money.
Yeah, that's not a team you want to run into in a dark alley for sure. Like I don't care how well they're doing on the leaderboard, what the leaderboard says, whatever it is. Like Martin was saying, that I mean, there's such a distinguished pedigree for every single one of those players on that team, and I mean, I expect a pop off from them at any time.
You bring up pedigree. Let's take a look at the Freaks. They know what they're doing. They've done it for a long time, and even that master's class we got from Akkad on how to like isolate Greg shot with grenades and then keep his knocks framed off with those Molotovs. These guys understand this game intimately.
Yeah, they are, but I gotta say they made 13 points in day one, guys. The game that they had just now gave them more points than the entire first day.
Yeah.
So right now they're in uproar. They got 20 points yesterday. So if they continue this, they can jump into maybe top 10 if they continue.
And, you know, it's interesting because you go and you look at some of the message boards over there, and there's already talk now about, you know, what teams are going to, you know, do and what players are going to go where and all this, that, and the other. These guys obviously don't think about that just yet. I mean, they're still in the midst of these grand finals, but, you know, again, this is a team that I think they could be really good together. Like, I think they just need a little bit more time, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I have a lot of faith in Akkad, and I had Ian on my fantasy team, man. I was really believing.
Yeah,
and,
I honestly, Lash K and Ian, they've been, especially last year and in the start of the year, a lot of high expectations to them, and they've been showing it. But then they get to PGS Asia, and they just get dominated by, you know, the Chinese teams that have just been on another level so far.
Absolutely. All right, you saw the trophy over there on the stage.
About this one.
Let's talk about FaZe. I know you know these guys. I'm not really sure what's going on with them, though.
No. I don't know either. I talk to them, and they don't know either themselves. So, no, of course, they have some insights, they have some ideas, but right now, they're just not hitting the mark at this point here. Again, two legends of the game. Gustav and Etsy also at IEM Oakland 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Gustav played on Wind and Rain, and, you know, Etsy played with Method, Andy Pyro back in the day before he then joined FaZe. Now the longest standing member here left from 2019 era of Etsy, right? So these guys, 15th place right now, 37 points. It's just not good enough. We're expecting them to be at least top 8. We expect them to be one of the contenders right now. But yeah, they haven't been performing and popping off as we would love them to see to do.
Especially to say what Fex was able to put together at PNC, right?
Oh yeah,
I mean that was an insane performance.
We know what they're capable of individually, right?
So you know,
and I think that's the problem for them is they know what they're capable of. Gustav is an incredible leader, and they have to be frustrated. I mean, the fact that they got into this in the last moments of a grand survival, do you think that took a toll on them? The fact that they had to go that deep in to get through?
It just can't, right? You have to be able to mentally reset from that. You have 2 days off. That you take maybe one mental day, and then you take the next day, and that's where you start prepping up and really getting into things. On the other side, one fantastic game, one win with double digits right there straight into the top 8. So I'm just hoping that they're able to turn this around today before it's going to be too late on the last day, because that's going to be really hard to catch up then, right?
I understand, guys. I'm with you, but we are making sure that obviously the playing field is even. We're taking care of some tech stuff, and we'll be right up and running in just a couple of minutes here. But let's keep meeting the teams. Wildcard came away with the win there. I got a little worried. Adam seemed like he was jumping the gun on some of those grenades he was laying out in that last match, but it didn't matter. They played it perfectly.
No, I was looking at Adam. I was like, he has 3 nades and 2 Molotovs. That's going to be easy just with the utility. That's literally going to win them the game. They just needed them to get off their kind of inner side of it, but then they bounced off a few nades here and there. They got an opening knock, and then they got another knock with a nade, and then they could go aggressive with it. He used it a little bit early. For my taste, I'd probably waited, but then again, if you get held out or if you get into yourself, all that utility is going to be on your dead body rather than being used in action. So
and then 17 will sneak up and probably loot it somehow. That's
in the next game.
I think 17 just starts off every game with 5 grenades, right? Like on each of them. I mean, it was an awesome finish from Wildcard, and kind of touching back on what we were saying before, right? It's so awesome to see, you know, for having us in the Americas talk about Nikos for such a long time now and be like, oh yeah, I mean, this guy's actually cracked, he's nuts, you should really watch him, he's going to be the next big thing. And then you get here, like, meanwhile, in the back of our heads, we know, like, okay, well, he hasn't been on land. We haven't seen him on land yet. Right. What's he going to do when he gets there? How's he going to take it? And, like, so far, he's taking it to it like a fish to water, man. It's so much fun to watch.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a rough start. You feel a little bit of sick and stuff with it, but now popping off here in the final. Yeah. Honestly,
you like the jerseys, Martin?
They probably weren't maybe on the cusp for the grand final for me, but they came here and made my mind. Honestly, they played extremely well. Day trade, I love that. Looks good.
It's a good look, isn't it?
Honestly, I think Paper, he matched with them yesterday. Should have been yesterday, and then they would match perfectly. But yeah, Day trade, 2-time PCS champion here, and these guys, the 1-2 punch Flash Nerds, high expectations to them. Still on the cusp here, they can breach in the top 4 if Na'Vi continues to have a rough time. But in this case here, I really want to see them pop off. One good game and they're into the top 5, top 6 easily. There again, this huge mid pack, because we have all these teams in the top that've been able to take so many points. 2 teams in double digits. our mid-pack team's on 50 points, right? So 10 points, 12 points, 15 points, and you're jumping, you know, $50,000 worth of placements.
That's a lot of money, man.
I mean, and we're only a game in. At the end of the day, if any of these teams can sort of do what maybe Yoho did yesterday and piece together a good run, they can get right back into that mix. We've seen 17 let go a little bit of slack.
Yeah. A lot.
Twisted Minds is going deep every time, but they're not necessarily getting quite the points they want to. The fact that they have 4 chicken dinners, but haven't managed to get that first place position. Now here's a team that has given, I think, a lot of ups and a lot of downs. It's been a bit of a roller coaster with them, Martin.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
Ivis, one of the most bot players when it comes to fantasy, and everybody's watching this team because of that. What's your take on them?
Are you telling me he's bought because they have high expectations to them, or because of the price?
Well, he was cheap.
He was the cheapest player.
Means that that's a lot of eyes on him.
And there, you know, a lot of people watching are emotionally attached because they have him on the team, right? So obviously they're expecting some good things from them. I told Naleb walking into him here before the game started, I said to him, Naleb, today, only focus is get me as many points from my fantasy team as possible, because I have Naleb on my team. And yeah, they yesterday they fell off 10 points compared to the 30 on day number 1. It was actually looking pretty good day number 1. We're like, okay, these guys have come to play. They're potentially going to be able to stay within the top 8. But right now, 13th place, 43 points, still one good game, jumping into the top 8 easily. But they gotta do that. They gotta get the ball rolling here. And if they don't do it in day 3, it's going to be hard to catch up to the other guys in the mid-pack and other teams in the mid-pack that are still rolling the ball slowly forward.
2 more Aaron Girl games to go, too, that they can kind of try to... unless, of course, we get some wheels off circle like we did last
Entropic is actually worse on
Were they really?
Yeah, 3.8 points per game compared to the 6.8 points per game on Miramar. So they're actually a Miramar team if you look at their PGC 2022 performance so far. Yeah.
Now,
besides the Grand Finals.
Sure.
Another team who has done well on Erangel in the Grand Finals so far, Yoho, they got those back-to-back wins yesterday. And I was informed that their mascot is not a chicken for everyone at home. It's apparently some
Gloucester Canary, man.
Is that like a canary from
Gloucester
Gloucester?
Canary.
It looks like a gangster bird, right?
Looks like a canary that played for the Beatles. You know?
Okay.
Well,
either way, these guys have sort of blossomed a little bit into Eagles. They've been playing very, very well. They do understand positioning. And it is setting them up for a big year ahead. Now, someone who understands positioning better than I think anybody else in the game is Batulin and Twisted Minds.
I love Twisted Minds, but I actually want to talk about your whole little bit quickly before, because we've been talking about them so much, right? And we're going to have plenty of opportunities. Right, I want to talk a little bit about your whole here. What I love, I played a few games, competitive games with Balefrost. This Mind is something else. Like, he remembers kill feed players, what happens around, and like, you can be, there's 23 players left. Like, I talked to Wolf, like, there's 23 players left. He's going to be able to tell you what teams are alive and how many is on each team.
Well, I know 2 other guys who can tell you exactly how many players alive and who's left on each team. It is the Titans of Talk. Let's go check into game number 2 with Paper Thin and Matchroom.
Thank you, Toffees. I don't think it's really fair on our side because we get a nice little observer client.
Yeah, we get to cheat. We don't have to. It's not like the players where we have to like mentally keep track of the kill feed. We get a little assistance. That being said,
let me tell you, whenever I play PUBG, how mad I get that I don't have that God mode still.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I will say I've gotten okay at it, but I'm still. I mean, in a 100-player lobby, forget it. I'm not even trying in a pub lobby. But you know, when it comes to fights, I try to keep track of things a little bit as best I can. And I mean, our players though, they're experts at it. That's why they're here. They, you know, these IGLs in particular. You know, a lot of them. You know, you may not see them in the stat sheets as much. I think that's something a lot of people need to consider, is that IGLing in PUBG is absolutely one of the most difficult things to do in esports there is.
Yeah, and there is also the secondary factor we don't get a chance to talk about too much, which is the inadvertent benefit of having your IGL die first and sometimes putting themselves in more riskier positions due to that.
Yeah, I mean, there are IGLs who play like that. You've seen Jeems do it a little bit this event. I mean, PO, of course, is kind of the GOAT of doing that as a solo. But some IGLs play back, some play forward, some are in the mix. It all just depends on what's comfortable for them. Oh, God. 777. Does he have a gun? Is he driving at this? Okay, no. Okay, he's pulling out. I think he was looking for maybe somebody screwed up their shoot and could run him over, but did not get that opportunity. I thought he might have a gun because that was playing with fire a little bit there.
I always love it whenever somebody blows the horn as they're running away, or specifically right before they run over somebody.
That's the must. I mean, that's like, you know, that's a given.
It bothers me when people don't do it. It just feels wrong.
If only you could turn on the radio. And my friend and I do this sometimes in pub games where we turn on the radios in the car and then we send them down hills at people to sound bomb them so they can't hear what we're doing as well. Yeah, it works.
Well, you can see the circle is more standard, I would say, than last time, which is, I think, a sigh of relief. I mean,
sure.
Again, we like some fun circles, but also let's not break the servers.
Yeah, that one right there was pretty wild. I mean, we've had a couple really wild ones in these grand finals, so you know, maybe we've gotten those out of our system. I'm not sure. With me and you on cast, Matt, you never know because we just seem to absolutely bring chaos every time we're together. So it is what it is. I mean, again, the way that Nikos and Adam handle this, it's so well set up, and I got to give a ton of credit to Adam, the IGL, for wildcard with the way that he dictated the pace of this. You know, using his utility to make sure they can't get out of the fence, setting up Nikos for the angle. And then they're going to push here to make sure they, you know, get these points, see if they can catch, you know, maybe a res happening potentially. You know, some players might feel like they're comfortable enough to go for the res in that moment, just because you wouldn't maybe necessarily expect somebody to cross this this sort of dirt path. But yeah, Lash gets the first one, but by that point he has not much health, and one bullet from the barrel gets the job done.
Small thing I want to point out that, again, in the thick of a lot of this action, notice whenever Adam got knocked, he instantly reasserted himself, looked directly at who knocked him down, moved to the side of the wall so that way whenever Nikos, whenever he went for a peek or anything over there, would have some type of extra shield and body block.
Yeah, you can do that too, yeah.
That is so useful at the end game and can often turn a fight entirely.
Yeah, sure. And I mean, you can literally use your own teammate for cover, absolutely. And you know, those bodies completely block bullets. There is no bullet pen in PUBG except for Windows. So
I use Poro for that all the time, except for the fact that I kind of try to put the bullets through him whenever he's trying to pass.
Yeah, he deserves it. You know.
It's just sometimes, you know, whenever you're playing with your friends,
just shut him up right as fast as you can. You know.
One of my favorite moments, I think, was whenever we were looking around for stuff and everybody was getting really geared, and he couldn't find a level 2 armor. So every single time he would find a level 2 armor, I would sneak away and shoot him to damage his armor, so that way if he wanted to look for another one.
That's pretty mean there, man.
It was so hilarious.
Whoa.
And then he turned around and shot me. I'd run over there and then go find another one.
Massive BM there, my man. All right, well, you know, it's all good. All right, we have another viewing party. This one in Vietnam from the X Stadium in Ho Chi Minh City. So, I mean, a wonderful PUBG region. I mean, you saw what they did at PNC this year. The fans there are absolutely wonderful. And they've got some great teams. They've got some great prospects. You know, I think the future is really bright for Vietnam for PUBG Esports.
Man, they were so coordinated. Like, I guess the other groups are just like having fun, relaxing. They're like, no, we are going to show how supportive we are of our team.
I like it. I mean, I appreciate the coordination.
Hey, what's up, Vince?
That means you've got, you know.
What's up? How you doing?
You know, you've got those cheers. You've got, you know, the leaders that are kind of starting the chants. I mean, you know, at Korean esports events, they always got the fighting chant at the beginning. You know, all these kind of things. I really love that stuff. I mean, it gets the crowd fired up. It gets me into it. You know.
I mean, that's kind of, you love all the independent chants that happen everywhere. You're like, we're Americans, so I don't have like too many chants. It's more just like one of those things.
Yeah, what does America do? The wave? Oh, that's cool.
Oh yeah, no. Usually we just pop open a beer. That's kind of what we do.
Yeah, that works too. All right, well, 17, just going to take these blues and Lil Ghost on a mission. This is one of those solo scouts. Lil Ghost is I think the primary IGL, I guess you could say, and Lambo had no idea, and he's the IGL for Donawaso. He is done and dusted. It looks like Soul is out in the ruins, no hope of getting to him, and this is just, I mean, you know, this has been a problem for, you know, a lot of the teams. I'm going to say a lot of the teams where these solo scouts get picked off, you know, by another solo scout or things like this, and that's all part of the game. It's part of your research that you're doing beforehand. It's part of the preparation. You know, where is your opponent likely to go? If they're going to do solo splits, where are they going to be? Can we pick on that?
Flash, you are so close, hiding in that shack right now. And he's got Navi that's just up on top of him. DAY3 kind of running a 1-1-2 split. The other two not here yet. I guess maybe they're just waiting for Navi to scout this one out. And yep, gonna hop back in vehicles and now say, okay, guys, it's okay to come now.
Yep, it's just Flash doing a good job there. You know, using his ears to make sure that everything's safe. Great shot. Why you gotta run over a moo cow? I don't know.
Because he only did 24 damage last game.
You gotta. Poor Cow. He's been playing really good this tournament, but that last game was definitely Nikos and Adam stepping up big. And yeah, okay, no problem. At least, again, if you get run over, it doesn't do damage to your armor and your helmet, so you got that going for you.
I'm just lucky he didn't do a whole bunch of damage to that car. Whenever you hit a cow with a car, dude, that's just like...
Yeah, I can tell you as someone who is from Wisconsin, which is a state that has a lot of cows, that cows absolutely do bad things to cars. Deer too, but cows are oof.
Yeah, they are absolutely massive. Lucarux, though, trying to be massive in his own right, taking some shots at Punich, who looks like they're going to recruit just in that area around North Rajak. So with this, and Tropic now running a 2-2, is over Peakers are going to be coming in next to them one. Looking like Yoho is going to get control over here of this high ground position inside of Rajak. Most of our teams pretty comfy cozy, as I think, FaZe and E United with TMA going to be the last teams rotating in?
Yeah, it looks that way. I mean, this is a decent little spot for Yoho to get some information towards that western area of the circle. You can get pretty high in that 3-story house, so they are going to use that as a leapfrog point here. They recognize that this garage compound is open, so over to this one they go, and this is just a really smart, diligent kind of IGLing here and decision-making from Yoho to put themselves into better positions for a more likely late game where it's... And also they control the bridge now. If this does have the less likely shift to go north, I'd say probably a 60-40, 65-35.
And again, I want to reinforce what the desk was talking about because it is massively important. When we look, Wildcard just 2 points ahead of TMA, just 1 point ahead of Yoho, who is tied with Overpeakers, who's just 2 points ahead of Donawa. 8 kill turns this in so many different directions. And now it's going to be about how these teams can make sure that they can rally, find these areas. We've been talking about it at the very beginning, and it's not going to stop. Can you make sure your IGL's got that? And if something goes wrong, who's your superstar that can step up and find a way?
I think that's really well said by the desk and you. Is the middle of this pack is, one big game. All of a sudden, you're making tens of thousands of dollars more. So you're looking for that. James going to get spotted out here by TMA, and that's unfortunately been a sad story for old Jimbo, as he has been trying to do that. Again, we talk about it, that isolated IGL kind of leader recon role. Hasn't always gone the best, but Punich got Yuppie. A couple big headshots in there, and that's a free point as he snuck up on the TMA, and Yuppie
Thanks him for the car. It's like, appreciate it. Now it's time to go TMA. They're going to bump into Overpeakers as Rajak is starting to become, I think, more contested than most people are expecting. 777 knows where Hisaki is and just playing this one careful. But hey, guess what? Na'Vi knows where you are as well, as this is just going to be an exchange of knocks just all around this area.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting little spot that these two teams find themselves in. This is southwest of Pachinki. I see teams fight over this hill a lot, and it is good territory. It is good reconnaissance that you can get to your north in particular in this circle.
I do want to point out, how far were those shots from Na'Vi while we're watching FaZe do what they're doing? Was that like 600 meters into TE?
Like more like 700.
That was ridiculous. Just to even hit any damage. I know this is cool what's happening here with day trade and everything else, but Na'Vi just hit some ludicrously long shots.
Yeah, hopefully we got to replay that because that is dumb. That is just ridiculous. All right, FaZe though.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna say it right here. Look, TE is over in Everest. Look where Na'Vi is.
Yeah. No. That's ridiculous. That's some of the longest range shots you're gonna hit in any PUBG game. So. Circle is going to definitely go southwest. Maybe we get the mountain finish. I would love a mountain finish. I think they're some of the most exciting finishes in PUBG Esports because there's a lot of different ways that teams can approach it, a lot of different angles and opportunities that present themselves if it ends on top of it. So fingers crossed maybe we go up there. And 17 on the move. Twisted Minds just now... well, they're actually sort of behind 17. Xiao Wu is trailing pretty far back behind the rest of his team.
Yeah, this is interesting as we also have Na'Vi that's on a similar path right now. 17 looks like they're going to cross. COD is going to get spun out and go ahead and get run over on this other bridge as Entropic is still going to be holding down the quads over here. So, Twisted Mind's going to be rolling up next to 17 as they're going to be making their stop as Na'Vi is also trying to explore this area and they're going to realize that's too hot and heavy, so it's time to go away. Suju's going to take some shots, but it looks like he's not going to get too much more out of it than that. So with this, Twisted Mind's going to use distraction and move much closer in Everest.
Gak is free. So we saw this with Cerberus in the previous game, and now Na'Vi is going to use their opportunity to find some free space.
You know what's better than having all three of our top teams in here?
What?
Let's make a fourth as well, as United is coming into this path, and they want to join in, and they're going to be just to the south of 17. Looks like they're going to be trying to path right in front of them. Well, this fight, and is going on right on top of Everest.
That's exciting. I mean, if this starts going southwest, Himas got Batulins down and out quick with that barrel headshot. Finds the connection. They're trying to go for the res. Himas there. If that grenade bounces properly, it just came up short.
Oh, that was on point, though. Looks like he's going to try for another one, see if maybe the Molotov can do him a little bit better. Looks like it's not going to get there either. Just about a meter or two with the angle on that one. Could have been able to establish it. Twisted Mind's going to do damage control right now, but at least at the footholds and at least in the foothills, too, of Everest.
No helmet there for Batu, so he's going to have to either find another one or pray he doesn't get hit by a 7.6 bullet in the face. And now Perfectix trying to drive up underneath Cerberus. Cerberus doing that long split across the ridge line of the top. You have TE with 2 up there, 2 down below on the eastern side of Everest. And United has taken this radar. We saw them do this previously in the grand finals where they like this spot, and I totally get it. I really like that spot too. If the circle does end up going into that field, it is a power position, no doubt about it.
It's a kind of gamble on where people think that they're comfortable from. E United had a pretty decent game in that position. Also want to point out Wildcard gone back into Georgeville because they just had a good game over there. Twisted Minds is still staying around Everest as we do have Entropic take those shots. Can Soul manage to juke it? Oh my God! What? Soul! Fancy feet, man.
Oh! The triple Lux from Soul gets him out of the firing line of Entropic, and Helen saves the day.
My boy can pirouette.
That is worthy of a ballet. That is beautiful from Soul.
I mean, just keep it on going, dude. Follow him for a while. Apparently, that's where all the shooting's going on. We do have a couple of shots that are going out. Really, it's just the continuation of what's going on top of Everest, as it is going to be Cerberus that's looking down on Twisted Minds, TE that's going to be holding to the east of Everest. Rotation's going to be coming in over Peakers down the south, and Hope looks like they have set up a trap. See if maybe they can pick up some kills, but it's actually going to be Liv
telling you
in a car that gets a knock onto it, and finally Shinboy does manage to get down Bard, but that's actually after James gets down Sparking.
Well, Shinboy and Punij are out in the blue, so this is even worse. James is just going to drive at this. He caught a glimpse, and this is only one member of Yahoo left. Shinboy able to pull off a heal, and nope, he is going to be finished by Clib. Great job here by Overpeakers, recovering in what looked like a good setup, a good trap for Yahoo, but I'm telling you, there's something about Clib. He's the best I've seen at shooting out of cars. He just absolutely is.
All right, well, let's see how this is going to continue moving forward as Entropic is moving in. And hey, you are getting it. The circle did pop, and it looks like we are definitely favoring Everest.
Let's go.
So now it is time for everybody to send it in, find themselves some Sherpas, and find a way to sneak into this circle, as we already have multiple teams that are crashing in. You can see Entropic just made a point for it. It looks like E United might be coming over into the west. We still also do have crates, so there is the potential for a crates game. Let's not forget that one.
How dare you? How dare you deny the mountain game from me like that?
I'm down for a mountain game. I just wanted to point out that they're still there.
You're trying to curse it. You're trying to get it.
Crates game really bad.
Crate games are fun too. I will say that those are fun, but the problem is that if it ends in the open space between the mountain and the crates, then it's kind of bleh.
Yeah, that's the absolute worst that could happen in the situation. So for our players, that's likely what's going to happen.
Yeah, right. Now we have willed that into existence. E United trying to make a rotation into these sort of ridge lines. It looks like somebody took their hand and like clawed the side of this mountain, and so you can find some of these valleys that are on the inside of it, find enough space for relative safety. With the trees as well down there, give you cover from some of the teams that'll end up inside of the crates, inside of those areas. However, Tycon and Himas have a phenomenal angle. Actually, excuse me, they've got Batulins down and out, and Tycon here has a good angle on top of EU, so a couple grenades in the bag, but this is too far for a frag. I'm pretty sure if you throw one down there, you can maybe hit a reload. I'm not sure if you could get it all the way to kickstart.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I think it'll blow up before it gets there.
Takes too long. So when we're looking in, I was going to say, 2 members for E United did manage to get in that rock cleft just to the north of what we're looking at, and that's how come they're kind of hanging out. The other 2 members looked like they were trying to set up, but with the lack of shots, I guess that they were trying to set more defensively. They've now find themselves in a quagmire, trying to figure out a way to get out or reposition. Really, it's just the top of the hillside, but with 4 teams up here, this is a hard place to try to survive.
I'd like to see Cerberus try to blow up this vehicle. Start just popping shots into it, just make it unusable. Just kind of see if you can make the cover worse for E United. I mean, at best for E United, that the dossier doesn't really change too much in its position, but it could flip and roll in a direction that kind of exposes them to Cerberus when the smokes run out. And now, yeah, Tycon has a knock on to Snakers, caught him out in the open. Relay smokes are going to go. A frag has been let loose, and you can see that one bounces just a bit too far. It's just so far down that hill. It's further than it looks.
Yeah, and so looking at, remember that we just got a spot up with Overpickers a second ago. I wanted to point out the fact that off of their 4 kills, they just did a massive climb up the leaderboard. They just needed 1 or 2, and they got 4, and they're still eyeing other ones. E United, though, is just still having issues. It's just going to be Cerberus that's just continuing to harass. And Twisted Minds, yes, they are the closest team, but they're kind of content to let this keep on going as we are going to continue to stay Everest.
17 gaming fans are cheering behind us, and absolutely it's a decent little shift there, but still keeping the mountain in, still keeping the kind of ridge line, especially to the southern side of it in, and the Freaks making their move towards one of those valleys that's on the side. Salute has spotted, I think, the Overpeakers here. Probably just going to trail them. I would like to see them coordinate this with Soul to catch them in a crossfire, and indeed, he's got it. He's got him out in the open. The 3x barrel spray is beautiful from Salute.
Good. Well played out of that one. Now they've taken some shots, though, and the problem is that Na'Vi heard that. With the way that this circle popped, it actually can be a benefit for E United, who are trying to right themselves, as now they're starting to be much more of a hillside fight, and targets galore. We have Freaks that are coming into it, as well as having now Wildcard and Day3 who are playing that area in just south of Georgia Pool. They're taking shots into the mountains to see if they can weaken somebody for their cross, but these firefights up on the top of it are getting even more spicy. As you can see, there is an exchange between TE and Entropic.
Well, TE still in a 2-2 split, so that's a lot of pressure to put on your players in Phase 4 with so many teams having to come through this mountain area. You either needed to retreat sooner or try to just, play for the edge, play for the points. Day3, well, they're trying to drive in as well, and the Freaks spray isn't that great, so now Day3 has an opportunity to maybe punish them.
I'm worried that Cerberus is spread way too far up on the top of this one, as now all the teams are starting to come in. Talked about the fact that it's like somebody raked their fingers down it, and you can see now it's just finger versus finger fighting, as it's just going to be exchange of bullets between everybody that's going to be over here. Quandown Freaks do go out, as it is also going to be 1 member up for Day3 Neurons that's going to be very close to United.
Yeah, as dangerous as this can be for Cerberus, they're doing an absolutely masterful job of controlling their space. No one's gotten knocked. They're playing their life really, really well. Isaki sitting on a bolt action up top. Salute's got the Mark 14 in his hands. That's a big piece of utility. EU still fighting, still trying to scrape in as many points as they can. I mean, again, you don't want to see this become a 2-horse race between Twisted Minds and 17, but Salalzi has other thoughts.
Yeah, Cerberus just going to continue to harass down onto E United. Tropic finally gets eliminated. Wildcard's now starting to stretch out more and more. Nate is going to come out from Snakers to go ahead and finish that one. The south is calm. It's chill. Twisted Minds, here's what's going on to the west of Cerberus. They're, again, just content to let this continue to go on. We have Question Mark as well as FaZe and 17. They're playing to the south of Everest. They're kind of chill. The only thing that could happen is this 2-2 split, or I should say 2-1 split that was going on with TE might be exploited as Na'Vi is starting to make a push in.
Yeah, Navi's got to make a move, and they're the only ones that are kind of on the outside looking in currently. Donawa found enough space on the eastern edge of the hill, so they're going to load up. Phase 4 Blue is going to tick them down a bit, but they should be able to get back in, no problem. Going to pick up some speed here, looking for some kind of space that's open. This side of this hill has just enough room to keep you safe from 17 compound, and that is going to be their stopping point. So nice little maneuver here for Na'Vi. Should be okay for now.
And the circle stays
yes.
Everest. So teams that were holding down inside the fingers don't have to make a wild rotation through, but now the teams that are in south that have been comfy, cozy, comfy no more. As shots are going to start coming out. It's going to be 17 Gaming realizing where Na'Vi is, and yet again is going to be Xiao Wu that gets an opening knock.
I just love how aggressive 17 Gaming is here. The circle shifts away from them. They got to clear space, and it's a follow-up grenade from Xiao Wu that has found a flush and yet another knock. Mel was on a sliver of health, found the first aid kit. Smokes are abounding here for Na'Vi. They are trying to stabilize.
FaZe is using this in the distance just to cut right in between them and Question Mark. Rolling in there. It looks like they were trying to see if they could sneak through. They do lose Gustav in all of this, but they're rolling down onto this. Suju realizes he steps in, gets the knock onto FaZe, and FaZe thought that they were going for a comfy position of their own, but it is instantly denied.
Yeah, Cerberus as well getting involved here on top of FaZe. So FaZe tried to third-party this fight a bit and instead got cut apart as they tried to walk in, and Suju positioned himself perfectly. Fex is going to find the knock on Suju, though, in response. So let's see if 17 can recover some damage, indeed, keeping Fex, pinned behind that hill.
And TE is appreciative of everything that 17 has just done with Na'Vi, as now they're trying to regroup right next to Danoa's. You can see Helen is looking down into them. We do also have Wildcard that's trying to crest, and the other side of it is finally Cerberus is starting to regroup some. Two members now trying to make the push up into this area, but Danoa is going to lose one off of it. It's going to be Ninja that finds it. Ximple also in range does take down Shu, as there's just so many firefights. They're so important right now.
Helen just kind of lost track of where the far most left player from TE was. It was Ninja 2K, and Salute had seen him, but apparently the information not well transferred over, as Wildcard wants to wipe both of these teams out, wants to scrape up some more points. Salute realizes that this fight is no longer in his favor and is going to try to skirt around the edges of Wildcard, but you see Wildcard being really diligent about checking all these angles, sending Nikos down. It's a solo mission, and he's going to pay the price.
Salute does pick him up. We still have the firefight going on between 17 and Na'Vi down to the south, as it is going to be Uba going down. Ximple is going to get flushed out, so 17 does maintain control, and so looks like they're going to be able to find a path. It's just going to be Fex that's going to be holding them out. Mel, the solo up for Na'Vi, is just going to hunker down and try to hide. Salute, though, what the hell did he just do to Wildcard?
He is going ham. He has got 6 kills already. TE now has gotten their res, and they're trying to finish the job. He gets a little bit of a heal, took some damage, it looks like, from a grenade. Levi is going to follow up. This could be the end of Salute. No, it bounces too far, had too much steam on it, and getting past him, Levi's uses his last frag to see if he can get the finish. Once again, way too far here, so Salute still alive, still has an opportunity.
He is making this work. 6 kills. I don't even know what happens when we get these solo plays from Danoa, but they find a way to make it happen. Vex now trying to jump through the smokes, hide themselves. It's actually going to be QM at range that spot them. QM looks like they might be trying to move in and could potentially hold out 17, depending on how the pathing's going to go.
Yeah, I mean, QM really wants to keep everybody to their northeast out of this circle as best as they can. Mel is trying to cross the street right now. Looks like he might get there. 17 is getting hit by grenades. It's a doozy. First one, they get Sha Wu, but Sho opens up onto him, makes a pay, but a good grenade from a doozy. Finds a finish, finds another knock, and it's just Lil Ghost.
Last one up. He's trying to survive, and his eyes are set on Na'Vi. He knows where he is, and he's like, okay, if I'm going to go down, I'm at least going to take somebody that is in the chase with me. Nade's coming out for it. Lil Ghost wants to try to stall out what's going on with QM, but there's a lot of shots starting to come over here. Dante starting to move into this angle. Mel wants to try to move into a gatekeeping point for it. Now, Lil Ghost, what are you going to try to do? More throwables still coming at you.
Great timing here by Dante, recognizing that the lack of aggression from Lil Ghost likely meant that there was going to be an opportunity that he was going to try to take to get the res. The res is going to come through as Dante's grenade came up just a bit shy of finding the mark on a 17. So 2 up and running Lil Ghost and Show. Superstars here for 17, and they're going to watch QM drive away and try to get closer in the circle, but I can see Twisted Minds now starting to put some fire down into question marks lines.
They've been quiet for a while, but now they're going to have to start getting more active. They've got control over that southwestern section of the mountain and have the pathing to work around. Spyro prepped up the nade, and that smoke is just going to be a giveaway position for it. Rello does finally find out Salute, so the hero play coming up from him is going to go down. Spyro also going to get spotted out, as it's going to be Cerberus still up on top of that hillside.
Cerberus is just absolutely just neutral party in all of this. They want to take as many points as they can off of whoever they can. They're doing a great job of it. Lil Ghost, and he gets some help again. It's going to be Tycon this time who gets the knock on to Phil first. That opens up space for him to cross the road. Has to prone down as the drive-by is coming through.
Oh,
he got the knock. He got 2 knocks.
He got bounced out, though. He's now off in Neverland. Dante's now jumping out. Show has to look back in, figure out what's happening with it. And you can see Dante. He's just trying to go for the flushes, but it's going to be Show that finally does take him down.
That was absolutely outrageous that Lil Ghost got 2 out of that spray. Just disgusting. Yes, he got run over, but my word, did he make question mark pay for it, and a great follow-up from our veteran Show. Just wonderful to see him perform like this in his final appearance in PUBG Esports. There's something special about this team right now.
We still have our top 3 that are still alive. The issue is Cerberus and the Expendables hold the mountainside and have all of the vision and all of the control. Don't forget about TMA either, clinging to life in that lower section. So, as they're limping in, it's going to be 17 Gaming that has got to be very careful. Show has so many different people that are looking at him. His nade's now starting to come in EU United's direction, and they just cannot find a way up this hillside.
No, Isaki's doing a wonderful job. I mean, it's so steep. It's near impossible for EU here, unless they could somehow get over a ridgeline. Maybe they get lucky. Someone takes the pressure off, but not happening, as there's kills happening on both sides here for Cerberus. I mean, they are all over the place. 12 kills now.
My God, look at that jump. They just took down Twisted Minds and EU United at the same time.
They're in 5th place now. This is crazy.
All right, Cerberus, I'm on. I'm in the bandwagon now. What can you do from here? It's going to be the Expendables on the other side that are going to be the threat. It looks like they're now moving down, trying to replenish the nades, utility, everything that they've got. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a whole bunch on there because it's not like United could throw anything up this hillside.
Yeah, no way. yeah, those was again. It's just too steep.
Yeah.
I mean, this part of the hill is just way too steep. Duckjuice is going to find Shanghai, so TMA gone. So it's Show versus the two Vietnamese teams. Our two APAC representatives still left in this particular game. 9 kills though for 17, and a third place at worst is not something that anybody else wanted to see here. As I mean, 17 is.
They can't have a bad game.
No, they can't. Not on Erangel.
It's impossible for 17 to have a bad game. 3rd place, 9 kills. Oh, darn. That is just the absolute worst.
Yeah, this feels bad, right? No, not at all. I mean, Show here is going to just try to stay alive as long as he can, hoping that, Cerberus and the Expendables are going to start fighting, and that'll open up an opportunity for him to make the cross. Now, Saki is trying to kind of watch his position. Show there, still waiting. It looks like he found a vehicle, actually. He's making a drive.
Where is he going to go? I guess he's going to try to wrap into this
tough.
one. Cerberus actually can have a massive come up. It's not quite done yet. It is going to be Duckjuice that does pick him up. So, with this Cerberus, now you've got the lineup into the Expendables. You know where the enemy is, but God, this is a complex section to have a fight.
I mean, this has just been a wonderful game, and if Cerberus can win this, what a cap on an absolutely beautiful performance, controlling the top of this for the entirety of this game, basically.
And Navi needs to be scared then, too.
Oh, yes, they do. No doubt about it. I mean, it'll be 3 kills, and then, the leaderboard does kind of already add in those second-place points, so 4 more points, 7 more points, they'll be right behind them.
Yeah, and it's going to start getting even more and more nasty as so many teams are starting to creep into that 70-point range. Saki going to go ahead and prep up the nade, start to do some fishing here, throw them out. Does connect into it. Now Cerberus has momentum. Gonna go ahead and toss another one down there and see if they can get it. Gonna go too far, but I mean, hey, that's a hard throw on a hillside. What is Cerberus now going to do? Are they gonna make the charge in, or are they gonna play it slower? Looks like they're still just gonna continue to rain down damage.
Yeah, TE needs to clear some space with some grenades of their own. Duckjuice, this is the last one that he has. If he can find the knock here, it'd be huge. He does get the knock on to Saki. Ninja's got another one, but he's gonna go down to the blue. It's all on Duckjuice.
What can he do now? It is a 1v2 situation. Back up against the wall. Don't forget the fact that they're already sitting at 7 kills. He plays the low side of it, picks up another one, 1v1, looking up the hill. He's taking a ton of damage. It's just Himas up there, and Himas does take the victory.
Huge control there at the end from Himas. Just had a better angle with that rock, able to stay undercover a little bit more, but man, oh man, Duckjuice almost single-handedly wiped out Cerberus to win that one. What a great finish.
That's a big one for them, too. I mean, Cerberus, this is a massive come-up, but the Expendables needed some points, and they picked up a lot of kills. Don't ever forget about Duckjuice. We talk about superstars all the time. He is trying for his team so hard.
Yeah, I mean, I said in an interview before this event that if there was any team to watch out for that could surprise people, it was these boys right here. Cerberus has an absolute ton of firepower. I mean, they have great leadership, they have great coordination, they have Tycon, the up-and-coming superstar, and this is a well-deserved, well-earned win. That is not an easy position to lock down like they did.
I am still just astounded that what they were capable of doing. That is, I don't think that I've seen a team be that dominant on Everest in a long, long time. And to do it with the teams that they were competing against, that were trying to push up and kill so many good ones at the same time, that's just absolutely mad. And I know the desk, where are we going? Cerberus is so hot right now.
Thank you, gentlemen. Well, if trends continue, we're going back to that part of the map on the next game. But let's talk about this one, as Cerberus adds a second chicken to their count for the grand finals and dominates from the top of the mountain.
Hey, you said it going into today that you got to make the most of the luck that you're presented, right? Cerberus takes the top of Everest, and they just run it from there, right? I mean, it was just a ridiculous amount of points that they were able to pick up for themselves. And, I think they got a little bit of help as well with some of those weird circle shifts, too.
Oh, they did? Yeah, I mean, in general here with Everest, I was just looking at it, I'm like, okay, we're going to have a top of Everest ending, but unfortunately, it did go down to 17. Happy for 17, but still not so good for everyone else trying to chase the very top guys. And then FaZe Clan, Na'Vi, they tried to take them down here, but it's just insane. Like, Lil Ghost is just too good.
I mean, look, 17, Na'Vi, FaZe Clan, QM, all of them, and they still had one left alive. Like 17 is
if
just
it wasn't for the car,
they can't be killed, man.
They
They're
can't
the
kill 'em with
unkillable
bullets. They
demon
gotta
kings.
use cars.
It's ridiculous.
It's like
really
Hulk
was.
trying to throw cars. You know,
Right?
like, oh,
No, but it really was.
Everything
I mean,
you can.
In that fight in particular, we saw Na'Vi fighting with 17, and FaZe was like, oh, we'll third party this. And then 17 somehow turned themselves into the third party in that fight. Like, they just seem unstoppable. And then, end of the game, we go to the top of Everest. A nice little standoff between the Expendables and Cerberus. Poro. Cerberus looks good. Tycon, I think, turning back on a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it helps by having the top of the mountain and nobody really kind of pressuring you. I mean, Twisted Minds was holding on to that eastern or western edge rather, and you had fights going on the eastern side. I mean, Cerberus was able to take over literally the entire top of Everest, take care of everything on the north side, third-party things onto the south side. 3,154 damage.
That's a 3K club.
3K
club.
How many of those we got?
Not many.
Not many.
I don't think we've even got one. 12 grenades, but only one smoke. If you can win a game,
One smoke.
if you can win a game with one smoke, in my book, you're using the terrain to your advantage exactly how it should be. Executed perfectly in this situation here. And we saw it, and these guys have been proving it to us throughout. Also, what we saw from Haisaki yesterday, that double headshot, some of the nastiest spray frames I've seen so far here at PGC 2022. And now them wiping multiple teams, maintaining control, and staying 4 guys alive for that long is just super impressive.
I mean, group stages, it was the darlings of APAC, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's all we could talk about was, oh my God, how much this region has just kind of stepped up and found their place here at international level competition. And then it kind of started slowing down a little bit during the beginning here of the grand finals. But, you know, this might be one of those games, obviously. I mean, we talk about that big game that just kind of snowballs your confidence that you can pick up off of. And all of a sudden, everything that was wrong is now right. And you feel confident in pushing and taking your own destiny into your own hands.
Best week of Xenox's life. Let's take a look at the match leaderboards. 24 points for Cerberus going their way, and yet again, 17 Gaming comes out with 14. Question Mark does get 9, but Martin, I swear, it's felt like half of Europe was working together to get rid of 17, and they just couldn't do it.
They did, eventually. With some help.
With some help.
But yeah, 3 teams did try indeed to take them down. Honestly, the way they played on that compound, they were trying to like kind of just make a good play with some smoke, get across the road, but everybody else was trying to gatekeep them. We saw Na'Vi trying to gatekeep. We saw Question Mark eventually obviously getting our car kill on Lil Ghost, but Lil Ghost was just insane. Xiao Wu did insane, like 14 points there. Yeah. If somebody doesn't stop them today, they're going to be unstoppable for the last day.
I mean, that's one of my problems.
Oh, three points off the 1K club.
Oh, 3 points off the 1K club. I mean, this is big, though, and when we talk about 17, it's because all 4 of the players are doing well. Cerberus hasn't been in that same conversation up to this point. We've kind of always talked about 1 or 2 players popping off. Everyone was coming through.
I'll tell you something. Start of the day, they were in 9th place. Now they're going to be in 5th with 3 points behind Na'Vi.
All right.
It's actually nuts.
Poro, 129 points up on the top. Twisted Mind still trying to close that gap, but 17 seems unstoppable. Wildcard, who we just saw up at the top of that, like in the mid-pack, falls back down.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's what we were talking about in the middle of the game. It's like Wildcard makes this huge jump to 5th place, and we're like, oh man, that's like, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars difference, and then one game, it's just right back down to 9th. I mean, that's how close all these guys are. That's got to be the most tilting thing on earth. But, you know, again, still plenty of time left. You still got 1 more game on Erangel, 2 more on Miramar, so we'll see how it shakes out.
1 more on Erangel, 2 more on Miramar. It is going to be a barn burner as everyone tries to figure out how do we stop 17. Let me ask you, Poro. I was going to say, we have one chance. If you are, I mean, I know you coached the Rumblers and got them to do pretty well there in Sweden. What would you tell these guys? How do you stop 17?
Well, first of all, just keep letting Europe try to fight them. That's what you do. Just keep letting just keep throwing bodies at them. It doesn't seem to be having much effect because they still managed to get everybody out of it. But I mean, look, you can't think about 17, right? You got to play your own game. You got to think about yourself. You got to try to play the best to your team's ability to play to your winning conditions, and just whatever happens with 17 is going to happen, you know?
Well, we're going to see what happens with 17 in just a few moments. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it's game number 3.
Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go.
加油！加油！加油！
快点，嘎吱嘎吱。
Yep. Pretty bunched up, and Tropic trying to make a move in.
They crashed to the south side and got them on a blue king.
하나 기절. EIQ 하나 죽었어.
He is going to have a good opportunity for this grade.
I might be left. He's still inside the satellite.
One's on my body.
Up on the wall.
You should aggro that side.
Molly at everything. Made Molly drop.
살려봐.
바로 끌고. 하나 더. 하나 더. 하기. 하기. He's in the opening PGP. He's on me.
No, dude, that's terrible. Wild card that goes down. BGP survive. Moving in, Burram going to be very happy. FaZe as well.
They're driving. They're getting picked up at the bottom. They're getting picked up in this big on blue.
我没了。
Knocked one.
Nice. Just stay over there.
Last one on blue. Behind the car. Go on behind the car.
去管那两个人啊！我感觉
He's just pointing on the rock.
Shack
Last one, Shack.
WC 的。哇，你帮我打一个球，喂。Nice. One on our left, I think.
He's off. In the road. Nice. Good. Wait. You're watching over. You ready?
Yep, ready. Let's go.
Okay.
Throw it. Now go right. Go low right.
One back left on the car. Keep pushing.
They're mollying. Go on the right.
Nice. Guess what? Wildcard's not done. They're going to move out of their high ground position.
천천히.
We need to go. We need to go towards them.
야 태영아 차 끌고. 여기 가봐. 4번.
I put a smoke down. Knock one. Two knocked. I'm on the car.
자 연막 쳐. 연막 많아. 있어. 나 투자다.
You have to go left. Go left and kill him. Nice. I'm gonna take zone. I can see everything. I'm getting smoke.
I'm there.
เฮ้ยกูต้องขับทางยิงขวากูต้องขับทาง
Okay. Good game.
4กูถอยกลับลงไปก่อนกูสมมติกลับมาได้ไหมกลับได้ผมกันไว้รอก่อน
Throwing smokes towards him, guys.
One's going to knock him. Just chill.
สวยอย่าเพิ่งน็อกนะ
ไม่มี
กูมีไฟมาที่กูแฝด5 ลูกมาดูชุบนะ
Push this guy at the mountain. They need some damage.
Peek the right.
มันน่าจะไม่ใช่มึงหาไฟไปได้นะ
Knock one.
One.
Here we go. Moving forward. It is going to be a massive kill.
Together.
No!
Let's go, guys. Good job.
22 kills. 22 kills. Megabot now looking into GEX, doing some good.
Вот там БГП, DXC.
Нам надо сначала закрыть лес.
У нас спину надо нокнуть.
Подождите, они выберутся, мы сами туда приедем.
3프레 봐.
3번 QM, 3번에 BBL. Они вообще вдвоем.
Они стреляют, да.
Пиво ног. Там ног можно спиздить, Соник.
Я спиздил.
Еще ног.
Они нокнули.
Бай,
хорошо.
БГП, бай. Го.
Kill'ı 다 뺏겼나?
And then there is just one up over in that position.
I'm flying in bar, I'm waiting for you. Catch one, reaches. One more there. Very short as well. Under the bridge almost. Bring up to the bridge now.
Chỗ này còn rìa này còn mò này, tí nữa bơi vào được đấy.
They seem firmly committed to ruining a lot of teams' days back.
Còn anh cái đường truyền bo còn anh nhìn cái hướng anh chuẩn bị vào bo tiếp đi xem như nào. Đó bắn đầu cái anh xem kill được không? Một của nó mặt này kill được đấy. Cao bên trái được. Nhìn phải.
끝났어. 영막 쳐줘. 빨리
왼쪽으로. 아, này. 그리고 또 một.
But he's done it! Levies has gotten to add a bagel paw! That's gonna put them up into 4th place!
Nhìn trên đầu anh ơi, xem trên đầu như nào. Ui. Hơn thằng kia rồi.
We have Cerberus that's got a very strong control area that they're playing up on the high ground.
一会儿可以封右边烟，跟右边打。
能救吗？
我封到烟了，可以救。
死了就死了，没办法。
王总 OK 吗？
王总，我觉得可以。
我往前走了，救不了。往前走，你去先趴着。
我看一个吧。
得封烟了。
係。就打位牌咪上咯。
別抬太高，封上面人懂嗎？
要喺邊打㗎？
你玩俾我，
你上咯，玩俾我上咯。
給我打一個。
他都打，
慢慢磨。
我那個呢，我得分散點。 Và sát trái bắn gì mà gốc cây gần, cẩn thận gốc cây gần có. Ông Hoàng dưới đang bò dưới chứ mà. Em hết đồ đẹp ơi. Đó rồi. Thì móc quả trước mặt mày đi solo. Che chỗ kia không có.
我想往上走了。
别往上面走点哦，上面走点。
往右上走行吗？往右上走。那个石头有个人。
右位死，右位死。斩咯，rồi. Liêu hai. Rồi. Rồi,右位死。别等我，赢会儿。một cối từ từ.
No, he's gone! It's gonna be Cerberus!
Quả đô.
Smokes are now starting to line up onto it. Are they just trying to get a running start with their vehicles? Yep.
It's stopped in front of us.
Knock one.
Nice. Prone to right there.
ต้นไม้ขวาเลยได้ปะดูได้ไม่ได้ว่ะเฮีย
What west stage? West.
Yeah, I am.
I'm coming with you, I see.
They're behind the tree, like 5 minutes behind it. Pick it right, two guys.
Knock one.
一起，兄弟们，一起。压那个。右边烟。
It's 3 enemies right now. I think T5 is 2. Try to lose one, okay?
เราปั๊มยานะพี่ตุนพี่ปั๊มเลยลองดูทำมิ่งขวา
I'm gonna drop after.
Hey, no, spil I'm ready.
ไปมา
น้องหนึ่ง
ไว้ขวาได้
搞了一个分。
Maybe pushing. Come, we need to pick this. I'm gonna flash them. You guys do that, okay?
Yeah, I'm probably smoking on left.
右边树有一个，跳过去了，看见没？石头有，看你了。好了，可以扫。
ตี2แล้วว่ะต้องเล่นว่ะ
ไปเลย
บาดเจ็บมาก
Both there, same place, both same place.
They're pushing on me.
One knock.
One up. Yes!
Go. FaZe does manage to pick up their chicken dinner and is going to the grand finals. '17 Gaming will just not relent. Cerberus have had themselves a great game, but the thing to watch off of this one is still the continued 10+ points per game by 17 Gaming. This is going to be our last Erangel heavy day, as Miramar is going to be our 3 tomorrow. How much more can they manage to put up?
I mean, it felt like if you were going to be able to hold 17 back, it had to be on Erangel today, because this is where they are. You know, they've been most dangerous throughout this tournament. That's where they're putting up their most points, but no one's been able to stop them. They continue to just absolutely brutalize this lobby on this map. So, I mean, they brutalized everybody on this map all year, to be honest. Nobody's been able to stop them. They are just a absolute force of nature.
I feel bad because this is just such an absurd set of points that we're seeing 17 Gaming capable of, like, putting out. I mean, Little Ghost alone is just 25 kill points.
Oh, he's bananas. I mean, again, it's just, you know, like I said at the beginning, you're going to need to call the Ghostbusters on this guy because he's just dumb. I mean, that double spray that he had on QM when they were driving at him, yeah, sure, they ran him over, but he got 2 of them before they got there. I mean, just absolutely nuts what he's able to do individually. Show, of course, is, you know, right there with him. Suju has been a wonderful substitution player for this. Of course, Xiaobei, you know, had visa issues, couldn't make it to this event, but Suju has stepped up masterfully for them.
So here's the question. Do Twisted Minds pick up, like, Egon or Peter Venkman? like who is the go-to pick?
I'm an Egon kind of guy, so it may not surprise you. As, you know,
yeah, I know.
That's, you know, I got a science degree in school, so yeah, I was kind of an Egon guy.
I mean, he is pretty good, too. All right, looking through. Playing path, you can see that it was leaning into the north, so wouldn't be surprised if we see another northern leaning circle. And hey, we're not over on the west coast this time. We're moving up around that Stolber Yasnaya area.
Yeah, you can see right now our kill and damage leaders. You know, Lil Ghost is topping the charts, but Soul not too far behind him. He's had a big 4-kill game today, so it seems like the kills come in bunches for Soul, and that's, you know, that's Donovan in general. It seems like, you know, one player or another is popping off, but they are never, sometimes, except for that one game, all on the same page, and even in that game, they ended up, you know, not being on the same page in the very final moment. So. But Salute has been doing this stuff all year, for the last 2 years. I've seen him win so many 1vx's in Korea. He's just absolutely disgusting. This guy has just ice in his veins when it comes to these moments.
He's just playing this so well. Like, look at how he just uses the terrain to his advantage and just pulls wildcard exactly where he wants every single one.
Yeah, I mean, he beat Twisted Minds by himself earlier in the tournament. I mean, he had a perfectly cooked grenade, and you know, he was funny because he was yelling. They got the comms for him, and they put it in one of the highlight reels, and he's like, "I heard you." He's like, "I heard the footsteps," and he cooked a grenade perfectly, you know, to win a big one for Donawa, just to be here in the grand finals.
Look at the damage numbers that we saw Cerberus putting up there. They were just raining hellfire on every single team that was below Everest, and it was, I still am astounded at the fact that they just were breaking apart, holding the top of that, and just holding back E United and Twisted Minds at the same time.
Yeah, nobody could get up that hill. I mean, that's pretty rare. Usually, eventually, somebody figures out a way to find either that west or eastern flank.
You run out of ammo, you run out of something.
Oh, maybe, yeah. But I mean, in general, I'm talking more like there are two ways to get up that hill, right? Either on the east or on the west. And eventually, typically, someone figures it out. But it just never happened. And, you know, it was a lot of chaos on both sides, of course. But also, the credit has to go to Cerberus because they were doing, especially on that western side where Twisted Minds was, they did not give Twisted Minds any space.
Yeah, that was just absolutely wild shutdown. And again, momentum now mounting as they are just 3 points behind Na'Vi, and they need to start quaking in their boots a little bit. So Na'Vi, the first 2 games today, let's be real, circles have been kind of wild, so it's been harder for some of the teams to find points. Most notably, it is going to be Na'Vi and E United. Twisted Minds doing a good job on finding some salvage, but 17 Gaming just consistent all the time is still climbing up that leaderboard.
And Navi's still kind of riding on their points from day one, and they need to step it up. They need to pick it up. But I mean, I will say for fans of Na'Vi and Twisted Minds, they've been really, really good on Miramar, those 2 teams. So when we swap maps, you know, you can start, you know, starting to feel a little more comfortable, maybe a little bit more excited for those teams. Especially Twisted Minds is absolutely nuts on Miramar. They've been disgusting. They've won so many games. I think 3 out of their 4 wins have been Miramar. Maybe all 4. I don't know.
I'm just still astounded by this leaderboard. Okay, TMA 66, Danawa 66, Overpeaker 65, Wildcard 64, Yoho 63.
Yeah.
There's only 1 day to go. There's still only 1 day to go. So this is just ridiculous. I guess this is the 3/4 of the way through match, right?
Yeah. I mean, 6th to 10th is nuts. I mean, a win for Day Trade or QM as well just rockets them up to 6th place. So, you know, this is kind of, again, like the desk has been talking about. With how top-heavy this lobby has been, the middle tends to get compacted. And, you know, the pressure starts to be put on them, and every placement point matters for them. Every kill, everything starts to really add up because, you know, again, every spot you change on the leaderboard changes your money by tens of thousands of dollars. So, absolutely a lot to play for, a lot to keep track of, a lot of excitement. Even if your team's not in the lead, there's still a lot going on, a lot to root for. That's what makes PUBG beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, you can do the pick'ems, you can do fantasy, you can get involved in all of that stuff. At the end of the day, these matches are absolutely astounding to watch the best of the best and how they navigate these. It's just mind-boggling the way that, specifically, I'm just going to say, 17 handles everything. At Wild Circles, doesn't matter. Losing a couple of members early, doesn't matter. They just figure it out.
Yeah, their knowledge of the game is insane. Their knowledge of the terrain is insane. Their ability to capitalize on teams that think they're safe, or you know, their ability to find third parties or just to hit absolutely outrageous shots, is those things all combined have put them where they are, and that's why they're in this position. And frankly, I predicted them for PCS 6 and PCS 7 Asia this year to be the winners. They were close, but never able to get there, with Petrichor Road and New Happy being the ones that won both the PCSs in Asia this year. But now, you know, this is what matters most, right? This is PGC.
What do we have going on here? Little Ghost's going to be running up right next to Twisted Minds inside of here. So we have the potential brewing for a very impactful fight for this leaderboard. Twisted Minds needs to make sure they defend this one. There is a 14-point lead on 17 Gaming. Nades are now starting to be prepped, tossing them out. You can start to hear the shouting going on by the audience and the players both. Molotov's coming out to slow down everything and any approach that's going to be happening. Looks like reinforcements are coming in from Twisted Minds, but they got to get there quick.
Yeah, 17 had a good read on this position that there would only be 2 there. However, they haven't been able to find that knock to really start feeling comfortable to push space, and that is going to allow Twisted Minds to reinforce this. And let's see if this becomes a stalemate or if somebody's going to find a knock and try to just end the fight. And there are a lot of players kind of watching this, shooting into it as well. You can see some shots ringing out from Donawa, but so far Lou he's the one that's on an island for Twisted Minds. He's in the most dangerous position.
So now it's all just a matter of seeing who gets the peak first. You can see both teams playing this very, very safe, realizing how important this fight that is brewing is going to be. Seeing if they can connect. Show's not going to find any shots just yet. Perfectic still playing up theirs. A lot of smoke has been used to try to deny some of the vision and some of the rotations. And Lou still clinging to life in point.
Xiaowu has a bolt. He is looking to see if he can catch somebody sleeping and see if he can find that opening knock. That would be oh so crucial in this fight. Whoever finds the first one, it almost feels like they are just going to use that to steamroll the other. Now, there is the option here for 17 that they can potentially back out of this if they can get Lil Ghost out of his two-story and just, you know, say, okay, this fight we bit off more than we could chew. Let's see if we can retreat. But I mean, with the first and second place team here, I mean, this is a nail biter. This is so tense.
This could pretty much cement how the leaderboard is going to be looking for at least the remainder of the day. Now, Perfectix, the rest of the team, they know this. They know that they need to make something happen here as 17 has just had the pedal all the way down and just flooring it up that leaderboard, going as fast as possible, but no weakness that is found right now by Twisted Minds. They are doing such a great job of holding this together. And look, you can see Xiaowu is moving everywhere just to see if he can spot something, and there is nothing. Twisted Minds isn't even opening a small gap in their defense.
Yeah, the call here for Twisted Minds is to just hide and to, you know, hold angles and not give any opportunity for 17 to find one of those shots. And I'm not sure if the Bolt ever took a shot for Xiaowu or not. Couldn't quite tell myself if I ever heard one come through. Spyro just checking a corner, seeing if he can get a little bit lucky. And Perfectix, they know he's on the roof, and you know, whether it be Suju or Sho, they've been keeping track of him. A little bit of damage from Perfectix, but that's just a clip into the shoulder there of Suju, easily healable.
I mean, just so well read by both sides. You can see that they're navigating, trying to make sure that they're shoring up. Xiaowu also has to be careful, but there's no real other threats. There are really freaks might be able to take some long-range shots in. Danawa is also pretty close, and Danawa might push this if they hear too much. You can see they are taking some pot shots in, but they're waiting for a potential fight to break out there as well.
I was expecting maybe another team to maybe go into one of the hills or into apartments or something and maybe try to put some shots down into this with some of the noise being made over here, but so far nobody has been keen to try to take advantage of it. It's only Circle 1, so it's a lot more, you know, difficult to kind of justify trying to come in here and, you know, make some noise and try to expose yourself, right? If you come out on a hill or something, you might get taken out yourself for reaching out that far. And yeah, Donawan's the only one who's even made an attempt.
It's crazy how just going out and exposing yourself causes so many problems in life. Now, looks like the slow roll is going to be continuing over here as the circle does move away from this position, so they are going to have to find a way to separate.
Wow, Matt. Just wow. All right, well.
Hey, look, it was 2 tenths for too long.
I mean, I know. I appreciate the brevity. Chills has Dante down. Hobbit's going to exchange him. Both players, you know, having a little bit of a scuffle around this rock. However, it is going to be question mark who comes out well ahead as Puchills, the shot caller for Day Trade, was well on his own and is going to pay the price.
Lots going on around Yaz Nice. It looks like a couple of teams are eyeing making a drop in there. Most notably, it's going to be Entropic. Duck Juice is going to get dropped by Punage range, as we do have a lot of open field in that area. That's going to be the south, specifically the southwest of Yasnaya. We all know that that can be really, really messy. So teams are just trying to leapfrog over that as fast as they can.
Yeah, Example should be able to find the finish. You can just see the backside of Duck Juice there. Yeah, indeed. It's going to be a much-needed point here for Na'Vi. A good start in this game and a very nice little compound to control for themselves. Luke throwing some damage around the corner, and it gets Lil Ghost trying to peek.
What does Twisted Minds do now? They saw exactly who that is, prepping up the nade. They want to get this one out. You can see 17 Gaming also realizing the threat that's on the other side of it. Lou has a good angle to toss out these nades, trying to see if he can control it, get the sprays in. 17 Gaming picks up their down teammate and is making a run. They know that they need to keep Ghost alive, but Twisted Minds cannot find the angle to exploit it.
That's huge. What a recovery here for Suju, getting their superstar Lil Ghost to safety for now. You can see Twisted Minds still wanting to press the advantage here. They know what team it is for sure with that knock. And grenades are coming in, and it's going to be the finish. A well-angled, well-thought-out grenade from Lou is going to take Lil Ghost out.
That's not the damage done yet, though. 17 Gaming can find ways to make points happen. What does Twisted Minds want to do from it? Keep in mind, again, this is outside the safe zone. Twisted Minds now starting to assert more and more authority inside this compound as Xiaowu cannot find anything to work with. Twisted Minds still playing the opposite side, realizing the potential of where Xiaowu's position is and does not want to reveal anything for him to work with.
Yeah, I mean, this is tricky now for 17 as they've lost their superstar point man. You could see a pump being grabbed for Suju as there's a world now where Twisted Minds might even consider thinking about just piecing out of this, moving into the next circle. There is still Danawa on the other side, though. So if they still have that information that Danawa looms in that forest to their east, then yeah, you probably don't want to push out until you've really make sure you've taken out 17 and done as much damage to them as possible. Lou has a bolt of his own now, and we'll see if maybe we get some.
This is
bolts.
massive respect coming out from Twisted Minds. They had the numbers advantage, and they're still like, no, this is 17. You still got to play it safe. You still got to play it slow.
Too many teams have learned the hard way that fighting 17 up close and personal is not fun. They are rather nasty.
Toon's trying to find a very cheeky angle into this one. So maybe you can spot out Xiao Wu as well. Nade prepped up. I think that he knows where he is. Doing the cook. Is he going for the window? Is he going for Xiao Wu? He's going to do the toss over there. I don't think it's going to connect. Yeah, building's going to go ahead and deny, but that's going to start revealing more. Batulin Snail's leaning out. Going to go ahead and get the spray to see if maybe they can open up something for him to work with on the other side of it. But Xiao Wu, reading this, look at these just counter moves. This is an absolute 200 IQ firefight from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, really, it was the read on Lil Ghost's position from Twisted Minds that broke this fight at least a little bit open, not very wide open. Show here looking for the grenade as Spyro had taken some damage, got the heal out. Oh, it just hits the windowsill, doesn't go in. And Show there has one frag left, but he needs to start healing up as we are in phase 3 blue, and this one ticks pretty good.
Spyro's like, no, I'm not gonna risk it running by that window. Instead, gonna crawl around underneath of it. This is also a stall on both of these teams, which means the fact that priority positioning is starting to go over to everybody else. They're gonna be coming into this late no matter what.
This is an ego fight. I mean, this is absolutely nothing but, I mean, for Twisted Minds, it's a smart fight to take because if you can knock 17 out, that's better than not. And now you have Levies in 777 doing some work. EN able to trade one back. Lash should be flushed here in just a moment. Indeed, he is, in the Guangdong Freaks once again losing players in rotation in the early game.
Night and day difference between the sounds going around over here as now we go back over to the more quiet side as Show is creeping forward. Spyro holding down the vehicle. Now he's got to be careful because Twisted Minds did get a reposition. So with this Batulins now starting to slow creep in. Shows, you can see, just trying to make sure that he doesn't give up anything. Spyro, I think, looking now in. He's going to reveal himself, but it's not going to be enough damage. Show now knows where he is, though. It's going to be the nade prepped up, seeing if he can connect around it. It is going to go too far, but Spyro does want to step away. That's going to allow some forward movement coming out from Show, but he does not want to do this yet. He does not have the reinforcements he needs and does not want to risk going down.
There's no way he got over that fence. I think Lou might have seen it. He is able to get into the garage. Suju trying to reinforce, trying to support, cover this angle, has to go prone because the blue, again, really starts to hurt here, has to go for the heal. Twisted Minds not comfortable to try to push that corner.
Nobody can make anything happen the way that they want. It's just starting to be the zone. Finally, Perfectix finds Show, gets the knock onto him, but you can see that damage is just continuing to mount. The longer that both teams stay here, it's just going to destroy them both.
Yeah, this is starting to get rough now for 17. It's going to take heroics from Suju and Xiao Wu to finish the job. Suju still that pump in hand, or putting it back into his hands, going to start reloading it. And Twisted Minds might be like, well, this is good enough. We can dust our hands off. We did our job. Let's get out of here. Meanwhile, Danawa started to make their rotation. Day trade Nurens took a bunch of damage, ran out of ammo in the barrel, has to throw some smokes.
Oh my God, Lou was trying to run away. They had two members for Twisted Minds that were just trying to make a run to the circle, but it's going to get spotted out. Xiao Wu does connect with a headshot, and now it's going to be Soul also running it. We've got the edge firefight that is just absolutely popping off between Danawa and Day Trade. While this is happening, we also have Cerberus that could be coming in the path, and this is also exactly where we're going to see Twisted Minds or 17 coming into, so weakened teams all around this Alamo position.
Yeah, Soul and Salute combining for a lot of damage, and speaking of damage, Suju might be knocked by the blue. Yep. Indeed he is. Perfectix had done enough by the time Suju got through the window that the blue was going to finish the rest, and Xiao Wu, maybe we get the replay, please. Hopefully we can see that shot onto Lou. That would be, oh my God, he hit Perfectix.
Oh, is it going to be enough?
I don't know if Perfectix has enough time to heal. Yep, he does not.
And so he's going to go down.
Oh,
Nate's still popping off, and man,
done.
This is just going to be AoE damage to finish out everything. 17 Gaming finally has a bad game.
Hell of a fight between those two. A doozy trading with Tycon on the drive-by, but Tycon fell out of the vehicle and got knocked. Phil first here, going to try to go for the finish, and there is a little bit of cover fire from Yahoo. But Tycon looks to be dead to rights. Salalzi now on his horse, trying to get through Dante chasing, and it looks like he's going to let him go, but out in the open is Salalzi under the purview of the Heaven position from Yoho.
We come from the hell that is the blue zone in the firefight between 17 Gaming and Twisted Minds, now over into Heaven, where Yoho sees so much. FaZe Clan has control over the match, and we're going to try to give you guys everything that we can, as Danawa is going to continue to make the press into where question mark is. There's been so much that's happening over here, so we'll try to give you positions as everything's going to be rolling out. That is an exchange between both teams. Danawa now trying to reinforce a setup, but has to be careful. They're still not inside the zone, while question mark is continuing to separate out. Navi hears this to the north.
I like the way Danawa is playing this, because they can clear out QM, then they have the southern control to themselves, and it is safe enough that you can play from there. Meanwhile, TMA really putting the hurt into E United. Blood knock. Kickstart has one out in the open and can't control the spray with the M4. You don't see that too much from him, and that's going to be the flush on the Blood.
It's going to be Wildcard at range as well. Getting involved behind this is going to be Entropic. The Snakers looks like he's just trying to get out. Fight's just gone entirely awry for E United, so their opening that was provided by Twisted Minds is not going to be exploitable.
It just nosedived pretty quickly here. TMA just too much for them to handle. Now Wildcard might get involved. Danawa continues to push forward. You got to be careful. Soul ran over Lambu. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but things happen as Soul is able to take out a doozy. Hobbits here, they're both going to trade grenades in just a moment.
But we also still have a fight that's going on in so many different places. We have Navi that's trying to hold out Twisted Minds just to the northwest of this. Danawa is still just trying to cling to life in what is a desperation fight over here against Hobbits. They still need to move in. Hobbits gets a good read into it, but it's just going to be Soul moving in. Finally, question mark manages to take them down. Dante's going to come in to reinforce, and while this is going on, you can see that so many people are dying. We're already at 34 down.
Yeah, Entropic here doing a great job trying to take advantage of the confusion that is going on in this forest. Wildcard had gotten involved, and Entropic found a moment to hit TMA in the flank. Adam has to prone up behind the hill, trying to hold the line for his team. Entropic continues to try to brute force their way through and gain some kills.
Keep in mind, Twisted Mind did go down as well, so we're looking at a potential climb for some of these other teams. Finally, our point sponges are going to be gone. Entropic now caught up over here, and this is just a TMA, Entropic, Wildcard, as well as still having United Snakers all around this hillside. They're all fighting inside the forest.
Yeah, this is just a wild one, as you know, E United is trying to sneak out of this and get as many points as they can. Greg Shot's got that AUG, got that level 3 gear sitting on top of him. He might be able to do some real damage, finding the backside, finding the flanks of Entropic, trying to get them while they're tunneled in on TMA in front.
Sin's going to come out from Navi. It looks like they're making a push into Heaven while this firefight is happening. Greg Shot's just doing a good job of holding up. 2 members now down for Entropic as the push is going to come out from Wildcard. He's going to go down. Still 3 more members going to be following up back behind it. Lucarux is going to have to fall down as well. While all this is going on, UP moves forward, spots out the last member of what's going to be going for E United, and finally Wildcard finishes out this fight as well.
Greg Shot putting that level 3 gear to great use. Of course, the AUG is phenomenal, but the level 3 gear saved him in one of those fights. He was able to go back, heal up, come back into that fight, and finish the job. Really well handled by Greg Shot. Meanwhile, TE trying to pressure Heaven, but you've got OP, 4-man strong, shooting into their backsides. They're going to have just enough of a hill here to kind of stay covered. It's a question of what is Navi going to do about it, because I'm sure if Navi, feels like they're comfortable enough to go and start throwing some grenades down here, they might be able to just wipe them out.
We're going to see
This
the
is
shot
Shalu's
at range.
We got to see this. No way. No way, dude. No way. Oh my God.
That is just such a clean shot. Okay, now 3 teams over in Heaven is not enough. Let's go ahead and add a 4th, as it is going to be over Peakers. They're going to take the opposite side of this hill. And now it's going to be hard to navigate over in Heaven, as throwables are going to be in range for so many of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, for Navi, now that I kind of reassess the situation a bit, it is a bit tough for them to push out because of Yahoo up on the other half of Heaven, and James here just scrambling to try to get forward, to try to find these grenades at the point man. Still quite a few in the bag. Going to blow up that car at the very least. I think he might have just caught a glimpse of the backside of TE there. And that one is going to be Levy's, and it did actually catch them. James takes one in the face himself.
Just going to continue to toss him down, as it looks like UP is going to use this to try to make a mad dash, and he's going to be sending it right down underneath of Yahoo, hoping the fact that they might be able to protect him. The Overpeaker's still going to continue their utility dropping, as Wildcard looks like they're starting to also find FaZe as they were stretching into the forest over next to Mansion.
Yeah, OP safe for now as nobody's behind them. Nico's here, going to win that up close and personal. Just continues to be an absolute monster for Wildcard. Digray gone, 3 left, 4 FaZe. Well, now make it 2, as Gustav has been found by Adam. Things starting to slide the wrong way for FaZe Clan.
We have Overpeaker's Bard that was taking some shots over at Wildcard as well. As Overpeaker's just going to continue. Is it just rotating who has nades at the time? 777 did move down this hillside, so if Overpeakers does choose to overpeak this, they could find themselves getting dropped pretty quick.
Yeah, it's tough for Overpeakers here because they have to rely on nades to do damage to the Expendables. Because if they push this hill, Navi's just going to lay into him with their guns. Going for the res on the Cow, who had been knocked by a molly from Fex. Gustav has been res for FaZe, so both teams able to trade reses here. And now the push is on. I love it. Grenades out. Vard finds a big one into 277. Cannot respond in time. And Vard and Mexi combined to wipe out the Expendables.
That was absolutely brutal coming out from Overpeakers. Now it's going to be QM trying to make a move into this as the circle is going to continue to stay around heaven. Yuppie living the good life in the shade under that hill right now as Navi, who's been holding down, being quiet, is going to have to contend with Overpeakers here pretty soon.
Oh, just that's why we get hard for Vard. Those plays like that right there, just absolutely insane. What a grenade and what a follow-up from his team, and they continue to hold control of the northern side of what we call in Korea the Sky Garden, and I think that's the superior names. Come at me, but
I don't see a lot of garden up there.
There's garden up there.
I like how you were like, no, there is. Okay.
Look, there's a garden.
Okay.
And it's in the sky. I do like heaven though, because you could call the southern edge of this, like underneath the hill, hell. That little dip that's out there, because well, nobody wants to be there because a lot of teams find their doom there. But yeah, I like Sky Garden. I think it's cute.
It is good too. I like it as well. I mean, and honestly, neither one are in the sky or the heaven.
You know what they call?
It's not that big of a hill.
Here's a funny one. You know what they call Potato Mountain in Korea?
What's that?
They call it Bald Mountain. They named after me.
Oh, well, did they?
No.
No, I was gonna say. That's all right. Now it's gonna be Overpeakers just looking at that again. That is just so good. Now Navi's got Overpeakers to deal with on their own account as they're gonna start doing some throwables out here, and Overpeakers now with the sounds coming out. It's gonna be QM trying to run in. You can see that they're gonna get dropped by Yoho at range. Navi's just going to try to make sure that they secure this one as the fight is still going on between FaZe and Wildcard as they're going to have to leave the mansion and the forest.
You're losing that level 3 gear on Greg's shot in that exchange. That's a big piece of equipment that Wildcard would have liked. Smokes are coming out. That's the knock on to Adam from Fex. Fex going huge right now. Gustav has the angle through the smoke, has the spray as well. Wildcard out in the open, shooting ducks for FaZe.
FaZe Clan needing those points. You can see, wow, that is some heart rates jumping up there as that was an intense fight. FaZe, though, now pretty much controls everything that isn't heaven.
Yeah, huge plays here from Fex. Just what a monster he is. What an ability to hold the line that he has. Just beautiful work from him and FaZe to hold that. Well, Wildcard seemed like they had the advantage. Seemed like they were pressing, had FaZe on the back foot, could not convert on top of it. Meanwhile, this battle over heaven continues as Navi, they have a little bit of an edge here on the eastern side, so they can find that kind of part of the U-shaped dip that's on the eastern side of this to hold for now. It looks like that's all they got. There's a crate over there too, so maybe they'll pick up something nice.
We have also the 3 solos that are just kind of hanging around the drop down into the center of the circle. FaZe, you can see they did manage to right themselves, and they are now going to try to figure out what is even happening in the rest of the circle. But it's not hard to figure out. It's going to be mostly around the heaven area, as looks like Navi's going to lean into the north of this. FaZe is going to spot out Hobbits, who's going to try to do a little bit of a car juke over there, as now their position is revealed. That means that Navi is going to start taking some shots of their own at him.
Yeah, and you got a knock again into FaZe here from Alia. Circle continues to shift right into the Sky Garden as you have Yuppie sitting in there. Punich has a house to himself. Open over is Vard. Continues to just be a thorn in the side for these teams. Great job by him. 4 kills. He's had a hell of a game.
Circle did shift into heaven, though. So while FaZe had control over the circle and had vision forever, now they are going to be the only team that really has to move in, and that's going to be pretty open.
No doubt. This is going to require a clown car here for FaZe to get into this circle. You still have Yuppie sitting below. Yeah, you've got trees, and Yuppie went for the bolt and then switches over to the AUG, finds damage, but does not find a knock.
Oh, here comes a quick push out on this one. Jeem's going to be coming in back behind it as well. Overpeaker's just going to be flushing in behind. Yuppie's going to drop down. He's going to go down, but it's going to be Navi on one side. FaZe just runs right into a hornet's nest. It's going to be peaks all over this. It's going to be a look down from Navi. It's just fish in a barrel, and that's going to be FaZe gone. Overpeakers, though, continuing the push. I don't know if Navi knows that this is coming. Just Just jumps up, but they read it very, very quickly. Simple already going to go down. Now it's just going to be Uba. Navi's got to deal with this, and it's still 3 members of Overpeakers up and active.
Yeah, that's the Groza out of the hands of Na'Vi there. Great timing on this push for the side of Overpeakers. Uba has to play defense. He has to run. He is a solo left, and he gets caught on the corner. Cliven flanked out, takes him down. 10 kills for Overpeakers, and they look to find a win here in the grand finals.
All right, Punaj, what you got? This is your opportunity to have your superstar moment, but this is going to be a hard superstar moment. This is a squad that hates themselves and hates everybody else more.
He needs to use his frags. He's got 3 of them, so he needs to find an opportunity to find some damage with those if he's going to have any hope of making this work. There's no blue to run to, my guy, and maybe he can just try to find a flank around the edge, just try to confuse Overpeakers. But again, he's got plenty of damage utility to work with. It's just a matter of finding it.
Yeah, and you can see that Overpeakers, they're not even trying to make sure that they stack. They want to make sure that no nade is really going to connect. There are 2 members in Clib and Mixie that are going to be moving over here. So Punaj might be able to get the drop. I feel like this is just going to be more about trying to secure a point that more than anything else. Just try to flush somebody out.
He's got a pump shotgun. I would have liked to have seen him play for the house with that situation there. You can maybe get up on top, find some grenades down the stairs, maybe get lucky with a few of those, and then he might get one. I don't think he's going to get to, oh, no, he looked away.
He looked away at the right time. Spots it out. Yeah, they knew exactly where he was. So that is going to be Overpeakers picking up some kills and a strong victory, and that's going to push them up the leaderboard as well.
Yeah, a big win here for the Overpeakers, just doing a wonderful job of staying 4 up, clearing their space, never overcommitting to anything. Despite their name, you might expect that they overcommit. They do not. They are very, very well disciplined at times. I mean, yes, we see them lose solo players, but when it comes to these late game team fights, they are absolutely really solid.
Hey, I love seeing that face. We never get a chance to see that face enough at PGC. Now looking through this one, we finally had 17 show some signs of weakness. We had the top of the leaderboard finally start going down, so those guys that were in the middle of the pack maybe can start assaulting up, seeing if they can sneak in there. Destiny isn't quite done, and more money is still on the table.
Yeah, this was a huge win in a way, like a moral victory for the side of Twisted Minds. And let's see what our desk has to make of it. Guys, what do you think?
I think it was an exciting game from the arm wrestling competition in the blue to the ending in Sky Garden. It was exciting, but ultimately Overpeakers comes through. They hunt down the last member of Yahoo.
He was sneaky.
He was a very sneaky little man.
He was trying to. I mean, look, we saw Punaj have some success for Yahoo in the the winners bracket, losers bracket, where they clutched themselves out of grand finals position.
In the same area.
Yeah, right in the same area. But I mean, right from the beginning, though, I mean, all eyes were on that 17 Twisted Minds fight as we were calling it a, what were we calling it, Martin? Arm wrestling?
Arm wrestle, I guess.
Arm wrestling.
Yeah. I mean, we call it something else, but we decided we're going to go with arm wrestling for the
bicep measuring.
Honestly, in this case here, like, I would love to see this happen again tomorrow if it's the same case. Like, they're the last 2 teams to fight for first place, right? All right, let's just hot drop into Garden, and then just let's see who wins. And that's who wins the tournament. It's just a hot drop win, right?
Why not? It'll be fun.
I also liked that in the last, I mean, it really was like both of these teams said, you know what? TM goes, everybody else couldn't kill you in the last game.
Right.
We're going to show that we are okay with going in a 4v4. And I think technically they came out on top.
They came out on top. They had 4 guys alive when they tried to leave, but then they said, get back here. And then Lou
found out the hard way that you can't just leave a fight like that.
And also they left so late that once you see the next couple of circles, you're just going to get damaged and they're not going to get any points further, right? And then it makes it not worth it compared to, yeah, sure, they could win the battle, but...
And while that was the talk of the match, the big chicken does go to Overpeakers. These guys played very, very well. They filled in behind Na'Vi. They didn't push when they didn't have to. And they did a great job of sort of cleaning up all of the chaos down there on the low ground and then just coming up to finish the hunt for the Canaries.
You call them the janitors, maybe?
I mean, kind of. But I mean, look, they look so aggressive, though. Like, they look so good whenever they're, like, just pushing and just W-keying into people. I mean, they made such short work of so many teams. Kept 4 up the whole time too. I mean, it was really impressive, man.
They are mechanically also extremely gifted. Also, with utility in this case here, 23 nades.
Love the U.
Makes a lot of damage going their way, of course. I'm a little bit sad for Yahoo, though. I gotta say, they had this compound here as a full 4-man strong. They had a 2-2 split in the glass building on the southern side of the garage. Just didn't work out for them. They got breached by Na'Vi. They lost a few players throughout, and in that case, you can just sit back and hope to salvage. Yes, fine. It's fine to get 6 points from placement here, but they could have had much more if they're able to stick 4 guys together in this case.
And it's not the first time, right? Like, this is the second time now that, I mean, obviously shouting back to the Punage game whenever they secured their grand final spot, but this is now 2 times that they've tried to hold this 2-2 split in heaven, and it has not worked for them. So, I mean, I know that they've got to be kicking themselves a little bit here because, I mean, that was obviously a beautiful position for them if they could have managed to keep all 4 up the late game.
But for FaZe against Wildcard, I like the fact that they were a little bit scrappy here and there, but in the end, once it came out in the open, they managed to do well. Then this push here, it's hard at this point here. You can't do much. You know that there's going to be a team on the northern side that's going to have control and it's going to be peeking you immediately, and they're going to be taken down like that. So it worked out to the kind of the best that they could. They also put themselves and got themselves out of kind of last place race a little bit, or got some points on the board. That case, which means that they're now kind of in the battle for that kind of lower mid pack, which is currently still a huge one. One more good game, they could jump in, maybe contest top 10.
I mean, the only way FaZe can get there with that chaos is to push into a big fight, and the real benefactor of all of that was Punage, because before that chaos started, Punage was like, well, they're just gonna hunt me down. You saw him switch to the trench gun and hope for the best. Let's take a look at the match leaderboard. 21 total kills for Overpeakers. Na'Vi does get 13. And Poro, this is big news for Na'Vi. They're a scrappy team, but they've been starting to slide down the boards a little bit.
It was absolutely huge. I mean, they had a really bad 4 games at the end of yesterday, and today wasn't looking too much better, and now this is kind of a step in the right direction. Now 13 points, they're back in the mix, and I think that all of us that are fans of wanting to see a little bit tighter top of the leaderboard here are rooting for them to kind of get back up there.
Overpeakers, winter team focus, all-stars all the way across the board, but nothing seems too hard for Vard as he comes away with 6 kills and 400 damage to sort of bring it home for everyone.
I mean, what do you even say? Like, we talked about it, how they are the veteran team, right? They're the veteran squad, and this is kind of what we were expecting all along from them, if they could have just kind of get their heads in the right
They're
place.
calling themselves boomers, right, in this case here. 3 of the players and their coach Phosphase was back at 5 years ago at IEM Oakland, playing 3 different teams. Of course, Mexia and Phos were together in FaZeland at that point, but still, veteran team, legends of the game, been playing professionally for 5 years.
It's interesting that you bring that up because that has been a bit of a story here. 17 is at 130 total points, being led by a player who's retiring at the end of this year that's been around forever. Twisted Minds being led by a player who knows the ins and outs, a true veteran. And then we've got young guns like E United, like Cerberus, who have been leading the charge to the future of PUBG, showing up in this event and putting up some big numbers against the veterans, or the boomers, as Overpeakers put it.
Well, I mean, I guess they're all showing that it's not that easy, right? You can't just come in here and say you're going to take the crown. You got to beat the king first, right? And these guys showing that they might be a little bit more on the old side of our scene, but they still have plenty of fragging power left in them, and they are not going down without a fight, man. It's been a lot of fun to watch.
I believe that the old guys can be the ace. I believe they can claim their throne. Let's see if they can do it as we go into our next match. It is the Barons of Banter, Paper Thin, and Matchroom.
I like that one. I don't think I've heard that one before.
Oh, I did. The Barons of Banter. That's a good one.
That is nice, especially moving into Miramar.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it kind of brings me some Dune vibes, some Baron Harkonnen vibes here, you know, as we get into it. Yeah, see? Yeah. I mean, Miramar time, 2 more games to go today, Matt. It's been a really good one. I mean, again, I love the ego fight between Twisted Minds and 17 in the previous game.
I want to point out something, too.
Sure.
Little Ghost isn't our top killer anymore.
Who is it?
It is going to be Soul.
Oh my goodness, that makes my heart smile.
Yep, slowly creeping up there. Let's not count out any of our Danawa friends just quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, Soul and Salute. I mean, you saw what Salute can do on the side of that mountain in a couple games ago, but Soul he's on another level. I mean, he has been getting better and better and better these last couple of years. The way that Danawa has taken him and molded him into the superstar player is just phenomenal. He's just a great talent, and you'll have to see it. So, a pretty southwestern heavy plane path here, Matt. Maybe another southwest circle. My gut tells me this is like a south or east of Los Leones circle, but we'll see.
Overpeakers coming in, and looks like they're going to be landing just to the south of Los Leones. That's going to be the continuation of what we've been seeing on the Los Leones love, kind of, I guess, love affair going on between them and Entropic, as they are going to be able to get into a good position. And really, I'm kind of curious about this one. I have no idea where the circle is going to end up going.
I mean, it could go north.
Oh, come on.
Oh my God, there's no way Spyro with an ump, a 4x ump at this range.
Dream.
I don't think he even landed a shot. Okay, we're southwest.
Yep. We got a lot of drumstick in there.
Yeah, yes, and we do love chicken here in PUBG, so absolutely love to see that island in there. No damage done, so EU able to successfully land in San Martin and begin the couple minutes of looting that everybody wants to do. Yeah, I mean, I think again, Los Leones is still being split, but we haven't seen any fighting out of it, right, Matt? Like, it's just been kind of, a gentleman's agreement between Overpeakers and Entropic that, look, you take one side of it, we'll take the other, and we're not going to mess with each other until, we at least get out of the city.
It's a very gentleman's agreement almost makes it seem too nice. I mean, that's Overpeakers down there. You know they're going to shoot if they see.
Well, that's fair. Yeah, it isn't exactly that. There was no handshake beforehand that said we aren't going to do this.
It's more just like Entropic's like, I don't want to mess with them because they're just going to push us if we fight with them.
The Overpeakers just does not care. There is just no caring at all right now for them. And
there's something to be said about that. Like, having no fear and playing at this stage means the fact that you can just be brave and do some plays that other people might be hesitant to do.
Yeah, I mean, despite some of the early problems that they've had, they're still in 5th. I mean, they're still playing really, really well, getting a big win. And again, it's like every team that wins that's in the middle of the pack today is just all of a sudden shot up the leaderboard up into 5th or 6th. And that's what's going to kind of keep happening if that trend continues.
I mean, we were starting to talk about the fact that there's a lot of separation coming out with our top 4, but like you're talking about, with these teams just being able to pick up points, now instead of having this like very, very heavy top 4, it's starting to flatten out a lot more. Sure, we still have 17 Twisted Minds up at the top, but that slope gets much, much closer now than it did at the start of the day.
It's like a heavy top 2. And then 2 under that, it slides a bit, and then OP is kind of in the middle of another pack before you go from 6th to, I guess I'll go to 10th on this one. That's not a big difference there. That's 6 points from there. And even then, QM at 60, a big win will shoot them up the leaderboard. You can get that 20-point game, and all of a sudden, depending on what CES does, you're maybe ahead of them if they kind of bottom out a bit. So a lot can change here coming into the last, the last couple games of the day. It's 2 Miramars, anything's possible, and that's why we play the games. Again, I talk about it all the time, but PUBG is more akin to a racing circuit. It's more like poker meets F1. You know what I mean? Like, you're kind of playing odds, you're kind of gambling a bit, but at the same time, it is a endurance test.
Whenever we were working on some of the original point systems for PUBG and trying to figure out how to make it into an esport, we actually did use NASCAR in the point system that they used.
I like
and
that.
That was the original foundation for some of the point systems that we used in those very, very early online tournaments.
Yeah, I think that's smart. I mean, this is a race. This is, you're playing game to game. It's like, each different map is a race, a different race. And so, you're finding out who gets first over the course of the event. And that's why you got to play, 15, 20 games to get a really good read on who is actually the best at the moment. And Entropic is mirroring CES right next to them, and Cerberus has had a wonderful day today, all the way up into 6th place, winning a game. And let's see how they want to approach this situation. I don't expect them to fight this at this point because, with that road there, with that hill there, there's really not an easy fight to take.
This circle is actually pretty preferable for some of these teams that are at the lower end of this leaderboard. You can see that Entropic already in position right now, taking some shots. Cerberus, who had themselves a good game, has already started to climb up there. But whenever we're looking in, FaZe already in position. Freaks already starting to find themselves a spot. This is, with the lower lean into this, a lot of these teams that are really trying to get some value out of just a point or two did get the inside track to get the points that they find, or the places, I should say, in this situation, most valuable.
For sure. Yeah, this is a decent opportunity. And you're going to see kind of like what we saw in the Miramar the other day, where teams are going to line up in the center to the east of this circle. We have had 2 that went to this very south part of this, possible, but unlikely. And ooh, Suju has as Isaki down and out. That's a point in the hands of 17. And, you know, again, we talk about this a lot. They're wonderful on Erangel, and if they put up points on Miramar, then it feels like they are almost assuredly going to win this thing.
17 Gaming, can't stop, won't stop, always on the point train. There's something around, it's just going to be continuing to assert authority. Twisted Minds now needing to have a big game just to try to catch up and try to make this back into a two-horse race. And 17 just, it's wild that even the time that they get a bad game, everybody else at the top did too.
Yeah, I mean, even though Twisted Minds gets the better of it in a way, it still allows everybody else beneath them to catch up. So, you know, as fun as that was to watch, is kind of exciting in a tournament like this, in a moment like that, to see the top two teams butting heads. Just kind of, it's like two rams just slamming into each other, just seeing who can stay standing longer. And at the end of the day, it was Twisted Minds barely, but Wildcard has Overpeakers spotted, and you know, we've seen Overpeakers play from, they like to play from the south coast in these types of circles. We've seen that phase as well. Tends to kind of get more low than not, and a lot of teams like that. They like to come from the bottom up on Miramar. It gives a little bit of extra cover as time goes on, typically. So, you know, the old Na'Vi in particular was a team that I would love to watch play that way, and we'll see how this works out for those guys.
Makes it easier to clean out snakes too. Whenever
Precisely.
going through Miramar, they're just always hiding in those little dips and divots all over the place. So come in from the south, don't have anybody back behind you, and just start marching your way in a line. Kind of like a Sherman's March kind of situation, just burning everything behind you as you go.
Was that Civil War? Is that a Civil War reference?
Yeah, dude.
Wow.
I'll just bring it anywhere.
American Civil War reference on PGC 2022. Amazing. I was not expecting that one today. Somewhere my dad's very happy. He's a huge Civil War buff.
Look, I'm not just all anime and weeb jokes. I got some history in my back pocket.
Do you?
Yeah.
All right. I'll believe you. I was more of a World War II kind of guy, you know, just playing like Aces of the Pacific as a kid. I loved flight sims, World War II flight sims. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. As everybody's just trying to either get east or south, maybe north. You know, kind of. You know, it's kind of funny. I feel like I can watch the way that these teams take space in a Circle 1 like this, because we've seen the Circle 1 3 or 4 times in this since you and I have been here in this event. And teams are almost like gambler fallicing it. Like it's normally going to go east in some fashion, but instead now I'm seeing teams kind of be like, well, we could have that hard shift up to the north. The circles have been so crazy that maybe we expect the crazy. Maybe that's going to happen. That's totally illogical, but at the same time, if you gamble right, if you roll those dice and it comes up, you know, snake eyes, then that's awful. But if it comes up 2 6s,
you say that, Paper, but see, as somebody that I saw the MPL circle so often, I just always feel it goes down into these hills south of Chumacera.
It's not supposed to.
It may not, but it just always feels it like trends that way. For maybe it's just like,
I think you have like some kind of confirmation bias there, like just
hey,
like
whatever. Hey, it gave us our really cool Minas Gerais circle later.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, look, they're fun. I would prefer to fight on those mountains. I think they're a much more interesting area to fight than in these fields, no doubt about that. But yes, it's just, there's a lot of land ratio terrain up in there, so typically circles don't like to end up in there. That being said, again, we've seen that sometimes that doesn't always matter, as Na'Vi out on the beach. Speaking of Na'Vi making south coast rotations, here they are doing just that. And there is Wildcard up here. I don't know, they might be driving right into him, Matt.
Oh, Na'Vi. Aren't they going to read this? Adam is just getting into position in time. He's not going to be able to take any shots, and he's going to get caught out. He is going to at least try to see if maybe he can defend this. Wildcard's not really prepped or going to take some shots, but does manage to get down example. And if you're going to take down somebody on Na'Vi and try to defend, that is a good first pick.
Yeah, great setup here for the side of Wildcard. Adam with an AK though, that spray tough to control. Couldn't find the knock. Stuns are out. They've got Na'Vi pinned here on this rock formation. And you can see they're going to commit a lot of utility into this, and it's a great angle here for Greg Shot, just mow Zuba down.
And now it's just going to be the rest of Wildcard coming in. It's just been slow, steady, making sure to be patient with it. Na'Vi, the slide feels like it's just continuing to slope downhill.
All right, here we go. Greg Shot going to be pushing some angles. They forced him back a little bit with some stuns, get some info by crossing that door. Alia trying to use that angle. Really nicely done there. Gets the knock on the cow, but Adam Asmel. Greg Shot here is going to come in and finish the job. Na'Vi's slide continues as they are still in 4th, but it is getting ever so close as OP looms in 5th.
And shout out to confirmation bias. Went to the south.
It did.
I don't know. It's just whenever I'm around, it just does that.
It's
I'm
very
magic.
odd. It's
I'm
very
magic.
odd. You are magic. I mean, I'm so used to these just shifting towards Los Leones that I just kind of got sort of conditioned to it, I guess, myself. So there's a knock and a kill on to 17 from Donawa. So that's, you know, they get the point. They trade a point. Not the ideal start for 17, but going to hold the northeastern edge. Donawa with a wide 2-2 split in front of them. So let's see if anybody's going to find a way to punish Donawa. We've seen them lose players early. You know, we saw Lambu get taken out by Lil Ghost early. So I guess it's a revenge for Donawa.
Getting something out of it. TMA as well as Wildcard are both going to need to move into the circle, and the pathing for either one of them is not going to be the best. As you can see that while 17 did get a kill, now they're also going to lose one as well. This area is wrapped with people, so 17 looks like they're going to be fighting their own way through this one, and looks like TMA is making their sin, and this is going to be a similar path that we might see Wildcard take, as they are clinging to life, and the hills are doing them some favors, as the trees are not.
Okay. Oh, they are fortunate that no one had an angle on them when they hit that tree, because they were stopped for a moment there, and we've seen that multiple times in this event, that the pros will absolutely punish you. Bard, it's a touch of damage onto TMA as they drive underneath the bridge. He's going to be able to see them start pulling up to the rock face. Should be safe for TMA to hide under there, as they're hoping for that southern shift that we've seen a couple times on these circles. Again, they are possible, more likely to go like north or northwest, but it doesn't have to. You know, we've seen plenty of crazy in this event, so might as well have some fun with it.
Now, it seemed plenty crazy. Haha, I see what you did there. We were watching crazy
Thank
at
you.
the time.
I'm so glad you got that.
Okay, so Wildcard looks like they're going to need to figure out how they're going to handle this, and their solution is to go ahead and say, hey, TMA, go. We might want that spot for ourselves. So it looks like they're going to continue on their merry pathing right into Overpeakers, right into Cerberus, and right into, I guess, maybe the hillside? Where are you going to really stop? There's not a lot of good this way.
It's not fun, but we have seen teams be able to stay underneath this hill line and survive. However, with Cerberus a little bit deeper into this territory, it's given them some firing lines into TMA, and TMA, just by the hair on their chinny chin chins, are getting up into the sort of safety on the other side of this road. I mean, if Cerberus starts peeking up and over. Now, the good news is that TE is also sort of watching this with Ninja, but they've got a huge spread controlling the top of that mountain. Where is this going to go? Is it going to be south again? Are we going towards TE? Are we going north? Okay, so we're going west. So still, this is possible. It could go north or south in this as well. There's kind of two areas it likes to end in, either on the north or the south part of this.
Well, remember that whole Wildcards, TMA, Cerberus, Overpeakers thing? That just got real weird. And now we're going to figure out how they're going to do anything with this one. 17's now making a sin of their own. You can see just trying to juke in between the bullets. It's going to be Dano on one side. Twisted Minds are also going to be setting up in just a moment, and they've got a hill that they could look down into this one. Freaks are also taking some shots at Xiao Wu as he's trying to move forward, but somehow 17 is just kind of getting away with this.
Yeah, they're just kind of squeezing in between people. It reminds me a bit of how Twisted Minds rotates, where they're just able to find enough space between the other teams to safely get to where they want to go. And Lil Ghost going to be the trailing member here with his teammate. I believe it's Sho in there. I think Suju was the one who got taken out. I can't remember for sure off the top of my head. I can't see the name, but as they get kind of overlapped when they're in the cars together. Yeah, it's Sho. I can see the U at the end of the name. Or is it Suju? Oh, it is Suju. I'm wrong. It was another U. Well, there's a U at the end of his name, too.
Baited.
I got mega baited there.
You got baited.
I wish I could see their names, but that's not the case. Ooh, a headshot.
Yeah, it's always the problem when they give you that +1.
I know. I can't see the other name, and I'm like,
it's like going to a wedding and they just give you the +1, right? You just can take anybody you want.
That would be, yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, that's.
Okay, where are you going to go, E United? As it has been not necessarily the most comfortable for them as well, as they're still holding on to a lead over Na'Vi, but it has just been a harder day for them to find the successes that they really desperately want. E United trying to find some way to try to at least close in on Twisted Minds, but Twisted Minds, and you got to get them and 17 are just not relenting.
No, absolutely not. I love to see it. Oh, Bard, they spun him out on purpose. Adam's going to get taken out for it. Now, you do have James getting knocked Bard as well from Greg Shot, but they've got two on the back of the Murado, and they're going to find another one. Who else but Cliv from the back of the car is going to find the knock, and Helen is going to get involved to finish off Y Kikamuka. Wildcard gets caught up in the crossroads, and they are going home for this game.
I mean, Overpeakers just doing whatever they want. This is just wild.
Why not?
Again,
it's working.
if it works, just keep doing it. They're not getting punished. It's continuing to climb. It's favorable for them, so you can't be shouting Game 6 scrims, whatever. They're sitting there and just constantly holding down a good position around 5th.
Game 6 scrims, yep. Anybody who's watched or played esports scrims knows how sometimes those final games of the scrim get a little wacky. Entropic now looks to make a maneuver down the road. There is the Freaks up ahead, Akkad, and I can see somebody cooking a grenade in the back. Akkad gets a decent amount of damage. If that grenade is on point, they could be done. It is really good. It gets one, does a ton of damage for the others.
Now it's just a full collapse. My God, Freaks just moved out of that hallway. Entropic charged into it, and it was just an absolute death trap.
He's just waiting around the door. QBE saw him a little bit too late there, so really nicely done by the side of the Freaks. Overpeakers are like, well, that might have taken too long. There might have been a moment where Overpeakers could have crashed that fight. And
they were just 2 kilometers out of the blue.
Yeah, just a little bit out there. Just a bit outside. And so they're going to have to stop up and wait. TE might have an angle into them. I can see shots ringing out. Nurens has a knock on the Solelzi, so DAY3 here has an angle down on top of servers.
Overpeakers is still just cutting their own path through the leaderboard, but also going to get some the Expendables doing some work in the back as AT is going to join in as well as, hey, Ninja, that's not nice.
That's your teammate, Ninja.
That's...
I looked at that and I'm like...
He didn't even move. He was just...
I know, he didn't even react.
You can't blame that on, like, accidentally stepping in front. That was just... I don't know.
Well, I was like, who has an angle?
Okay, Akkad.
Wow. 777 just gets absolutely slapped.
He just blasted out of that card.
Yeah.
Now Jeems looking down at Ninja 2K and going to be trying to skate into here as Bard is going to be able to line up and take him down. Overpeakers still playing their own game and forcing everybody to play it as well.
Oh, look at the way he used that smoke. Duck Juice, I think, was considering trying to drive up there, but there's some rocks in the way. Bard taking a ton of damage from Duck Juice and is going to be knocked by the Molly there. And now grenades are ringing out up from way up on high as Overpeakers want to see if they can stop the Expendables in their tracks. He's far gone.
All right, Nade is going to blow up just in front of his face as now this is going to look down, and now there is just good old Duck Juice hanging over there. I do want to point out in the southern part of the circle, guess what? We have FaZe that's shooting at them, but TMA is going to be creeping up right back behind FaZe at the same time that Cerberus is on the move right next to DAY3. So this is its own fight that's about to break out depending on how focused in FaZe stays. ATC does seem like he realizes what's up, and now the defensive line for FaZe is moving way more down into that TMA direction.
Well, TMA had, if there would have been a fight that kicked off between DAY3 and Cerberus, they could have maybe gone to their west, but instead they're going to have to fight FaZe. FaZe now capitalizing on the space that they have, trying to do some opening damage to TMA. Grenades are going to be raining in just a second, but Crazy actually finds the first one onto Diggory. Diggory in response gets Lulu always, so it's grenade for grenade, trade for trade, but TMA does not have the same numbers as FaZe.
Gustav is trying to creep around and find a flank into it, but it's going to be Cerberus, Tycon, who gets done and managed to get the knock onto Gustav. Suddenly, that plan that FaZe had is coming apart. But guess what? DAY3's also going to try to get involved in what's going on with Tycon and take him down. Now they're looking in. Himos is just going to be completely surrounded by DAY3, while we have TMA still trying to make their move in, where FaZe is going to be positioning at, and it's going to be Freaks that are taking the shots into TMA now.
Yeah, the real winners of this is 17. As they get to just chill on the road and watch everybody else just kind of duke this out. Circle, maybe south, yeah, sort of. And 17 there, just going to be chilling on the edge. Now, DAY3 is starting to drive towards kind of both teams. AT gets taken down. Lulu always had been res, and he's going to get the knock and the flush. Diggory around the corner, good for the kill onto Lulu always. So FaZe, 2 left, but they have taken a ton of damage.
I mean, TMA punishes him hard for that one, and now it's going to be Poo Chills coming in here, seeing if maybe he can pick up something, but whole time 17 Gaming is just going to be looming in the north, waiting for whoever's going to be moving, and be it the red team, be it the pink team, it's going to be a problem. Overpeakers now moving in as well, pretty close to United sight lines, as the north is going to get more twisted, as Twisted Minds are going to have to move pretty close to Danawa.
Yoho's trying to crash question mark over on the other side of this. Lost a player in their drive. Actually, they had to stop short, so that fight didn't really kick off. That grenade, pretty good, but doesn't get the knock on defects. The follow-up from Nurens, if it's cooked properly, could find one more member of FaZe. That is perfect from Nurens. So well cooked.
That air burst right in his face. There's nothing that Vex could have done about this one. Diggory, the last one up for FaZe, now has to figure out Where is he going to go? How's he going to handle anything as he is just trapped? Smoke's going to start coming out. He's going to have to lean into the Freaks side. Remember, they had sight lines into this just a second ago, so this is a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation for Dickory.
No doubt. He's in a ridiculously difficult spot. And so, of course, I feel for him as Twisted Minds has spotted Helen. Now, they've been quiet throughout this one, may be able to find their first point. Donawa really spread out below this hill line, so Lambu starts moving his vehicle away from the nades of Lou. Looks like he's avoided much damage there. Really kind of smart, heady play there from the IGL for Donawa to keep those vehicles safe.
United now also moving into a pretty interesting hillside defense as they were trying to make sure that they move away from overpeakers, so there's going to be a defended sight line. Kickstart is going to be able to take down Salute. This is right up next to the Danawa defensive lines. This means that Twisted Minds might also be coming in right back behind this one, so Danawa has got to find themselves some type of defense, and yep, it's going to be Spyro coming up right into this one. Are we going to see the continued pushes? This is just 2 members of Twisted Minds.
EU has got to find a good opportunity to potentially do some damage to Twisted Minds. They would love to at the very least. Let's see if they can. 17's Little Ghost is chilling in a shack. I mean, I have to assume the Freaks are very keen that is a possibility. They are very aware that somebody will be doing that. And well, Xiao Wu as well, shooting from the other side in his own shack, has a lot of Day Trade around him. Day Trade should be within grenade range, I believe. They might be able to get one in there. Well, yeah, yep, they got a molly in there.
This is just such a weird thing to see. 2 members of 17 just in their own independent shacks fighting 4-man squads entirely by themselves. Just 17 things, right?
Yeah, only 17. Dickory's still alive. He's still doing damage.
Trying to now see if he can pick up some more out of it. He does manage to pick up Nurens before he goes down.
Yeah, the blue came to him and he is gone, but he did a whole bunch of damage before they took him out. Meanwhile, the high ground was taken by Twisted Minds to start doing damage. They're trying to find the flush onto Belmoth. They had found the knock. Hikari now getting involved in this crossfire onto Day Trade. Day Trade's Poo Chills able to find the safety of the vehicle. Flash finds some return fire to back Hikari off momentarily, but the Freaks now, Lil Ghost hasn't moved out of this shack just yet. I think the Freaks might have forgot about this.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. Lil Ghost about to come in full on sneaky. Twisted Minds look like they're trying to come in, and Yoho just gets absolutely demolished. Twisted Minds now has to contend up with question mark though, as one side is going to be contending with them as the other side has got their sights set into United.
Well, EU here needs to get this res on the flood. They really need 3 up if they're going to take any kind of successful fight. The trap has been sprung by Lil Ghost, but uncharacteristic spray just a bit off, and Lash able to turn and prevent any further damage. The Freaks have 10 kills in this one. They're playing a really solid game. They've got complete control over the southeast corner of this. Only Day Trade kind of even in their territory, and there's only 2 up for them. So if they can avoid any further damage, they've got a shot at coming through here. And again, a win would shoot them way up the leaderboard.
Big game for them right now. These 10 kills were so needed, as now Twisted Minds looks like they are managing to start to regroup at least 3 of them. Perfectix now trying to make a pathing over to get to his teammates. Hobbits is down, and they're going to try to commit into a res for question mark. Day Trade, though, still playing pretty close to this area where the Freaks are going to be at, and you can kind of see there's a slight ravine running through this, as we do have question mark that's got some high ground to look into it, and that's really what a lot of these teams are trying to control, most notably question mark and the Freaks right.
Yeah, Perfectix had taken quite a bit of damage. A good grenade there, going to catch Dante, put him down to about half, a little less than that. So Perfectix trying to find some space to probably try to go for a heal, but he's got a doozy right up above him, and a doozy isn't really able to push over this ridge with the firing lines that Twisted Minds has created on the other side. So a doozy here just has to fall back. There is not much else he can do unless he has a ton of grenades sitting around.
Combined forces of QM and United could do a ton of work into Twisted Minds right now, but we're getting into those later stages of the game. And so now Twisted Minds going to try to see if they can shoo away what's happening. Aduzi still wanting to move in, and he's getting closer and closer by the second to Perfectix position. While all this has been happening, though, we do see the Freaks have managed to take a much more dominant position down into the south.
Yeah, I'd really like to see the Freaks clean out Day Trade here. QM is also trying to get involved in that, so the Freaks got to be careful that they don't overextend, that they don't give kind of an open door for Question Mark to come up over the top and maybe do some serious damage. Maybe see if you can just kind of push Day3 into Question Mark, force that space. Meanwhile, the Twisted Minds, dude, the way they play this game is so freaking good. The way that they're covering Perfectix, the way that they're keeping EU pinned, they backed off Question Mark and game space, just absolutely beautiful. Blue Chill up and over has Dante. He's got the flush as well. Finally, Hobbits takes him out. Flash, sliver of health left though.
A butterfly has just flapped its wings, and with that kill, suddenly it's going to be the Freaks coming alive to the south. Question Mark now moving in. They're going to have some vision into this one, so it's going to be the Freaks now taking some shots into QM. Perfectix now also starting to crest the hillside, looking back down on the team that was so close to him just a moment ago. He might be able to put in some work as well, but he does not want to over-peek into the Freaks line, and so with this, it's just going to be a quick step away. Circle did move, and it is favoring E United's position.
Yeah, I like the recognition here from the Freaks. You can leave one to harass, but you need to get the main forces away from this fight, as Twisted Minds also had an angle into them. So let QM deal with Twisted Minds. You go regroup, set up for the next circle, see if you can find some kind of safety in there, and maybe you can squeak on through. Maybe get EU involved as well and see if you can just kind of force the other three teams to fight and you take some kind of control over this low ground. It's going to be difficult for the Freaks, no doubt about it.
Yeah, this is the territory that they're trying to move into, though, is going to be where Twisted Minds as well as E United is going to have some vision. And I think it's also going to be in a lower section of the circle. So you can see the Freaks, looking in. They don't have a lot of options to move in. They've got the trees and stuff. Perfectix, though, does see himself some Question Mark members. Throwables now starting to come out. Is this frag going to connect? Is it going to be Perfectix just lined in, and he is going to go down. Aduzi wins it. Man, he runs up there quick to flush that one.
A great counter push here by Aduzi, knowing his teammate was weak, knowing that Perfectix was going to be looking for the frag, able to catch him off guard. Out in the open now are the Freaks trying to make their cross. Relo, though, hits the flanks of Twisted Minds, taking Lou down, gets the flush over to Aduzi, but Akkad has been knocked for the Freaks, so now EU starting to come to life.
Oh man, running right over here next to Batulins. I don't even know if they know that this is about to hit them. Spyro does at least manage to take down Phil first. Batulin spins back around. He does manage to take down Hobbits. And while QM did get an opening knock to start this one off, it's all about Aduzi, the man himself who opened up the door for this capabilities. Now going to have to run away from this Twisted Minds defensive line as he's just going to get taken down.
Yeah, beautiful grenades here from Batulins. Again, beautiful spacing, beautiful position holding for the Twisted Minds. Kickstart has the Freaks out in the open. A lot of smokes are going to have to be expended by Kwangdong if they are going to find any more safety in this next circle. They are starting to push down the hill. The blue is at their back. Kickstart and the others have them just dead to rights. It's Flood getting the knock on to Akkad. Lash looks to be soon to follow.
See the fact the Freaks have had to go full on Pineapple Express. Smokes galore down there, but it's just going to be too many angles to be picked apart from. It's going to be E United that gets a big chunk of this one, but they've got to be careful. Spyro is trying to creep over here, and it looks like he wants to use his opportunity to kind of jump in. Rello is defending up for E United to make sure nothing can happen, and there you go. We've got a 3v2 to finish this one out, as it's going to be a very northern fight along this hill.
It's a huge fight for United. They need this win to climb back up, to get close to Twisted Minds and 17. A decent grenade catches Spyro, does about half damage. Batulins and Spyro now starting to let go with some utility of their own, but E United too far for the reach of the Twisted Minds players as it sits. Flood here gets the spot on Batulins, gets the information on the positioning. The rest of the players are on the edge of the circle, Matt, so eventually they're going to have to start making a move. The circle's going to force the issue here.
Yeah, I mean, the center point on this one is nowhere near where we're at right now. E United isn't even really inside the circle yet. Rello's just kind of caught in an isolated spot. He's right next to Twisted Minds, but looks like they might be trying to bait something out, most notably Flood playing one side of this one. Rello's just trying to slow hold this position. Kickstart's playing out in distance, though. Spyro takes a lot of damage. Rello looks like he might be trying to get some utility in, maybe support this one up. Starting to get this. Does it connect with anything? I don't know just yet. It looks like Kickstart is now making a more aggressive push on that left side, right up next to Batulins, and I don't think he's managed to find the angle to work with just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds has enough cover that they're able to stay safe. The utility from United has not done too much damage. It's been bullets that have been doing the heavy lifting for them. Batulin's stuck underneath as he's getting stunned up to high heaven. Throws a molly at the tree. Wants to prevent them from pushing forward. A decent grenade this time does catch Batulins a bit, but they're going to start a wrap. They're going to try to go for the flank.
I love this. Just play into the nades. Move forward. It's going to be E United that was trying to reposition through this one as the Rave has just been popping off all those flashes for so long. Now, moving into a 2v2. That blue does a huge chunk of damage, though. Batulins has got to be careful with it. They're going to go with a hit hit and run. They just run down there, hit kickstart, because they know that that's going to be an influential person to be out inside this fight, and now moving into the north, but Flood did get control over the center point.
The proactivity from Twisted Minds is just unbelievable. How smart they are and how coordinated they are with that maneuver is so effective here to eliminate the big gun from United. Still, Flood has been absolutely nuts this tournament. He's got a good angle, he's got the 3x, and he's ready to spray him down.
Got to play this one carefully. Flood needs to maintain control over this area. Shots do connect with Batulans just enough. Rello looks like he's going to be trying to creep in back behind Spyro. The longer that this is going to be going on, it means the fact that it's going to be the Twisted Minds just forced down into Flood's sightline. You can see that they're trying to prod in. Can they find an angle? As Rello just playing this one as patient as possible.
Rello just needs to make sure that he doesn't get caught out by Spyro. If he can find that angle down on Batulan. Batulan's playing on the edge of the smoke. He's got the angle, can't find the knock.
Does get the damage, but that was a big reveal in position. If he goes for a peek there, it could be disastrous. Flood now having more and more pressure mounting on his position, with Rello now being exposed. With the smokes now out, you can see the Twisted Minds slow creeping into this one. Actually, every single second that we can see that EU United is having more and more pressure put on them could be a benefit. Rello does line up, finally does pick it up, and there you go. EU United finds a victory.
Yeah, a little bit shaky there, but at the end, Rello able to find the spray, gets the double, and a huge win for United. That's going to pop them right back up in the leaderboard.
And especially against Twisted Minds. That's going to be some type of moral victory to let them start moving forward, but we still have one more, and this has just been a wild day for teams to find some points that are so needed, and I don't even know what I'm going to be expecting moving into this last round.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a great day for PUBG Esports, as a lot of teams are stepping up today that we haven't seen so far. We've seen a lot of new winners in the grand finals. You know, it isn't just the 17 Gaming and Twisted Mind show today. A lot of other teams have been playing spectacularly. So, I mean, this is what we hope for. This is what you want to see going into the final day.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and toss it over the desk so that way Martin can try to claim EU United to his heart's content.
Thank you, gentlemen, and congratulations to EU United, the young guns of North America, coming out, throwing down, and taking a big win off the favorites. Poro, an epic win for them.
I mean, it was absolutely necessary too, wasn't it? I mean, it looked like they were holding on, but they're just not climbing, not managing to catch up to Twisted Minds and 17 as they continue to get further away. And then finally, just a huge win here. And it doesn't come closer than that at the end. That was a beautiful 2v2.
And honestly, I love the way that they try to make it a 2 versus 2 and succeeded. Got kickstart down, unfortunately. Also, one of their strongest players right near United. But Rello's angle and the way that he knew, all right, they're spinning a lot of smokes here. Maybe I'm gonna have an opening behind this tree here, and it worked really well for them.
Yeah, I mean, Flood taking the low side with Rello on the high side. I mean, it is just beautiful stuff. But over peakers, man. What are they? They're just farming North American teams. I swear.
The only thing Overpeakers hate more than themselves is North American teams. As they go out and they just completely eradicate yet another one in yet another game.
But they're also collecting more and more points, and they're actually slowly kind of starting to climb up the leaderboard a little bit more too. So, I mean, they're still finding. They're another one of those teams that's finding themselves one big game away from being right in the mix with everybody else going into this final day, Martin.
Yeah, 7 kills, only 10th place though. I love the way they were able to close it out though. I mean, if you're able to salvage a game without getting any placement points with 7, that's fine to me, but it was messy. And in general, in this area here, I love the terrain and how everything works in this area, but it's hard to get there when you first get started in a rotation, when you get stopped throughout and in the middle of it.
In a lot of ways, the way you say it was messy is true. This game was messy through the entirety of it.
It was.
Until we got to the end, and then it became sort of a master's class in strategy and positioning, and it did start out as a 3v2, Poro. We saw Kit go down, and I was blown away by how TM reacted to that knock and just almost outsmarted him.
I mean, Twisted Minds is such a good team, man. Like, it is a pleasure to watch that team operate and just see how they play the meta game and how good their communication is, how they have the trust that they have in each other to be able to cover each other's backs. I mean, that fight against QM, that could have easily gone another way, but Twisted Minds been able to pull it out. Still 7 kills, 1,800 damage, and, you know, finally, United, again, back up in the top.
In many situations, just a case where you outsmart people in high and intense situations, right? But Tulin's waiting by a car for question mark to drive past that. getting like an easy knock once. Spire also obviously got one, but it's just easy to outsmart like that if you're able to outthink your opponents in situations where, all right, everybody's just kind of scrambling to get into better positions, but they're just outplaying and outsmarting a lot of the teams that they're winning against. And of course, still combined with them being amazing mechanically.
Now, I have to avoid the bias and call a spade a spade.
Right.
United did yoink 2 circles there at the end, both to the north, to put them in a winning position, but were able to capitalize off of that. A team that I thought did the most with what they had in front of them is your KDF and QM. Both of those teams had to scrap to put every point on the board for them.
Yeah, and I mean, KDF kind of needs it too, don't they? I mean, I think they were dead last going into this game, but you know, it's weird. Every now and then we're seeing games where these teams, no matter where they lie on the leaderboard, whether it's at the top or the bottom, they still show how they got here. Like, they are definitely worthy of being in this grand finals lobby.
Here's the end of the match as we watch again. Batulin doing a great job of pushing up, gets the flush, and then they immediately relocate, but ultimately it came down to just running out of smokes, Avenger. They had no defense and just a tree.
Once we get to the top 4, utility is king. It is literally what wins your game. If they had 10 more smokes there, it could have been completely different. Relo had an angle, but if they were able to smoke like and have a flank around it and maybe take a 2 versus 1 versus flood, it would have been completely different. Then again, they ran out of it. They tried to outsmart it, they got kicked down, but they didn't have kind of the rest of the utility to commit to the rest of the strategy. And Relo, you know, on a really fantastic spray down there with the 2XM4, I believe it was, to be able to close this one out.
Yeah, I mean,
top fraggers, Nigel, too, this game.
There you go. There you go. I mean, we've been singing Relo's praises all year, but yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, they were down to what, maybe 2 or 3 smokes left.
Right.
If they have more, then they can use them offensively, right? Throw them on top of United, force them to kind of play through those smokes. But unfortunately, United in a perfect position to kind of take advantage of the fact that TM had to push out of that. And there you go. The new leaderboard is up. And United right there.
Let's
check
it in. 17 Gaming does allow the slide to continue at 133. They went out in 8th and left the door open. Twisted Minds and United capitalize on the door being left, and they try to kick it in. Twisted Minds does close the gap. Had they won that game, they would have taken the lead, but United put a stop to it, and in doing so, gets closer. And dare I ask, Martin, is this now a 3-horse race?
I hope so.
I hope so too.
I would love to do it. I would love to see maybe one more battle. Maybe they can, you know, hop drop each other in Picado on this chance here. They're going to kill each other and then not have that many placement points because I would love to see United. They had a rough day on their angle. I gotta say, I think it was 6 points, 7 points total. They managed to get in 3 games. It's just not enough if you want to make it a 3-horse race. They have to have a big game here in the last game of the day.
Well, the last game of the day is not far away. We'll see if they do have that big one. Who takes home the last win of the day? You'll find out in just a few minutes.
This win goes out to the fans.
Meditate on that! High five!
guys are up here. A bold message. I will not rest. Did you know they call Callisto the Dead Moon? Dead. Gives me chills every time. Things are changing. They're evolving.
Well, we wanted it to be a close series, and boy, we are getting there. Now just 2 points separating out the top of our leaderboard, and I don't even know, so many ties all across the place everywhere else.
No doubt. I mean, this has been a really fun third day in terms of a lot of teams stepping up to the plate today that maybe hadn't the first couple of days to at least put themselves within, spitting distance of some of the top teams, but it continues to be a two-horse race with 17 and Twisted Minds, but it feels like it's trading between the two maps. On Miramar, it's Twisted Minds. On Erangel, 17. So, again, if 17 can have a big game here on Miramar, that could be the difference maker.
I don't know if you can count out E United just yet. 15 points behind is a doable hurdle to try to climb over and usurp positioning when we still have 6 games left.
Yeah, Kickstart's now your top damage dealer for the tournament. He's the first one to get ahead of 5,000 damage, and he's quite a bit ahead of anybody who's close to him. Perfectix is second in total damage right now at 4,680. So really, Kick is having a good one. I mean, a bit of a fumble there at the end of that game that cost him his life, but regardless, they still won the game. So, you can sort of forget about that one. Just shake it off. Just, next game, GG go next.
I mean, he did move into an aggressive position in there, so I think that they realized that there was risk in it. So I'll give him that one on side of it, even though the fact that he's on my fantasy team. So not gonna get
he's
the
on
kills.
a lot of he's on
not
a
gonna
lot
get
of the
the
other
kills for me, are you, Kickstarter?
Yeah, he's on a lot of the other casters' fantasy teams. So you know what?
Just the American ones.
Yeah, well, yes. So there's no love lost for me there. I mean, I'm riding on Show and Soul is doing the heavy lifting for me. So
as he is right now, is doing a pretty damn good job of it with 27 points. And we are going back into the north as we have gone up here quite a bit in Miramar, as at least now going much more north of Azahar as we were seeing the trend be yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, these generally end up either kind of in and around Cruz de Valle or somewhere to the north of Hacienda. That's generally where these like to go. They can hard shift west, it can hard shift north. There's a ton of directions it can go. So we won't know more.
Oasis is in the circle.
Don't get your hopes up.
Oasis is in the circle.
You're over here dancing
Look.
I mean, you've been able to summon some bad circles. So you know what? We both have today. I summoned the bad Erangel circle that went to the, the South George. They drove through the tree.
Just wilding.
He went right through the branches. That's amazing.
And just look at the vehicles flipping everywhere.
Hey, I mean, you got there, but then, the pre-nades were already there. And that's standing right on top of it, and that's a landmine.
It's one of those things. You got to assume that they're there, but you always want to assume that they're not.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, they're hard to hear and see when you're driving in like that. So it's so funny that he just walks right in. Kari's just chilling at the corner. It's like, all right, dude.
Whoever designed those longhouses at PUBG, you're evil. They are so hard to try to take.
They are one of the most difficult houses to deal with in PUBG Esports. They are really tricky.
You know that there's some developer that's listening right now just like, yes.
Oh, yeah. They should be proud. I mean if that was your goal, mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah.
More often than not, whenever I'm driving by and I just see somebody that's inside of them, like, Longhouse, not even worth it.
Oh, God, I skip them.
Yeah.
I'm like, if we could take them, I'm like, let's get them. If I see anybody in them, I'm like, nah, let's just go somewhere else.
Just shoot me out of the car as I'm driving by it. I don't even want to just deal with trying to go down that hallway. As E United now finding some legs to themselves, and looks like they're still wanting to try to compete up next at the top of it. Overpeaker's now going to be coming in right back behind them as Navi has slipped down into 5th place.
Yeah, again, it's been rough going for Navi. They found a few extra points here and there, but the other teams around them have really started to pick up the pace, and Overpeaker's in 4th. I mean, again, that veteran team, a team with, more experience than just about anybody else, if not any other team in this lobby. So you could see it pulling through for them as they just, they're playing loose, they're playing fun, and they're able to make some really good moves out of it. And when you're playing loose like that, you make good decisions because you're not in your own head. You're just sort of letting the game come to you. You're just reacting, naturally.
I will say that I like all of the decision making. I don't know if I can always put it in good, because like that trap that they did with the cars a second ago, just trying to run somebody down, it works for them. But
I like it.
I love every second of it.
Absolutely.
Just keep on going. Just keep on doing it. Whatever's working, Overpeakers. I don't know what type of juju you're using that works so well, but it is happening.
Well, it's a good combination of a lot of good players. On paper, it should have been a team that, that we probably were talking about as maybe winning this event coming into this, but because of some of the, the turmoil behind the scenes, and we started to kind of scratch our heads a bit and go, well, maybe. And then they got here in the Grand Survival even, but They're our best Grand Survival team so far. They're doing a really phenomenal job. That's no problem. Landed it. Easy money. QM coming in from the west side. There's the wild card and a wide split, kind of what we saw, a similar split to what we saw in their big win, in their history-making 22-kill win earlier in the event. So let's see if QM's going to mess with that too much. Total damage.
I'm kind of actually surprised by that with Overpeakers, given how often we see them fighting in the earlier stages. But I think that might also be a symptom of losing a player, as we were seeing in the first 2 days. They kept having a player that they would lose around circle 2 to 3.
2 to 3, yeah.
And so that's going to be a significant hit on your damage numbers. But they still just managed to figure out ways to pick up points. And it looks like 17 that was kind of their trend as well, as we're now jumping in with them as they're getting a pathing that's looks like it's going to put them in a pretty good spot for the circle.
Yeah, not bad. You know, they would definitely love to see a Southern shift on the next circle where they're sitting, but you know, there is a rotation opportunity down the road potentially. That road's a little bit tougher to camp than some, the one that runs from Hacienda up to Cruz de Valle, because there are some sloping hill lines that make it kind of tough to get right to the edges of them. But Yahoo, oh boy, they're going to be taking some damage. They're getting a little help though from, I think, FaZe out in the open. Now the Freaks again might have to defend a compound.
Now they're going to be sending it in, and hey, guess what? It's going to be Twisted Minds rolling right over here next to Overpeakers, and it's going to be the 2 up over here that's got the high ground. Means the fact that the other 2 Overpeakers need to try to see if they can reinforce this quite quickly. It's just going to be full-on shots from one side of this one, and yep, it looks like that's just going to be enough to deter.
Yeah, I mean, this is what makes Twisted Minds so good. They put themselves...
Navi? Was it Navi taking shots? I don't know who discouraged them.
No. There's no way. There's no way Navi has
no,
on that.
Sorry about that.
But regardless, I want to say that Twisted Minds, like, the way that they play this game is so good because they never over-aggress. You can see they get the information. They don't just start hucking grenades and trying to go for a fight. You know, they're going to just kind of see how the other teams react. They have escape plans. They have exit valves. Everything is in place. They've got cover fire for these moves. It's just beautiful to watch them play.
All right, now the dance around for compounds is continuing as most teams are leaning into a, I guess, center to the south kind of situation, praying the fact that it's going to lean more that Hacienda side, water treatment, that direction. Maybe down over around the center area. We might also see like Death Star Trench become a factor for this one. And now Overpeakers do manage to get in point. We also have DAY3 that's going to be running up here next to TM, but just a lot of like weakening shots coming out. No committed firefights anywhere on circle.
Yeah, a little bit of congestion for the church up on the Cruz de Valle hill. And Emirates is sending in a pretty strong force, and it looks like United realizes that they don't have the forces available to contest the top part of the hill, so back into the Abbey part of the church they go. I think this is probably okay for United, but they got to be a little bit careful. I mean, Salalzi is really getting aggressive.
I mean, Cerberus also getting up on top of a very high point in the circle. Feels like that worked pretty well for them.
It's gone well for them, yeah. As it turns out, Yahoo kind of just got swatted away from other locations, had to drive here, and almost gets a knock on a United for it. Relo scrambling to drive up into the Abbey, and he should be good to go to get into the church side of it.
Well, and so that means that Yahoo's going to find themselves a place to stop as well, and that's going to be more of a calm that's situated. Is we still have Overpeakers and Twisted Minds taking some shots at each other, but that's going to be about it. It looks like we're going to see a bar get taken over here for Yahoo, and yeah, TMA is going to be the only team that likes me and goes Oasis.
Well, let's see if they can hang out there until it's last call. Maybe they'll find a couple circles going their way. Donawa, pre-rotation here as they were just getting some info out towards the power grid area. There isn't much going on until you get to Lou from Twisted Minds up on the Double Gods that are up on the hill to the south, or excuse me, to the northwest of San Martin. So looks like they're just going to try to drive right through the city. There hasn't been much fighting in San Martin proper, so they have to assume that it's probably decently empty.
I mean, there's a lot of times in the circle that nobody is actually shooting. This is a pretty quiet circle, especially for a Miramar circle. You've got a couple of teams. It's most notably just Twisted Minds and Overpeakers that are just shooting at each other from, I don't know, a pretty decent range away, about 300-400 meters, somewhere like that. But as you can see, as Danawa's just driving through here, they're still trying to start to creep up into the area where you can finally see Twisted Minds. This is going to be the only shooting that's happening.
Yeah, well, they're driving right at Twisted Minds Hills. They haven't seen anybody. Twisted Minds has been obscuring themselves. Okay, let's see if Donawa does commit to this. Perfectix, though, gets in his buggy, and he doesn't want to take the fight. The rest of Twisted Minds was already on the move, so there's no reason for him to stick around and just try to do any unnecessary damage and take unnecessary damage himself. But Water Treatment itself very much open here as Donawa continues their rotation. They want to get as center as possible. A tire pop here could be devastating. It doesn't spin the vehicle out, though.
Good job on taking some shots just to shoo away Batulins as the circle is going to go down into the south, and you can hear fans pretty happy about that one as 17 do have themselves a good spot. Na'Vi as well. Looks like we're also going to see the Expendables very quickly try to regroup. Teams up to the north who are also in love with the idea of Oasis are going to have a much harder rotation in.
Well, Donna was kind of angling for this to go more to the northeast, and now they're stuck still in cars trying to figure out where they can go next. And yeah, absolutely 17 sitting pretty nicely there. The Freaks having to make their move a little bit more center. They already split up. They're going to try to maintain, it looks like, another 2-2 split early here. And this might be problematic. I can see TMA angling pretty much directly at the northernmost compound of that 2-2 split.
This is, you're just at that stage, you got to send it down. We got these fields that we saw several endings at around here beforehand. Now it's going to be about how the pathing is going to come out for TMA. They're going to approach in off of this, and instead it looks like they've got their eyes set and coming in after E-United.
Yeah, this is nice here for the Freaks because they're able to
Rello, you got to defend.
With a show of force, keep him away. Rello, though, has two cars driving right by him. He waits to spring the trap. Blood gets the first knock. Can Rello get another? No. TMA looks like they're going to escape with only one loss to the E-United front.
Well, guess what? There's another couple of those that are going to be coming because it's also going to be Na'Vi in the next sight line. See, Freaks still get some vision in what's happening. Where are you going to go, TMA? They're trying to, like, round out the horses. They're also trying to round out the ground as they're just rolling in. Vision not going to be too rewarded. Lash is going to connect onto Crazy. He's going to go down, and TMA is just continuing to leave bodies behind them as they go.
Yeah, TMA just trying to find anything that's safe, and it looks like they're going to take or try to take the area by this dip that Entropic won their Grand Survival game from, and very near it. And they are two left, and it's been a crazy drive. Not the most pleasant of trips, but they got here.
I mean, they're at least kind of centered too, and they've got Na'Vi that can kind of protect them in one angle, and they're nice friends, and the Freaks that took out one of their friends, they can actually kind of protect them too. See? It's all according to plan.
Yeah.
You surrender a player to have a team protect you.
All according to Keikaku.
Yeah.
You get
All right, so not too many other rotations coming out just quite yet. We do have Wildcard that's moving in pretty close to phase. Wildcard did also just pick up a crate, I believe, so have to see who's got some toys to play with.
I see the level 3 gear on Greg's shot this time again, and I haven't seen a level 3 gun floating around, so it might have been something that nobody wanted to rock and roll with, which if it's the AWM and you passed on it, then you deserve to lose a game. That's all there is to it.
Oh, wow, just going to call it out.
I'm just calling it out, yeah. I totally am serious about it, too.
We're going to have to look and see how that goes as Overpeakers is going to come in. And Day Trade, I don't know if this is the building you want to go into because there's some people in there that are not going to care for you to be here and aren't going to care how much it's going to take to kill you.
Grenades are in, trying to put them down the hall. See if you can land them right between those doors that are down there, you might be able to get some damage into the players that are kind of trying to hide in those two separate rooms, but it doesn't look like that is going to be the case. Bard trying to watch an angle around the outside. James also, but I can't see much through that smoke. Flash took a big chunk of damage, but able to get around. Still Belmoth not directly involved in this fight, trying to play Overwatch, but he's really far out there.
Yeah, he was trying to come in as well. It's going to be Batulins that provides some support as he is separated away from the rest of Twisted Minds, kind of monitoring what's going to be going on. Firefight's going to be going, and it's going to continue to be more and more problems for Day Trade as they lose another.
17 was on a pre-rotation, and then this circle popped, and they just turned right around and went back in.
Wait, okay.
Never mind now. All right. So let's see. Mexi, skill 4 up for the Overpeakers. Flash, I don't know if Belmoth is here just yet. It looks like he might have gotten in, but he's got a pump shotgun, and that can do things, no doubt about it. And I can see Twisted Minds is starting to drive on by there, let the fight allow them to leapfrog past. That's just more of this unbelievably smart play calling that you see from them. They take advantage of the chaos, but they don't go for the points in the fight, they go for the position.
Wildcard was trying to move into the circle just north of Water Treatment and then did bump into phase yet again as the standoff continues. Flash with a shotgun facing one direction, Mixie holding down an AR facing another as Overpeakers definitely have control over this, and Flash in no rush to move at all.
This is an odd place to be prone. This is there are so many angles that people could theoretically come at you from this spot, but I suppose with Belmoth watching, you can kind of guess where it's going to come from. Tycon there took a chunk of damage, but tree should be enough to keep him safe along with the smoke. Should be able to get the heal off. That position is treacherous as time goes on. There's a car there with him as well, of course, but that car will likely become quickly rather difficult to use as far as driving goes. Teams will likely take the tires out and do some damage to it, and yada, yada, yada.
Tire pop numbers, let's go. Let's build it up. Flash now also getting up on his feet as he can hear the feet of other teams now around him. Is he trying to source the sounds? Belmoth is protecting on one angle. Issue is, what is going to be the approach the overpeakers are going to go for? While this is happening, looks like Tropic's trying to go for the spot that rewarded them so well and managed to get them to this stage, but it's going to be Yoho that is already holding it down. Nades on one side, and also remember, there are 2 members for Entropic on the other. Looks like also E-United might be passing into this as Punich does go down, and Lucarux is going to find some vision into it. E-United could be passing by this one and put some bullets into the backside of Entropic.
Yeah, this is a great spread for Entropic. The crossfire angles that they're able to set up onto Yoho are absolutely beautiful. Yoho trying to go for the res. I think I saw a Molly in there as well, and out in the open was Bale Frost, and down Heat goes, or maybe Sparking. Sparking as well got taken out by Xiao Wu. So Yoho falling apart at the seams here today. Just yesterday, back-to-back wins, but since then they have been very quiet.
Now it's going to be Yoho making that foot push in pretty close on an angle. They could look Navi's direction or Entropic, and either one's could be its own set of hurdles moving in. Also want to point out, Ghost is moving very separated away from the rest of his team. He's like, nah, compounds are too constricting. Instead, I'm going to go on an adventure across these fields and try to find myself some Cerberus players.
Yeah, I like this, getting a little bit of information, gaining a little bit of space towards the Hacienda area. Maybe they can gatekeep Cerberus from the next circle if it goes north. This is difficult for United. They're going to kind of have to backfill off of Navi's pre-rotation here, or maybe whatever Entropic does well. We've seen this circle a couple times. It isn't quite as heavy in the favor of the God compound up where QM is. The unbeatable, basically the borderline unbeatable compound, but everybody else now scrambling to find some space. There's not much left.
OTE is trying to crash in back together, and Navi's trying to exploit it. They're just going to go ahead and send it in and say, okay, they don't have Cham to set up a full defense onto it, so Navi is just going to try to exploit that one. They do manage to come in pretty quickly and already managed to take down Levi, so he's going to be able to get flushed out. Rest of the pushes are now stopped as this is going to be moving forward. Ninja's going to get spotted out as well, and it looks like it's just going to be a matter of time before this flips in Navi's favor.
Yeah, they're just dissecting them like a high school biology pig, man. This is just absolutely ridiculous, the way that Navi just ran in there and took him out. EU drive-bys abound as both teams taking some damage, but Entropic has to go for the Freaks. This wide spread for the Freaks this late. This is too late to be doing the spread. Teams are going to start crashing you.
All these different fights are trying to allow E-United to move forward. They do lose one finally after driving through the thick of a ton of teams, but they're actually going to crash into the backside of the fight that we were watching just a second ago with TE and Navi. So with this, now all of a sudden the Expendables have some support in an unexpected vector.
Well, the Freaks are late, and they're going to pay the price. This is just, with the way that this circle is shifted, with how little playable space there is in terms of compounds and other safe spots, because there's so many angles and so much flat ground that people can get shot at from the compounds that are in this circle. The Freaks are just way late, and they pay the price.
The 2-2 splits that work in PCS are not going to work on internationals, and you need to regroup faster. As Hisaki is going to find Little Ghost, and now it is just a full-on press. They realize that they want to get him down and out fast.
Yeah, 17 was trying to hold the back end of this to really wait for the circle to make their move and then take the fight to Cerberus. But Cerberus ahead of the game, really, really smart stuff from Hisaki here as he gets Lil Ghost down. Meanwhile, FaZe, Wildcard looks like they got eliminated, and FaZe now has to contest with TMA. Just 2 left, though, for TMA. Seems like that's oftentimes the story when we start looking in on them.
Yeah, the Zano fight did end this time in the favor of FaZe. It's going to be 17 now sending it into the Navi compound. Is sure, let's just go ahead and get everyone in the lobby here. It's going to be 17 jumping out, Navi finding themselves with some strangers, and they are going to take down 17 quite early. This is a big opportunity for both Twisted Minds and E-United.
Just indecisiveness from 17 when they lost Lil Ghost. They panicked and went for Navi, and Navi was well prepared for that. Now there has been a knock onto a Navi player. 777 knocked for TE, so they only have 1 left. Mel letting loose with some grenades to try to buy some time. Donowa just chilling in the gas station there, nowhere near this fight. And Tropic's turn to crash.
Sure.
This is, yeah, why not? Party,
Sure.
You know, this is a party. Everybody's welcome.
Trying to get some kill points, just come on down to this compound. We got him in galore. E United is now still just trying to reset after this one, and Tropic's coming in. You can see that there's still Duck Juice that's alive, and he's just got targets galore all around him. Circle pops and says, screw that building. It's got way too much going on. We don't want to give it any circle. Instead, we're going to shift back over into this direction, and Twisted Mind's now going to find themselves in a beautiful gatekeeping position.
It's bizarre how much this compound just wants to be in the circles in this event. It's just one of those weekends. And so now it's Cerberus's Daikon doing some decent damage. They have to once again make a maneuver to get in. Overpeakers does control the southern tip. About half of a compound in that circle. Na'Vi now has to start expending smokes, but they are losing members fast. Lulu always up close and personal, gets them all!
Drop shot!
Oh, Lulu! Absolutely nasty there, taking out FaZe.
Take FaZe away, because they're gonna feel bad after that one. It's gonna be Na'Vi still trying to see if they can fish out Duck Juice, but he's doing a good job on staying alive. Danaway here's all the craziness that's just going on over here, and now moving in. It's gonna be Soul that's gonna be also in a gatekeeping position. So, all right, tides and times are going to change depending on how this all goes.
Yeah, for Donowa, there's nobody up on the northern edge of that long ridge line that runs across the road to the west of water treatment. So they've got a lot of open space to work with, and sending Soul out here, he just has to be really, really careful. But with the rest of his team being able to watch him from the gas station, he should be aight if he doesn't overextend.
Well, now it's just going to be more and more coming into this one, because guess what? Cerberus is like, hey, this seems fun. I want to get involved. This has been beneficial for me. Navi's going to lose one of their members quite quickly, as it's still going to be Entropic trying to hold it up. So Example's probably going to go down. Is it? Nobody's winning out of this one. Cerberus, at least here's the firefight, is going to continue to path right next to Twisted Minds, pass by them and Dano and find a good spot for themselves inside of this circle. This house is still going to be the center of all attention in these firefights, though.
A lot of graves being dug at this compound in this one. Snakers finds the finish onto Ivis with his frag. Uba trying to keep control of that long hallway, popping stuns out the door, afraid that somebody's going to come up behind him. Lucarux on the other side of things, just trying to find some manner of safety. United has lost 2 players, but still able to control the warehouse, it looks like, although I'm not sure if somebody's gotten in there or not. But Cerberus, a grenade from Soul, does a lot of damage. If he can find the follow-up, he's still sitting on a couple more.
This East Coast is just absolutely getting brutalized over here. As looks like Haisaki's going to try to reset. Also do want to point out that Na'Vi are finally finding themselves a game. They've got themselves 7 kills and have managed to step up and pass Overpeakers, but it's just barely, as now it's going to be tied up with everything's going to go on. And Tropic is now out. Kickstart and E United are trying to figure out how they're going to deal with the remnants of Na'Vi that are going to be moving forward in a 2v2 fight that's just going to be about who's going to be able to get picked apart next.
Yeah, United has them pinned on the bad side of the blue, but they're getting shot from a lot of different angles. They're trying to escape. They want to get longer into this game. Soul is going to find a finish on Aisaki. Uba, though, trying to heal through this. I mean, that's all he can do. But yeah, Donowa strikes from behind and takes them out. Uba, the last member alive for Na'Vi, but he is deep into phase 6 blue. He is not long for this lobby.
And everything is now coming up Twisted Minds. A circle is still close enough that they can find something to work with, but they still have to contend with Danoa, who is so close. They have finally stepped into first place, so 17, who has been holding down first place for so long, now loses it, as it's going to be Twisted Minds finally finding themselves that first place position. Overpeakers are going to make the send in, trying to desperately get into James's point. It looks like Vard is going to be able to get there. Belmoth for day trade's probably not too long for this world either, as it looks like he's trying to take off Exies. Now nades coming out from Danoa right on top of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, if Danoa can just find a couple good grenades into Twisted Minds, they can really put some serious hurt on top of them. Soul up on the hill playing point. And now you've got Lambu driving out. Yeah, finally Uba is going to go down. It's the blue who's going to steal that point away from any team, though. There's a good one from Soul to get the knock on to Spyro. Will there be follow-ups? You can see they're sending out flankers. Lambu now trying to join with Helen, Soul, and Salute. The dynamic duo for Donowa continue to put the pressure down on top of our currently in first place Twisted Minds.
Danoa's got to be careful, though, because they also have Overpeakers. James is starting to look more in, but a doozy's going to do them a favor and take down Vard. So now, Twisted Minds with the opportunity that they want to exploit so much, Danawa is not allowing, and trying to get out of this compound is so hard. With that hillside, with that opening, you can just drop nades right on top of people's heads.
What a bounce from Salute, rolled it right along the top of the roof. Now Helen and Lambu, who have been sitting on their grenades for some time, are going to be able to make it start raining here. QM is starting to reach out a little bit, get a little bit curious towards the southern side of this circle. They want to try to sneak some points in. I mean, that compound, of course, will give you potentially a guaranteed 10-point win, but you'd like to rake in some extra kills along the way. Helen now out of frags. Donawa with 7 kills total.
There's more.
Maybe?
Try to find some more, right?
He's looking for him. I don't know if there's any more left in those boxes.
You gotta give it to Twisted Minds. They did a good job on trying to stay alive, and a lot of nades being dropped on top of him. Mexi's finding himself a target of a lot of attention. It looks like Question Mark is going to be stretching into the south, going after some of these solos and weakened players. James, though, finds himself the target of a lot of attention, as Danawa is going to be shooting right over him, tossing some nades, knowing exactly where he is. That Molotov is probably going to connect, and that's going to be a cooked James.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of James. A really nice throw there from Soul. Now attention back over to Twisted Minds as they want to barricade them in. You could throw down some smokes to cut off the counter angles from other teams trying to get some third-party shots in this, but it's only QM, and QM had sent a doozy and Phil first out to try to find a flank onto this fight. Donawa needs to win against Twisted Minds and then turn their attention to QM.
I think that we might be seeing a problem surmount, though. Danawa is separated into a 2-2 as now Twisted Minds is starting to creep up this hillside. Numbers advantage in Crest might be a problem. It looks like Danawa is reading that, and they are trying to regroup. That means the fact that they're having to surrender some information and control over next to where Question Mark is, as you can see, now trying to creep back down into Seoul, trying to get next to Helen to make sure that any push that comes up from Twisted Minds is going to be at least defendable.
But you have to make sure that you're preventing that flank angle from Question Minds to come on the other side of the ridge. I mean, this is Question Minds' game. It should be. For all intents and purposes, it's just a matter of how much can Donawa get out of this, and who knows, maybe there's a world where they can sneak out a win, but it is, I'm telling you right now, it is outrageously difficult to displace a team from QM's compound. It is just one of the best in the game, and there's a reason people call it the God compound, because once you take control and the circle's on you into phase 8, well, that's a good game.
How much smoke do you have, and how much can you try to make this work? Because you can see the hillside is going to provide something, but like you're saying, it's just so hard to push.
More often than not, yeah.
That's going to be about the only opportunity that's going to be presented, as Phil First already has control of the south, so Twisted Minds can't make a move in that direction. Danawa can't either, so Danawa is still just trying to field this one out, and you can see that's going to be Lambu with so much pressure onto him. Nobody's taking any shots. There's no clear sight lines. You see, Twisted Minds knows exactly where Danawa is. Danawa knows where Question Mark is. Question Mark has a rough idea on where Twisted Minds is, so it's just kind of a standoff right now.
Yeah, it's a stalemate. Twisted Minds is just trying to figure out how they want to approach this. Are they going to try to cut through the southeastern flank of Donawa? Are they going to try to find a dip out in the open here? I mean, there is a little bit of one that you can push for. Still a few vehicles floating around here and there for them, but they are extremely beat up, and they're trying to leapfrog their way towards Donawa. Smokes out, whether that be just to cut off their angle to allow their push towards QM territory, if they're actually going to make a legit push out of this. Starting to come up the hill. I think this might be a real one potentially, especially if Lou can find some knocks. He's still got quite a few grenades in the bag.
Well, Batulins is going to hop in a vehicle and just say, nah, screw that. I'm going to go ahead and jump into this rock. You guys can continue to press in that direction for it. Phil First not going to have the cleanest angle into this, but while you do manage to get here where James just died at, you have to remember who did just kill James. So that is going to be its own independent problem for Twisted Minds to contend with, but it's going to be, fortunately enough, QM taking some shots into him. This is just continually right next to each other, just awkward, and nobody can find anything.
Soul has 6 mollies, though. I mean, he should just start lighting up Twisted Minds if he can. Now they're under pressure. Adoozy hits that. Adoozy gets the knock onto Perfectix. This should be the flush in a moment. Now Donawa comes to life. They want to take advantage of this. Salute has the knock onto Lou. Batulins on a sliver of health, going for the full med kit to get back up to 100. There come the mollies from Soul. He comes up just short of Batulins on the first one.
Oh, that's just the first one. Here come the rest of them, and yeah, that's going to be Batulins on fire. There is not too much that you can do with this one. Looks like he's going to just try to med it out. I think he might be able to do it. Did he even catch on fire, or was that bullets that actually?
He got caught on fire, yeah.
Okay.
But
well,
he had just gotten his med kit off, so he was...
Yeah, okay. Looking in, that just means the fact that Danawa is having to spend so much time and energy dealing with Twisted Minds, it's just handing more and more over to Question Mark.
Yep, exactly. I mean, this is, again, very, very likely in favor of Question Mark. I mean, Donawa would, needs to sit on as many smokes as they can. Yeah, Lou's going to be rest. That could play a decently big factor in this, as Question Mark has sent 2 out. You know, what's funny is if Danawa could see the map right now, this would be their opportunity to try to steal this compound from underneath Question Mark. They are going to get a Groza. There is the level 3 gear. That's going to help things. Look, if Danawa is sitting on like 20 smokes, there's a world where they do this, but I only see 1 in the hand of Lambu. I'm not sure what the smoke situation is like for the rest of them.
They might can sprint this, though.
Maybe. I mean, this is the moment.
It's taking too long. Aduzi's already come out to reinforce at this angle. It's one of those things that if you got to make a bad call, sometimes you just got to make the bad call, and everybody needs to commit. And it looks like they're finally going to do that, but it is just a moment too late. Spray is going to come out. Helen is going to go down. Salute going to go down as well. Hobbits has got an angle to work with, and it is just going to be everybody on Danawa just getting demolished.
Well, I mean, they tried it.
Guess what?
I don't know where the smokes were. There weren't any.
Batulins and Lou had the same idea. Phil first is going to take some shots in, and he's going to drop 1. And then there was just pour on Batulins all by his lonesome, and, well, at least he has some hay bales for friends.
There's a couple knocked for QM, though. Phil first went down. You've got another one. It's only a 1v2. If they let Batulins get the res off, we got the sawed off.
The shotgun. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Let's go.
Finish it. I feel you right now, Question Mark. You going to finish it that way? I got you.
Go for the style points, baby. You'll love to see it. Let's go. We got some Question Mark fans. Very, very thrilled, and they are playing great from that position, raking in some kills.
What's the thing with the hair and Question Mark? I don't know. Is that a thing?
Well, it's their colors, I guess, right? They're blue and white, so I guess the white hair.
I don't know. We're going to have to get Martin to give us some type of information on that one. Avender give us some type of breakdown as we're going to be moving in. But there we go. We are now 3/4 of the way through the grand finals, and it was feeling like it was 17 for the longest time, but now after today, it looks like Twisted Minds stepped up, got into position, but that game was not massive. It's still anybody's game moving into this end section.
Well, Twisted Minds is just the masters of Miramar. I mean, that is what they are. They are so brilliant on this map. They are so fun to watch play. They shouldn't be getting second place in that game, but they do.
And you have to remember, Erangel has been 17's map, but what is tomorrow? 3 Miramars, and God, there is so much building into it, a full year, and I know everybody on the desk, where are we going to be looking at tomorrow, what's going to be going on, and how's everybody's fantasy doing?
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Question Mark finds the answers as they come out with the chicken dinner to wrap up day number 3. And with only 5 games left to play tomorrow, it is going to be a lot of questions about who can catch up. My name's Toppy, I'm joined by Poro and Avenger on the desk for the last time today to break down the action. Let's jump right into the highlights. Porcel.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, a lot of early game fighting here, and Tropic actually showing up a little bit, showing a little signs of life there. But, I mean, look, Question Mark, it felt like a matter of time, right? Like, they had a good spot. They kind of sat there and got a little circle love to go their way, but that's still a tough game to clutch out for them.
It's almost like we've seen the circle a few times before, and the
Almost
teams
like
kind of
that.
play around that. That's, you know, a little bit unexpected. No, the teams know that we've had some tendencies that we've seen some innings close to these compounds here, so right, they will play around that. Question Mark, they hunkered down on this compound here. Then they went out on a little bit of a split, called a doozy back once they saw Danawa push in, and they actually completely demolished them in this case here when they try to push. These rooftop positions here is just too strong to defend against once they get over that ridge.
And only taking 1 knock on that push, too, was actually huge. And then Phil first, I mean, we saw him with that side flank angle for the longest time, wondering when it was going to pay off. Gets the knock on the guy coming in, and then at the end, a nice exclamation point for Question Mark with the jump shotty shot.
I like that as he did it with the double barrel. Took him down. I love Phil first in that position to make sure. I mean, you saw the attempted crash coming from Twisted Minds. They thought it's the one opportunity we have, and they had that flanker out there ready to play it. Very, very clean from Question Mark. But right now, the story for the day for me is when we got here, when we started, 17 looked like an uncatchable powerhouse. And when we look at those leaderboards, it is no longer reflected that way.
No, their ranked games is not as strong as we have seen them so far. Question Mark, though, 21 points, 2,000 damage. Danawa and Soul continue. He's our top fragger by far right now, and he has been putting up points for Danawa. And we've been talking about a little bit, are they going to be able to do their usual thing at Globals and get in, you know, top 5, top 6? And it's looking like they're continuing to do so.
I mean, they've had a hell of a run today, and Overpeakers as well. I mean, they have just jumped up the leaderboard, leapt up the leaderboard. Twisted Minds obviously taking over that first place spot today. You talked about 17 having a little bit of a slow start on Erangel. And, you know, I'm kind of thinking back to what we were talking about at the beginning of the show, how clutch Twisted Minds is in final days of tournaments all this year.
Yeah.
They are just insane. Like they get so many points on these final days. Now, can they reproduce that here in this last game with all the pressure on the line of a championship? That's to be seen.
It's Miramar Day tomorrow. It's 3 games of Miramar, and historically they are just that good of Miramar. 2 second places today. Some wins once we saw them the other one, right? I think it's just their map. And now that we're closing 60% of the games tomorrow, it's looking like they're going to be able to potentially keep that. Obviously, we're going to have to see tomorrow, but they're just so strong right now, and their consistency, when they're not getting the kills, they're getting the placements.
That's what it is. I think when you watch Twisted Minds, their ability to make feasts out of table scraps is shocking. You know, Na'Vi, if they get a good fight, they do really well. You see 17 doing some good positioning, but Twisted Minds consistently just shows up in the top, Poro, and I think it's the shot calling by Batulin by and far has blown me away the most.
Yeah, the shot calling has been off point, and I mean, it's worth noting that, you know, obviously, like we've talked about him as a great shot caller for all this line, but once you get to this grand stage of PGC, it's a lot different, right? And there you go, leaderboards, 140 points, so close there. And United with that win in that second to last game, they're keeping themselves right in the conversation as well.
So Twisted Minds overtakes first place, leaving 17 in second for a big duel tomorrow. United does climb, as well as Overpeakers and Na'Vi, to keep that fight going for sort of third and maybe first with a big push. But the best of the rest is really shaping up, and I think separating them from the bottom of the pack.
Overpeakers today, 48 points.
Nice.
Question mark today, 53 points.
Yep.
Insane days for them, and you see that. It shows here on the leaderboard. That's crazy. If they're able to replicate that tomorrow, it's going to be fantastic. They're going to be able to hold on to the top 5, potentially contest, you know, 4th and so forth.
I think the one thing we came into today hoping that we would see is that middle of the pack teams, a couple of those teams start to kind of find their
Tune
footing.
those engines.
Exactly, and start kind of catching up to the leaders at the pack, and it's definitely happened. It's setting us up for a really fun last day of this tournament.
That's one of those things when you talk about the race for first, it's tough when you're in the lead to see what everyone's doing behind. They're watching you and they're adjusting for the leaders, and we saw a bit of a fall off as 17 definitely left, I'd say left the door open, but it was very big. So we're going to have a chance to check in with some of our top teams. Sam is standing by with Overpeakers to hear about the success they had today.
Thank you so much, Toughies. I am here with Clib from Overpeakers. They did have a really good day. You climbed right on up the leaderboard. Maybe the dark horse in the competition, Clib, now. Lots of people watching you. How would you describe your team's style of PUBG? Because if I'm honest, I would use the term troll.
I think our style of PUBG is like all over the place. We just play to have fun right now and just like do whatever we want. So all over the place is the answer.
All over the place, but I mean, you have done a bit of prep for the grand finals, right?
A tiny bit. Just see what people loot and like what we can get. That's all the prep we did.
I think he's lying, but it's fine. We'll move on. You were a team that we knew were always looting in Pachinki and Picardo, but that's changed up for PGL. How has that impacted your performance?
I mean, Picardo and Pachinki is like easy mode, so it would have made us win the tournament for free, just like 17 is right now, so yeah.
That was my next question. I was going to say, do you think 17 is so dominant because that's where they're looting?
100%. But they are playing really well, but it definitely helps.
Why do you think they play so well, though? What is it about 17 that allows them to just be consistently good, other than the losing spots?
I think in gunfights they're really good. They have like 2 really good AR players, and that just wins them every fight, basically.
Which is the best region in PUBG, and why is it EMEA?
That's just the way it is.
That's just the way it is. There we go. Get off the stage, Club. Thank you so much for chatting to us. They're just having a good time. That's what they say. I think they're lying. I think they go back to their rooms every night and prep. But here he is, top of the leaderboard. You've got this going into the final day of grand finals. Batulins from Twisted Minds just able to take 17 Gaming down a little bit. Talking about 17 Gaming, though. So the desk called it an arm wrestle. I thought it was a measuring contest of a different appendage, but you had this early fight on one of the Erangels with 17. Why'd you waste so many resources there? Was that really necessary?
I mean, you can see that the lobby kind of giving out of points to 17, so we were the team that had to stop it, and we stopped it. Now we're the first, and they are the second, I guess. And let's hope that tomorrow we're gonna win it all. So yeah, sorry 17, sorry.
I mean, I thought it was a bit cheeky, but it is what it is. You did that. You're now at the top. What is it about 17? I mean, I just asked Clib from Overpeakers. I'll ask you as well. What is it about 17 Gaming's style of play that makes them so dominant? And before you say they just get lucky with circles, because I know you players, you like to say that, there's lots of other teams that got circles and they're not as lucky. So what is it about 17 that makes them that strong?
I would say that, first of all, I love that they're playing very fast. It's not like the usual style of Chinese teams. Yeah, they usually love to fight. And as you remember, New Happy was one of the most, like, the slowest team when they were winning previous PGC. And now they're playing very fast, and it helps them a lot. We're also playing very fast, so that's why we usually see each other. Also, they are still the Chinese team, so they're playing fast and they're killing everyone on the server, and that's what they know how to do. So, of course, they are dominant because of it, but we're better.
He says they're better. You're better today. 5 more games left. As a team, how important is it, and what would it mean to you and your teammates to win the PUBG Global Championship 2022?
Everything. I don't know, like the biggest goal ever, I guess, for a PUBG player to win the Global Championship. So I think we are ready for it. So let's hope we're gonna deserve it tomorrow, and you will see our crown, like how we're gonna get this win. So yeah.
Batulins, thank you so much. I'm going to let you head off and get some rest. Well done today, top of the leaderboard. Let's see how it goes for tomorrow, the final day of Grand Finals. You heard it from him. He said it would mean everything. And it's really interesting. I have had the opportunity now to chat to both 17 Gaming and Twisted Minds twice each during the Grand Finals. I will chat to one of those teams, I'm sure, one more time tomorrow. Or maybe there's an upset and it's another team, but this is it. We're moving into the final 5 games of the PUBG Global Championship 2022. We are going to be crowning a brand new champion tomorrow right here on this stage. I know you're going to be there with me. We're going to be cheering them on. So get ready, get prepped, because tomorrow we crown our new champion.
Yo. I don't think they're ready for it. On the loose, on the loose, on the loose, on the loose. With the beast, on the loose, say the truth, on the loose. Off the chain, it's all the gauge. Yeah, getting dry, shot me out the cage. It's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. Come in, come in. It's getting wild out here. It's getting wild, it's getting wild.
Beast, eating them, feast, fire the most, tired the least. See them admitting defeat, and they so useless. I'm so ruthless. Who's phone? Who this? Give no reply to excuses. Got no bite, man, a toothless. Living a lie and the truth is. Got this power, bringing it, play my anthem, singing it. Every mountain, ringing it high. I soar, I rise, reborn. Strike come back like never before. Taking my final 4.
It's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. It's coming, coming. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, it's getting wild. It's getting wild. For the revolution.
Watch.
Waiting on an evolution.
Yo.
Come in, come in. If you wanna come and get some.
Yo.
Nothing we can't overcome. Run in, run in. Sure as we rise with the sun.
Yo.
We wanna rise and become stunning, stunning. Watch for the revolution. You can't stop what's begun. It's coming, coming.
Wait.
It's coming, coming.
Wait.
It's coming, coming.
Just you wait. Just you wait.
Yo, 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 yo. It's getting wild out here.
It's getting wild.
One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here.
Yo.
And I'ma be the last one standing. Yo. I don't think they're ready for it. On the loose, on the loose, on the loose, on the loose. With the beast, on the loose, say the truth, on the loose. Off the chain, it's all the gauge. Yeah, getting wild. Yeah, we out the